Even humans were valued as material. The units were repeatedly melted down at the focal points of the front, withdrawn, and subjected to a schematic recovery process. The picture of war was bleak, gray, and red its colors. The battlefield a desert of madness where life limped along underground. The most gigantic of wars is still too close for us to fully comprehend, let alone visibly crystallize its spirit. One thing, however, stands out ever clearer from the flood of appearances: the paramount significance of matter. The war culminated in a material battle. Machines, iron, and explosives were its factors. In Stallgewittern aus dem Tagebuch eines Stoßtruppführers by Ernst Jünger, produced by Jens Sadowski in Steel Storms from the Diary of a Squad Leader by Ernst Jünger. Albert of Prussia, Hanover No. 73, Lieutenant in the Reichswehr Regiment No. 16, Hanover 3rd edition, 6th 8000 with the author's image, Berlin, 1922, E.S. Mittlerson Publishing, dedicated, in memory of my fallen comrades, to Herr Hermann Stegemann. All rights. Translation rights. Forward. The shadow of the horrifying still looms over us. At night, weary columns rolled on crushed roads towards the scorching horizon. Turn off the light! Ruins and crosses lined the way. No song resounded. Only whispered commands and curses interrupted the crunching of belts, the clattering of guns and gear. Faint shadows emerged from the edges of crushed villages into endless trenches. Not like before, when regiment bands accompanied companies charging into battle. That would have been mockery. No flags fluttered, as once they did in gunpowder smoke over shattered squares. The dawn glowed on no cheerful Riders' Day, nor chivalric swordplay in dying. Yet this war, too, had its men and romance. Heroes, if the word hadn't become trite. Risk-takers, unknown, iron companions not privileged to revel in their own courage before all eyes. Alone they stood in the storm of battle, as death rode like a red knight with flaming hooves through swirling mists. Their horizon was the rim of a funnel, their support the feeling of duty, honor, and inner value. They were conquerors of fear. Seldom did they achieve the liberation of being able to look into an enemy's eyes after all the terrible things had reached their final peak and had wrapped the world in blood-red veils. Then they rose to brutal greatness, agile tigers of the trenches, masters of explosives. Then their primal urges raged with the most complex means of destruction. Yet even when the grind of war slowed down, they were worthy of admiration. They spent their days in the bowels of the earth, enveloped by mold, tortured by the eternal clockwork of falling drops. When the sun sank behind jagged shadows of ruins, they emerged from the pestilent breath of black caves, resumed their digging, or stood, iron pillars, for long nights behind trench walls, and stared at the cold silver of hissing lightning balls. Either they crept as hunters over clicking wire into the desolate wasteland of no man's land. Often sudden flashes of lightning rent the darkness, shots crackled, and a scream drifted into the unknown. Thus they toiled and fought, poorly fed and clad, as patient, iron-willed day laborers of death. Sometimes they returned, standing in a daze on the asphalt seas of the cities, staring incredulously at life swirling in its familiar patterns. Then they plunged into it, not letting a single minute of the short days pass unutilized, drinking and kissing. With their ruthless nature incarnate, they held their cups aloft in mad nights, until the world faded away. There, one left fallen friends alive, and cared little for tomorrow, and then it was back onto the familiar roads of the surf. That was the German infantryman in war. No matter what he fought for, his battle was superhuman. The sons had outgrown their people. With a bitter smile, they read the trivial newspaper chatter, the exhausted words of heroes and hero deaths. They did not want this gratitude. They wanted understanding. No thanks can be great enough. An image. The highest alpine peak, chiseled into a face under a heavy steel helmet, staring silently and seriously across the lands, down the German Rhine to the free sea. One day will come. The purpose of this book is to describe objectively what a rifleman and leader in the infantry experienced during the Great War in the midst of a famous regiment won, and what he thought about it. It arose from the structured content of my war diaries. I have made every effort to put down my impressions as directly as possible, because I realized how quickly impressions fade, and how they already take on a different hue after just a few days. It required energy to fill this stack of notebooks in the short breaks of the action, after the day's work on the front, by the dim light of a candle, on the stairs of narrow, stifling passages, under tented funnels or damp cellars of ruins, has been worthwhile. I have preserved the freshness of my experiences. Man tends to idealize his achievements, to conceal the ugly, the petty, and the mundane. Unbeknownst to him, he stamps himself as a hero. I am not a war correspondent. I do not present a collection of heroes. I do not want to describe how it could have been, but how it was, sin within and without the walls of Ilium. The degree of objectivity in such a book is the measure of its inner value. War, like all human actions, consists of good and evil. However, here, where the power of nations reaches its peak, the contrast, besides towering peaks, the darkest chasms gape, where a man attains nearly the divine level of perfection, selfless devotion to an ideal to the point of sacrifice. Another is found greedily searching through pockets barely cooled from the heat. Those intoxicated by grand words crumble miserably in moments of danger. Men whose intentions seemed like a rock yield to reality at critical moments, without drawing the sword that otherwise resounds loudly. Others burn through the nights when distant red glows on the sky and a soft droning warns at the windows. That must be said. So much more prominent stands out from this dark background the true man, the unassuming, genuine, spirit-driven warrior who fulfilled his duty on the last day as on the first. What was against the intoxication of 1914? A mass suggestion, and yet how many I have met who beneath the gray cloth hid a heart of gold and a will of steel, a select group of the most capable, who embraced death with equal joy. Whether you are pleasing in open fields, presenting to the enemy the poor face disfigured by blood and dirt, surprised in dark caves, or lost in the endless mud of plains, solitary, uncrossed sleepers, though perhaps the goal is different, greater than you imagined. War is the father of all things. Comrades, your worth is imperishable, your monument deeply carved in the hearts of your brothers who stood with you, enclosed by the fiery circle. Did we not bind white bands over your wounds, and look into your breaking eyes, as the curtain of eternity swept aside? We have lost much, perhaps everything, including honor. One thing remains, the honorable remembrance of you, the most glorious army ever to bear arms and engage in the greatest battle ever fought. To uphold its memory amidst this era of soft complacency, moral decay and betrayal, is the proudest duty of anyone who fought for Germany's greatness, not only with rifle and hand grenade, but also with a living heart. Footnote 1. The ancestral regiment of the 73rd Fusilier Regiment, formerly the Royal Hanoverian Guard, defended Gibraltar triumphantly against the Spanish and French from 1779 to 1783, for nearly 4 years under General Elliot. In remembrance of this glorious military feat, our regiment wears a blue band with the inscription Gibraltar on the sleeve of its uniform jacket. The same symbol is now carried by the 5th Company of the Reichswehr Regiment, numbers forward to the 2nd edition. Faster than expected, a 2nd edition became necessary. From letters and conversations, I realized that the purpose of the book was achieved, that the spirit of the people had been touched by the enemy. Who could touch it better than someone who had spent 4 years in all the holes and caves of the Western Front in their midst? This interest in the events of a time that battered us to the ground is significant. The whole nation does not have the will to deny what countless numbers fell for. War is a matter in which everyone is involved. If nerves are still shaken by the horrible external form of war at this moment, it may appear to future generations as some crucifixes by old masters, as a great thought that outshines night and blood. Then, one will perhaps also remember us with emotion, us and the hopes and feelings that coursed through our chests as we wandered in the darkness, should the currents of our time then have become so raging that no one can understand how we could regard life as less than our idea. I cannot believe it. Berlin, July 1000, 1921. Table of Contents. Forward Orenville from Bazancourt to Hatton-Châtelet, Eparges-Douchy and Monchy. The daily trench warfare, the opening of the Somme offensive Guillemont at Saint-Pierre Vaast, the retreat on the Somme, in the village of Fresnoy against the Indians' Langmark, Regniéville, once more Flanders, the Cambrai battle, by the Kojul stream. The great battle English outposts. Breath of battle blew over and left us strangely shaken. Did we sense that nearly all of us would be swallowed up in the days when the dark murmuring behind burst forth into incessant rolling thunder? One sooner, another later. We had left lecture halls, school benches, and work tables, and fused together during the short training weeks into a large, enthusiastic body, carriers of German idealism of the late 70s, raised in the spirit of a materialistic age. A longing for the unusual, for great experiences, stirred within all of us. War had to bring us something grand, strong, festive. It seemed to be a manly deed, a joyful shootout on floral, blood-soaked meadows. No more beautiful death. Oh, just don't stay at home, just get to participate. The heated imagination calmed down as they marched through the heavy clay soil of Champagne. Rucksacks, ammunition, and rifles pressed like lead. Take a short step. Stay behind. Ah, to those wings of the spirit, no physical wing will soon be added. Finally, we reached the village of Oranville, the resting place of the 73rd Fusilier Regiment, one of the typical nests of that region, formed by 50 houses made of brick or limestones around a park-enclosed manor. The activities on the village street presented the cultured eyes with a strange sight. There were only a few shy and ragged civilians. Everywhere soldiers in worn-out, torn skirts with weathered faces, often framed by large beards, walked slowly, or stood in small groups before the doors of the houses, and greeted us newcomers with affluent, jestful calls. Somewhere stands a field kitchen, smelling of pea soup, surrounded by clattering cookware from wooden tables. After spending our first night in a mighty barn, we were assigned to the courtyard of the castle by the regimental adjutant, then Lieutenant von Brixen, and I was transferred to the 9th Company. Our first day of war would not pass without leaving us a decisive impression. We sat in the schoolhouse that had been assigned as our quarters and ate breakfast. Suddenly, a series of deep vibrations shook nearby, while soldiers rushed from all houses towards the village entrance. We followed suit, not quite knowing why. Once again a peculiar, never-heard-before flapping and rumbling echoed over us and drowned in thundering crashes. I wondered why people around me huddled together like under a terrible threat. Soon after, black groups appeared on the desolate village street, carrying black bundles in tarpaulins or entwined hands. With a strange, unnerving feeling of unreality, I watched a bloodied figure with a leg hanging loosely from its body, continually screaming help, and being carried into a house where the Red Cross flag fluttered at the entrance. What was this? The war had shown its claws and shed its friendly mask. It was so enigmatic, so impersonal, hardly thinking of the enemy, this mysterious, treacherous entity lurking somewhere behind. The utterly unprecedented event made such a strong impression that it was difficult to comprehend the connections. It was like a spectral apparition in broad daylight. A grenade had exploded at the top of the castle gate, hurling a cloud of stones and debris into the entrance as the inhabitants, startled by the initial shots, rushed out through the gateway. It claimed 13 victims, including Master of Music Debard, a well-known figure to me from the Hanover Promenade concerts. A tied horse sensed the danger earlier than the people, broke free just seconds before, and galloped unharmed into the courtyard of the castle. In conversations with my comrades, I realized that this incident had dampened the war enthusiasm of many. It also strongly affected me, as evidenced by numerous instances of hearing distortion, where the rumble of every passing vehicle transformed into the fateful sound of the grenade explosion. On the same evening, the long-awaited moment arrived when we set off towards our battle positions, heavily laden. Our path led through the ruins of the village of Betracourt, which emerged from the half-darkness to a solitary forest house hidden among pine forests, known as the Fasanerie, where the regimental reserve was stationed, including the 9th Company. Until that night, its leader was Lieutenant D.R. Bronze. We were welcomed, divided into groups, and soon found ourselves in the midst of bearded, dirt-caked companions who greeted us with a certain ironic goodwill. They asked about conditions in Hanover, and whether the war would not end soon. The conversation then turned monotonously to topics like entrenchments, field kitchens, trenches, and other matters related to positional warfare. After some time, a shout rang out from the door of our hut-like accommodation. "Come out!" We joined our groups and received the order, load and secure, with secret lust, He loaded a magazine with sharp ammunition. Then, silently, man after man, they marched across the night-shrouded landscape, dotted with dark forest patches. Occasionally, a lonely shot rang out, or a flare burst through the air, casting a brief ghostly light before plunging into deeper darkness. The monotonous clatter of rifles and entrenchment tools was interrupted by the warning cry, "Wire!" Time and again I walked through desolate landscapes, in a mood that was half melancholic, half excited, towards the front line, after that first experience. Finally, we disappeared into one of the trenches, winding like white snakes through the night towards our position. There I found myself alone, and shivering between two shoulder-high defenses, gazing intently at a row of pines lying before the trench, where my imagination conjured up various shadow figures, while a stray bullet crackled through the branches from time to time. The only variation in this seemingly endless time was that I was picked up by an older comrade, and walked with him down a long, narrow corridor to a forward observation post, where we were again engaged in observing the front line. For 2 hours I tried to find sleep in a bare chalk hole. As dawn broke, I was pale and covered in mud like the others, and it felt as if I had been leading this trench life for months. The regiment's position bent around the chalk arch of Champagne, opposite the village of Legauda. It leaned right against a shattered woodland, the granite-walled, then ran through vast sugar beet fields from which the red pants of fallen soldiers shone, and ended in a streambed where contact with the 74th Regiment was maintained through night-night patrols. The stream roared over the weir of a destroyed, surrounded by dark trees mill. A chilling stay, especially at night when the moon cast changing shadows through torn clouds, and strange sounds seemed to mix with the murmur of water and the rustling of reeds. The duty was the most exhausting imaginable. Life began with the onset of dusk, during which the entire crew had to stand in the trench. From 10 p.m. until 6 a.m., 2 men from each group could sleep, thus enjoying a 2-hour night's rest, although this was illusory due to early waking, gathering straw, and other tasks. Either one stood watch in the trench, or took shelter in one of the numerous post holes, connected by long, dug communication paths. A type of protection that was soon abandoned due to the exposure of the post. These endless, terribly exhausting night watches were bearable in clear weather, and even in the frost, but became tormenting when it rained, as it often did in January. Once the moisture had penetrated the hooded tent canvas, the coat, and the uniform, and trickled down the body for hours, one fell into a mood that could not be brightened by the rustling of the approaching relief. Dawn illuminated exhausted, chalk-covered figures who, with chattering teeth and pale faces, collapsed onto the damp straw of the dripping shelters. They were open pits dug out in chalk, covered with a layer of boards and a few shovels of earth. If it had rained, they still dripped for days afterward. Hence a certain gallow humor had given them names like Stalactite Cave, Men's Bath, etc. If several wanted to maintain their rest, they were forced to lay their legs as reliable tripwires for any passerby into the ditch. Under these circumstances, of course, sleep during the day was also a rare occurrence. In addition, one still had to stand 2 hours as a day post, clean the ditch, fetch food, coffee, water, and other things. One will understand that this unfamiliar life seemed very hard to us, especially since we were subject to all kinds of harassment from most of the old people. This habit brought with it from the barracks into war contributed greatly to making our difficult days even more bitter, but disappeared after the first battle fought together. The common man also found it hard to understand that we had volunteered. He saw this as a certain arrogance, an impression I often encountered during the war. The time when the company was in reserve was not much better either. We then lived in earth, huts covered with branches near the pheasantry, or in Hiller's little wood, whose mist-covered ground at least radiated a pleasant fermentation warmth. Sometimes one would wake up in a customs deep water puddle. Despite having only known rheumatism by name so far, I felt pain in all my joints after just a few days due to the constant dampness. The nights here, too, served not for sleep, but for deepening the numerous approach trenches. A ray of light in this desolate monotony was the daily arrival of the field kitchen at the corner of Hiller's little wood, where a delicious smell of peas with bacon, or other wonderful things, spread when the kettle opened. But even here there was a dark point. The dried vegetables, which disappointed gourmets disparaged as wire mesh or field damage, The most pleasant were the rest days in Oranville, spent sleeping in, cleaning items, and exercising. The company lived in a massive barn that had only 2 chicken ladder-like staircases as entrances and exits. Although the building was still filled with straw, there were stoves inside. One night, I rolled against one of them and woke up only after some comrades' efforts to perform vigorous fire-extinguishing attempts on me. To my horror, I noticed that my uniform was badly charred at the back, so I had to walk around for a while in a sort of frock-like outfit. After a brief stay with the regiment, we had almost lost all the illusions with which we set out. Instead of the expected dangers, we found dirt, work, and sleepless nights, to overcome which a bravery alien to us was required. This continuous overstretching was the fault of leadership that had not yet grasped the spirit of innovative positional warfare. In a short, daring war, an officer can and must ruthlessly exhaust his men. In a drawn-out struggle, this leads to physical and moral collapse. The enormous number of positions and the unbroken trench work were largely unnecessary and even harmful. It is not massive fortifications that are important, but the courage and freshness of the men behind them. Iron hearts on wooden ships win battles. We could hear bullets whizzing overhead in the trenches, and we occasionally received some grenades from the Reims forts. But these minor military events fell far short of our expectations. Nevertheless, we were sometimes reminded of the bloody seriousness lurking behind this seemingly aimless activity. So on August 8th, in January, a grenade was thrown into the pheasantry, killing Lieutenant Schmidt, our battalion adjutant. On January 27th, we sent 3 loud hurrahs in honor of our emperor, and sang Heil dir im Siegerkranz along the long front, accompanied by enemy gunfire. During these days, I had a very unpleasant experience that nearly ended my military career prematurely and disgracefully. The company was on the left wing, and early one morning, after a sleepless night, I shared a double post in the stream bed with a comrade. Because of the cold, I had forbidden myself to wrap my blanket around my head and was leaning against a tree, with my rifle next to me in a bush. Suddenly I heard a noise behind me, reached for it. The weapon was gone. The reviewing flag-bearer, an officer deputy, had approached me undetected and taken the gun. To punish me, he sent me, armed only with a hatchet, recklessly towards the French positions, about 100 meters away, an Indian trick that nearly cost me my life. During my bizarre sentence of guard duty, a patrol of 3 war volunteers crept through the reeds, noticed by the French and fired upon. One of them, named Lang, was hit and never seen again. Being so close, I also received my share of the then popular group's salutes, causing the branches of the willow tree I stood on to whistle around my ears. I gritted my teeth and stood defiantly. I had never forgotten that petty act by the deputy officer. We were all proud when we learned we were leaving this position permanently, and celebrated our departure from Oranville with a hearty beer session in the large barn, on the 4th. In February 1915, we marched to Bazincourt, relieved by a Saxon regiment. This month, though the harshest of the entire war, was still a good school for me. I thoroughly learned the duties of watch and work in their most demanding form. That later protected me when I took command, from asking my men to do the impossible, from Bazincourt to Hattonchâtel. In Bazincourt, a desolate Champagne town, the company was quartered in a school, which quickly transformed into a peacetime barracks due to our people's remarkable. There was a non-commissioned officer on duty who woke everyone up punctually in the morning, conducted daily stable duties and evening roll calls by the corporals. Every morning, the companies would deploy for several hours of rigid exercises on the surrounding barren fields. After a few days of this routine, I was transferred to the officer candidate course in Recouvrance. Recouvrance was a remote village nestled among beautiful chalk hills, where a number of young men from the division had been sent to receive a thorough military education under officers and some non-commissioned officers provided by each regiment. We, the class of 73, owe much to Lieutenant Hupp, who was unfortunately killed shortly afterwards. Life in this secluded valley consisted of an odd mix of barracks discipline and academic freedom. During the day, the cadets were rigorously trained in military skills, while at night they gathered with their instructors around huge barrels for equally thorough carousing. When, in the morning, the various departments flowed out from their drinking halls, The small crayon houses presented an unfamiliar sight of a student Walpurgis night. Our course leader, a captain, had, by the way, the educational habit of handling duty on the following days with double energy. Our communication among each other was, as is to be expected between people of the same educational level under these circumstances, very camaraderie. We lived together in threes or fours and conducted common household management. Particularly memorable to me is our regular evening meal of scrambled eggs and fried potatoes. On Sundays we indulged in the regional specialty, a rabbit or a rooster. Since I took care of grocery shopping for the dinner table, our landlady once laid before me a number of receipts she had received from demanding soldiers, mostly stating that Fusilier I have shown kindness to the daughter of the house, required 12 eggs for it. Unfortunately, this delightful bloom of popular humor is too rich throughout. In mid-February, we 73ers were surprised by the news of our regiment's great losses at Perthes, and we were very sad to spend those days away from our comrades. On March 21st, after a small examination, we returned to the regiment, which was once again stationed in Bazancourt. It left the X-Corps after a large parade and in farewell speech by General von Emmich. We were loaded on March 24th and traveled as far as the Brussels area, where we were assembled with regiments 76 and 164 into the 111th Infantry Division. Our battalion was housed in the little town of Herne-Flemish, Herne, amidst a landscape of Flemish comfort. I celebrated my 20th birthday here quite happily. Although the Belgians had ample space in their homes, our company was, out of false consideration, crammed into a large, drafty barn where, during the cold March nights, the raw sea wind from that region whistled through. Otherwise, our stay in Herne was a good rest. Although there was much exercising, there was also good food and provisions for little money. The population, half Flemish and half Walloon, was very friendly to us. I often conversed with the owner of an estaminet, an enthusiastic socialist and free spirit, who invited me to a feast on Easter Sunday, and even refused to take money for his drinks. One can hardly imagine how restorative such an encounter is, amidst the harsh school of camaraderie in the field. Towards the end of our stay, the weather cleared up and invited strolls through the lovely water-rich surroundings. The landscape was artistically adorned by the many naked soldiers who, with their clothes on their laps, were vigorously engaged in the louse hunt along the papal-lined riverbanks. Having been relatively spared from this plague so far, I assisted my comrade Priepke, a Hamburg export merchant, in wrapping a heavy stone in his woolen vest, which was as crowded with lice as the habit of Simplicius Simplicissimus purposes, and throwing it into a river. Since our departure from Herne was very sudden, it is likely to still enjoy an undisturbed stay there today. On April 12, 1915, we were loaded in Hal and drove, to deceive spies, across the northern wing of the front line towards the battlefield of Mars-la-Tour. Only a few hundred meters from the village, the road to Gravelotte was blocked by the border, where the French boundary post lay shattered on the ground. In the evenings, we often indulged in a melancholy walk to Germany. Our barn was so dilapidated that one had to balance carefully to avoid falling through the rotten boards onto the roof. The company took up its usual quarters in a barn in the village of Tronville, one of the typical dull Lorraine nests made of flat rooftops, windowless stone box. Due to the threat of flying debris, we had to stay mostly in the overcrowded town near the famous sites of Mars-la-Tour and Gravelotte. One evening, as our group was busy under the leadership of their humble Corporal Kirchhoff, dividing portions on a manger, an enormous oak beam broke loose from the framework and crashed down with a thunderous noise. Fortunately, it became wedged just above our heads between two clay walls. We escaped unharmed, but our beautiful meat portion had become inedible due to the swirling debris. As soon as we had settled down on this ominous evening, a loud thunder clapped at the door, and the alarming voice of the sergeant drove us from our camp. First, as always in such moments, a moment of silence. In the end, everything was ready, and we marched to the station in Chamblay, from where we took the train for a few minutes until Pagny-sur-Moselle. In the early morning hours, we climbed the Mosel heights and stayed in Prigny, a romantic mountain village dominated by a ruined castle. This time, our barn was a stone building filled with aromatic mountain hay, through whose openings we could look upon the wine-covered Mosel Mountains and the town of Pagny down in the valley. which was often bombarded with grenades and aerial bombs. On several occasions, a shell struck the Mosel, shooting a towering column of water into the air. The warm weather and picturesque landscape indeed revived us, prompting long walks during our free time. We were so exuberant that we laughed for some time in the evening before everything settled down. Among other things, it was a popular prank to pour water or coffee from a field bottle into the mouth of someone snoring. On April 22nd, we marched out of Prini, covering over 30 kilometers to the village of Hattenchâtel without having a single marching sick person, and set up our tents on the right side of the famous Grande Tranchée, in the middle of the forest. From all indications, it was clear that we would be going into battle the next day. We received medical packs, additional meat tins, and signal flags for the artillery. In the evening, I sat for a long time in that enigmatic mood, of which warriors from all eras know how to tell, on a tree stump overgrown with blue anemones, before crawling past the ranks of my comrades to my campsite, and dreaming incoherent things. During the night, in which a skull played the leading role, Triptya, to whom I told this story in the morning, hoped it had been a French skull, les éparges. The young green of the forest shimmered at dawn. We turned onto hidden paths leading to a narrow gorge behind the front line. It was announced that Regiment 76 would storm after a 20-minute artillery preparation, and we were to be ready as reserve. At noon, our artillery opened a heavy cannonade, which resounded many times in the forest gorges. For the first time, we heard the heavy word here, drum fire. We sat on our knapsacks, inactive yet excited. An orderly rushed to the company leader. Hasty words. The first 3 trenches are in our hands. 6 guns captured. A cheer erupted. A spirit of daring awoke. Finally, the long-awaited order came. We advanced in a long line where scattered rifle fire rained down. It became serious. To the side of the forest path, deep thuds resounded from a thicket of evergreens, branches and earth crumbled. A frightened soldier rolled to the ground under forced laughter from his comrades. Then, the grim call to action echoed through the ranks. Medics forward. On the Grande Tranchée, troops hurried forward. Injured men begging for water crouched along the roadside. Prisoners carrying stretchers gasped and moaned. Cocky riders galloped through the fire. Grenades blasted the soft earth on both sides. Heavy branches snapped. In the middle of the road lay a dead horse with massive wounds. Beside it, steaming innards. Against a tree leaned a bearded landwehr man. "Come on, boys." The perimeter of the storm attack position was stripped bare by gunfire. In the torn field lay the victims of the storm, their heads facing the enemy. The gray skirts barely lifted from the ground. A giant figure, with a red blood-stained full beard, stared at the sky, his fists clenched in the loose earth. A young man rolled around in a trench, the yellow color of death on his face. Our gazes seemed to disturb him. With an indifferent movement, he pulled his coat over his head and became still. Constantly, a hissing sound approached in a long, sharp arc, and lightning whipped the ground of the clearing. "Medics!" We had our first casualty. A fusilier's carotid artery was ripped open by a shrapnel bullet. 3 bandage packages were instantly saturated. He bled out in seconds. Next to us, 2 guns burst, drawing even stronger fire. An artillery lieutenant, searching for the wounded in the foreground, was knocked down by a steam column rising before him. He slowly rose and returned with marked calmness. Just had a nasty tumble. Our eyes gleamed at him. It grew dark as we received orders to advance further. Our path led us through dense, shot-ragged undergrowth into an endless zigzag trench, strewn with French baggage by fleeing troops. Near the village of Les Éparges, we had to cut a position in solid rock, without any troops ahead of us. Lastly, I sank into a bush and fell asleep. "Come on, get up, we're pulling back." I woke up in damp grass. As a burst of machine gun fire swept by, we tumbled back into our zigzag trench and occupied an abandoned French position at the forest edge. I leaped out of the trench into the morning mist and stood before a shriveled French corpse. Fishy, decaying flesh glowed green-white from rotting uniform. Turning away, I recoiled in shock. Next to me, a figure crouched at a tree. Hollow eye sockets and a few tufts of hair on the black-brown skull betrayed that I was facing not a living soul. Dozens more bodies lay around, decomposed, calcified, mummified, frozen in a chilling dance of death. The French must have endured for months next to their fallen comrades, without burial. As the sun broke through the mist during the early hours, it sent forth a comforting warmth. After napping on the trench floor, I walked through the desolate, previously stormed trench, whose bottom was covered with mountains of provisions, ammunition, equipment, weapons, and newspapers. The shelters resembled plundered junk shops. Between lay the bodies of braver defenders, whose rifles still stuck in the shooting slits. From shattered timbers, a trapped torso protruded. Head and neck were severed. White cartilage glistened from red-black flesh. It was difficult for me to comprehend. Next to him, a very young person on their back, with glassy eyes and fists frozen in aim. A strange feeling, gazing into such dead, questioning eyes. A shiver that I never quite lost during war. Beside him lay his poor, plundered purse. With increasing clarity, the artillery fire intensified and soon escalated to a wild dance. In ever shorter intervals it flared up around us. White, black, and yellow clouds mixed together. Sometimes blasts of eerie intensity thundered, while in between, fuses buzzed with peculiar singing. Soon the forest was set ablaze. Flames crawled hissing up the trees. I sat with a comrade on a bench carved into the mud of the trench wall, while beside us, a gaunt recruit trembled in fear from head to toe. My companion playfully tossed a handful of captured shrapnel bullets near him. I watched the scene with an odd calm. "They don't even know where you are," I said. "They can't see you. They're shooting everywhere else." It was the courage of inexperience. Suddenly, the board of the firing slot shattered, and a rifle shot struck between our heads in the mud. At that moment, a man appeared at the corner of our trench section. "Follow to the left." We continued the order, and moved along the smoke-filled position. Just as the woodcutters had returned, hundreds of abandoned cooking pots steamed on the breastwork. Who would eat now? A lot of wounded men, with bandages soaked in blood, pushed themselves past us. The feeling of a grave hour loomed before us. "Careful, comrades, my arm, my arm. Come on, man, keep up." The trench ended in a patch of forest. Hesitantly, we stood under towering oaks. From dense undergrowth, our platoon leader, a lieutenant, emerged and called to the oldest enlisted man. "Let's fan out towards the setting sun and take positions. Report to me in the bunker on the clearing." The enlisted man cursed as he took over command. The impact of this behavior on the men has been an enduring lesson for me throughout my leadership years. Later, I got to know this officer, who distinguished himself many times, as a comrade, and learned that he had important work to do there. Nevertheless, the officer must under no circumstances separate himself from his men in danger. Danger is the most crucial moment of his profession, where he must prove enhanced masculinity. Honor and chivalry raise him to the master of the hour. What is more noble than leading 100 men into death? Loyalty is never denied to such a personality, and the brave deed flies like a rush through the ranks. We dispersed, and took our places in a row of shallow pits dug by some predecessors. Amidst light-hearted calls, a thunderous howl cut through. 20 meters behind us, clumps of earth whirled up into a white cloud and crashed high into the branches. The sound echoed multiple times through the forest. Anxiously staring eyes locked onto each other. Bodies pressed against the ground in a suffocating feeling of complete helplessness. Shot followed shot. Sticky gases swirled in the undergrowth. Smog shrouded the peaks, trees and branches crashed to the ground with a roar. Shouts grew loud. We leaped up and ran blindly, driven by lightning bolts and numbing air pressure, jumping from tree to tree, seeking cover and circling the massive trunks like hunted game. A shelter, into which many raced, was hit by a blast that ripped high the thick beam covering. I hurried with the sergeant, gasping, around a mighty oak. Suddenly there was a flash in the far-reaching root system, and a blow to my left thigh sent me crashing to the ground. I thought I'd been hit by a chunk of earth, but soon enough, gushing blood told me I was wounded. It turned out later that a razor-sharp splinter had dealt me a flesh wound, after its force was dampened by my thick leather money pouch. I threw down my rucksack and ran to the trench we'd emerged from. From all sides the wounded streamed towards it radially from the bombarded forest. The passage was horrifyingly blocked by heavily wounded and dying soldiers. A figure, bare to the belt with a torn back, leaned against the trench wall. Another, with a triangular piece of cloth hanging from the back of his head, continually emitted shrill, harrowing screams, and there were constant new strikes. Without regard, I ran over everything. I am no fan of euphemisms, nervous breakdown. I was simply afraid, pale, senseless fear. I later often thought back to those moments with a shaking head. Near it was a covered medical station with logs, where I spent the night tightly squeezed in with many wounded soldiers. A disconnected doctor stood in the midst of a throng of moaning people, bandaging, giving injections, and issuing warnings in a calm voice. As I was carried out the next morning, a splinter punctured the canvas of my stretcher between my knees. I was transported to the main dressing station, and then to the church of St. Maurice, still heavily shelled. Beside me in the pounding ambulance wagon lay a man with a stomach wound, pleading with his comrades to shoot him with the surgeon's pistol. In St. Maurice, a field hospital train was already steaming, taking us to Heidelberg in 2 days. Upon seeing the Neckar Mountains crowned with blooming cherry trees, I felt a peculiar, strong sense of home. How beautiful the country was, worth fighting and dying for. The Battle of Les Eparges was my first. It was entirely different from what I had imagined. I had participated in a major battle without facing an opponent. Only much later did I experience the clash, the pinnacle of modern combat, as the infantryman appeared on open ground, interrupting the chaotic emptiness of the battlefield for crucial deadly moments. Duchy and Monchi. My wound healed in 14 days. I was discharged to the reserve battalion in Hanover and registered there as a flag lieutenant. After completing a course in Doberitz and being promoted to flag lieutenant, I returned to the regiment in September 1915. I left with a reserve company at the headquarters of the division, the village of St. Leger, and marched towards Duchy, the rest area of the regiment. Up front, the autumn offensive was in full swing. The front line rose up like a long, rolling cloud across the vast landscape. Above us, machine guns from air squads buzzed. A parachute balloon seemed to have spotted us. I turned off and led the column on a circuitous route into town. Duchy, the rest village of the 73rd Fusiliers Regiment, was of moderate size and had suffered little from the war. This place, situated in the wave-like terrain of Artois, became the regiment's second garrison during its 1.5 years of positional warfare in that area, a site for recovery and inner strengthening after hard days of combat and work on front line. How many times did we sigh with relief when a solitary light from the village entrance shone through dark, rainy nights. We once again had a roof over our heads and our simple, undisturbed camp. On the first rest day, one felt like a newborn after bathing and cleaning their uniform from the dirt of the trench. On the surrounding meadows, exercises and athletic games were held to make the stiffened bones flexible and to revive the sense of community among those who had been isolated during long night watches. This instilled a driving force for new, demanding days. In the early stages, companies alternated in marching to the front line for night fortification work. This strenuous double task was later discontinued on the order of our Major von Oppen. The security of a position depends on the freshness and boundless courage of its defenders, not on the labyrinthine construction of their approach routes or the depth of the battle trenches. During leisure hours, Duchy offered its gray inhabitants various sources of informal relaxation. Numerous canteens were well stocked with food and drink. There was a reading room, a cafe, and later even, artistically integrated into a large barn, a cinema. The officers had a superbly equipped casino and a bowling alley in the garden of the parish house. Large company parties were often held, where officers and troops vied with each other in good old German drinking contests. As the civilian population still lived in the village, every available space had to be utilized. In the gardens, barracks and living shelters were built. A large fruit garden in the center of the village was transformed into a church square, another, known as the Emmich Square, into a pleasure garden. On the Emmich Square lay 2 covered shelters with logs, housing the barber shop and the dental station. A large meadow next to the church served as a cemetery, to which almost daily a company marched to give one or many comrades the last salute under the sounds of a choir. The French population was quartered at the exit towards Monchy. Most were timid, pitiful figures who struggled hard with the war. Unaware children played in front of the thresholds of dilapidated houses, and old people crept through the new regime with bent backs, which brutally alienates them from the places they had spent their lives. The young people had to report every morning and were assigned to the management of the village territory by the local commander, Lieutenant Oberländer, who enforced a strict regime. We came together with the locals only when we brought our laundry for cleaning or bought butter and eggs. Tender relationships were extremely rare. Eroticism found no space in that harsh, disintegrating regime. A strange phenomenon was the complete integration of two orphaned French boys into the unit. The two boys, one perhaps 8, the other 12 years old, were dressed entirely in field gray, spoke fluent German, and greeted all superiors on the street correctly according to regulations. They spoke of their countrymen, whom they had taken to be soldiers, only disdainfully as scoundrels. Their greatest wish was to be allowed to take up position with their company. They could exercise flawlessly, formed up at inspections on the left wing, and requested leave when they wanted to accompany the canteen helper for shopping in Cambrai. When the 2nd Battalion went for several weeks' training in Queant, one named Louis was ordered by Lieutenant Colonel von Oppen to stay behind in Duchy to give no cause for false rumors. He was not seen during the march either, his hiding place in the pack wagon when the battalion arrived. Unfortunately, irrational people often took the younger ones into the canteen and played the bad joke of giving them alcohol. The older one is said to have been sent later to a non-commissioned officers' school in Germany. Scarcely an hour's distance from Duchy lay Monchy-au-Bois, the village where the 2 reserve companies of the regiment were quartered. It had been the scene of bitter fighting in the autumn of 1914, having last been in German hands, and the battle in a tight half-circle around the ruins of the once prosperous town had come to a standstill. Now the houses were burned out and collapsed, the gardens ravaged by grenades and the fruit trees broken. The maze of stone was fortified with trenches, barbed wire, barricades, and concrete pillboxes for defense. The streets could be targeted from a concrete block in the center, known as Fort Torgau, under machine gun fire. Another stronghold was Fort Altenburg, a fieldwork to the right of the village, housing a company of reserve troops. Very important for the defense was a mine, from which in peacetime limestone had been extracted for building houses, and which we had only discovered by chance. A company cook, who had fallen with his water bucket into a well, went down to retrieve it, and noticed a hole that was expanding cavernously. The matter was investigated, and after a second entrance was broken through, it offered bomb-proof accommodation for a large number of fighters. On the lonely heights along the road to Ransart stood a ruin, a former estaminet, known as the Estaminet du Bellevue, because of its wide view over the front line. A place that had particularly attracted me despite its dangerous location. The sense of abandonment and profound silence, broken only occasionally by the dull rumble of artillery, enhanced the sad impression of destruction. Torn backpacks, broken guns, scraps of belongings, amidst a grim contrast, a child's toy, grenade primers, deep craters from shrapnel rounds, bottles, farming tools, torn books, shattered household appliances, holes hinting at a mysterious cellar. Below, where the bones of hapless Hans residents might be gnawed by bustling rat swarms. A peach tree bereft of its supporting wall, reaching out in plea. Animal skeletons still chained in stables. Graves scattered through a ruined garden. Onions, wormwood, rhubarb, and daffodils growing among the weeds. Grain fields nearby, their roofs already sprouting kernels. All crisscrossed by a half-buried raceway, surrounded by the stench of fire and decay. Sad thoughts beset the warrior, whose foot rests on the ruins of such a site, when he thinks of those who lived here peacefully just recently. The battle line, as already reported, ran in a close half-circle around the village, connected to it by a series of trenches. It was divided into 2 subsections, Monchy South and Monchy West, which in turn were subdivided into 6 company sections A through F. The curved layout of the position offered the Englishmen good opportunities for flank attacks, thoroughly exploited and resulted in heavy losses for us. I was assigned to the 6th Company and took up my position a few days after my arrival, leading a group there where I immediately received an unpleasant welcome from some English shell holes. Section C, where the company was located, was the most exposed of the regiment's sections. We, however, had a good company leader in Lieutenant D.R. Brecht, who had come over from America at the beginning of the war, was the suitable man for defending such a position. His adventurous nature sought out danger, and ultimately led to his glorious death. Our life in the trenches was very regulated. I will describe the course of a normal day below. The day in the machine gun trench begins with the onset of twilight. At 7 o'clock, a man from my group awakens me from my afternoon sleep, which I'd taken in anticipation of the night watch. I get dressed, stick a flashlight and hand grenades into my belt, and leave the more or less comfortable shelter. Upon passing through the familiar section for the first time, I make sure that all posts are occupied by their rightful men. The password is exchanged in a low voice. Meanwhile, night has fallen, and the first signal flares rise silvery into the air while strained eyes scan the foreground. A rat scurries between the canned goods thrown over for cover. A second joins it, piping, and soon there are shadows scurrying from the village's ruined cellars or shattered mine shafts. The hunt for them offers a popular diversion in the desolation of the post service. A piece of bread is laid out as bait, and the rifle readied, or gunpowder from shells, is scattered and lit in their holes. Squealing, they emerge with singed fur. They are loathsome, disgusting creatures. I always think of their hidden, cadaverous activity in the village cellars. Some cats have also moved from the destroyed villages to the trenches. They love human closeness. A large white cat with a shot front paw often roams the no-man's land and seems to associate with both sides. However, I spoke of the burial service. One loves such digressions. One easily becomes loquacious to fill the dark night and endless time. That is why I also stayed with a well-known warrior or another sub-officer and listened with keen interest to his 1,000 trivialities. As a cadet, I am often drawn into a sympathetic conversation by the watchful officer, who feels equally uncomfortable, speaking softly and eagerly, delving into secrets and wishes, and I gladly engage in it, for me too are pressed by the heavy black walls of the trench. I also yearn for warmth, for something human in this eerie solitude. The conversation becomes stale. We are tired. Apathetically leaning against a shoulder-high parapet, we stare at the glowing cigarette of the other. In frost, one stomps back and forth shivering, making the hard earth ring with many steps. It rains very often, and one stands sadly with the collar of one's coat turned up under the rain shelters at the mine entrances, listening to the monotone drip of the drops. If one hears the steps of a superior on the wet trench bottom, one quickly emerges, continues on, suddenly turns around, knocks together one's heels and reports. Enlistee from the Graves detail. Nothing new in this section. For standing in the mine entrances is prohibited. Thoughts wander. One looks at the moon and thinks of pleasant, cozy days at home, or of the big city far away, where people are now streaming out of cafes, and many arc lamps illuminate the bustling nightlife of the center. It seems as if one had only dreamed it all. Suddenly, something rustles near the trench. 2 wires clink softly. In an instant, the dreams vanish. Every sense is heightened to pain. One climbs to the post, fires a signaling flare. Nothing moves. It was likely just a rabbit or a partridge. Often, you can hear the enemy working on their wire fence. Then you shoot rapidly in that direction. Not only is it ordered, but one also feels a certain satisfaction from it. Now they're over there under pressure. Maybe you even hit one. We too pull wire almost every night, and often have casualties. Then we curse these treacherous English pigs. Sometimes one hears a whistling, flapping sound after a dull blast. Attention, center. One rushes to the next mine entrance and holds their breath. The mines crack in a completely different way, much more thrilling than the grenades. They have something altogether tearing, sly, a touch of personal malice about them. They are treacherous creatures. The rifle grenades are not much better either. After scraping off the worst dirt from my boots with a splinter and resting on one leg of the primitive table, I lie down on the cot and pull my blanket over my head to snore for 4 hours, as the professional term goes. If it lights up at certain points in the enemy's rear area, all posts jump from their positions and disappear. They know from long experience exactly where the guns stand that are positioned on Section C. Finally, the glowing dial shows that 2 hours have passed. Now the relief is awakened, and they rush into the shelter. Perhaps the messengers brought letters, packages, or a newspaper. There's a very strange feeling when reading the news from home and their peaceful concerns while the shadows of the flickering candle dart across the low, rough framework. Outside, shells impact the deck in a monotonous repetition. A mouse scurries across face and hands without disturbing my solid sleep. I also have peace from the smaller creatures. I will be disturbed from sleep 2 more times to attend to my duties. Leaning against a shoulder wall, I stare with a sense of great disillusionment at the dead, barbed front line. These last 20 minutes seem to have no end. Finally, the clatter of cookware from the returning coffee seekers echoes through the trench. It's 7 o'clock. Watch duty is over. I go into the shelter and drink some coffee. During my last watch, a bright line behind us in the eastern sky signals the dawn. The outline of the trench becomes clearer. It appears as an inexorable wasteland in the gray pre-dawn light. A lark soars high. I find its chirping intrusive and bothersome. That revives me. I've lost my desire to lie down. At 9 o'clock I must also already divide and organize my group for work. We are true all-rounders, with the trench presenting its 1,000 demands to us daily. We dig deep trenches, build shelters and concrete blocks, prepare wire obstacles, create drainage systems, ramp, support, level, raise and slope, empty latrines, and more. At 1 o'clock, lunch is brought out from the kitchen, located in a basement, in large containers, former milk cans, and jam jars. After meals, some sleep or reading follows. Gradually, the 2 hours allocated for daily trench work approach. They pass significantly faster than those of the night. The familiar enemy position is observed through glass or a spotting scope, and one often gets shots off from the periscope rifle against head targets. But beware, the Englishman has sharp eyes and good glasses too. A post suddenly collapses, bloodied. Headshot. The comrades tear off the bandage packages from his coat and dress his wounds. It's no use anymore, Willem. Hey, he's still breathing. Then the medics arrive to carry him to the dressing station. The stretcher crashes hard against the angled shoulder shields. As soon as it's gone, everything returns to normal. Someone throws a few shovels of earth over the red pool, and everyone goes back to their tasks. One newcomer stands with a pale face against the sandbag wall, still trying to make sense of it all. This was so sudden, so horrifyingly surprising, an unspeakably brutal attack. It can't be possible, not real. Poor guy, even worse things are lurking for you in the background. Often it's quite nice too. With a certain schadenfreude, they watch the hits from their own artillery on the enemy trench. The young man was sitting. Good heavens, look at that spray. Poor Tommy. They love to shoot over grenade rifles and light mines, much to the dismay of anxious hearts. Come on. Stop the nonsense. We're getting enough mist already. The hour of afternoon coffee is sometimes downright cozy. Often, a cadet must accompany one of the company officers during this time. It all happens in a formal manner. May I be seated? Of course, sir. A nice trait of the Prussian officer is this correct demeanor in any situation. It also gives even the very young something solid and personal. Even 2 porcelain cups can be seen through the tablecloth sandbag fabric. Later, the boy sets a bottle and 2 glasses on the wobbly table. The conversation becomes more confidential. Interestingly enough, the dear next person always seems to provide a welcome topic for discussion here as well. Even a lush trench gossip has developed, which is eagerly nurtured during afternoon visits. Soon it's like a small garrison. Superior officers, comrades, and subordinates are subjected to thorough criticism. A new, intriguing rumor has quickly spread through the command posts of all 6 combat sectors from right to left wing. The observation officers who patrol the entire regiment's position with telescopes and sketch maps are not entirely innocent in this. Captain, may I excuse myself? Outside, the clay walls of the trenches gleam in the last rays of sunlight, while the trench already lies in deep shadow. Soon the first glowball rises, the night sentinels set off, and a new day for the machine-gun nest soldier has begun, from the daily positional warfare. Thus our days passed in strenuous balance, interrupted by the short rest period in duty. Yet even in position, there were some beautiful moments. Often I sat at the table of my small shelter, with a feeling of comfortable security, surrounded by raw, weapon-clad wooden walls that reminded me of the Wild West. Stove, filling the room with the scent of toasted bread slices. Which trench fighter doesn't know this mood? Outside, heavy, steady steps echoed as soldiers walked along the trench. Monotonous shouts rang out. The dull ear barely heard the never-ending gunfire, the brief impact of shells striking cover, or the flash of a signal shell fizzing beside the mouth of the light shaft. Then I took my notebook from my card pocket and wrote down the day's events in short words. So, over time, a meticulous chronicle of Section C emerged, this small crooked segment of the lengthy front where we were based. We were familiar with every overgrown trench and crumbling shelter. Around us, bodies of fallen comrades rested in piled clay walls. Every square foot of ground had witnessed a drama, and behind every shoulder wall, fate lurked, day and night, ready to randomly claim a victim. Yet, we all felt a strong sense of belonging to our section, deeply intertwined with it. We knew it, whether it appeared as a black band across the snow-covered landscape, when the floral wilderness around it filled the air with numbing scents at noon, or when the eerie pallor of the full moon enveloped its dark corners, where hissing rat packs carried out their mysterious activities. We sat happily on his clay benches during long summer evenings, as the mild air carried the sound of busy tapping and homely songs. We leaped over beams and shattered wire, when death with a steel club burst upon the trenches, and sluggish smoke burst upon the trenches, and sluggish smoke crept from torn clay walls. Often, the major tried to assign us to a quieter part of the regiment's position, but every time, the entire company requested like one man to stay in section. I am here, including a short excerpt from the notes that I wrote down during those nights. In Monchy, 7/10/1915. I stood at dawn next to my group's post on the firing step near our shelter, when a bullet tore the field cap off the man from front to back without injuring him. At the same time, 2 pioneers were wounded at the wire, one with a shrapnel through both legs and the other shot through his ear. In the morning, the left wing post received a bullet through both cheekbones. Blood gushed out in thick streams from the wound. To add to our misfortunes, Lieutenant Ewald arrived in our sector today to photograph Mine N, which is only 50 meters from the trench. As he turned around to descend back from his post, a shell shattered his rear head. He died instantly. Furthermore, a man received a light gunshot wound to his shoulder. October 19. The middle section was bombarded with 15-centimeter grenades. A man was thrown against a post of the trench covering by air pressure. He suffered severe internal injuries. Additionally, a splinter pierced his arm artery. In the morning fog, while repairing our wire in front of the right wing, we discovered a French body that must have been there for months. During the night, 2 of our men were wounded while pulling wire. October 30. In the night, due to heavy rainfall, all the shoulder defenses collapsed and merged with the rainwater to form a sticky mud that transformed the trench into a difficult-to-pass swamp. The only consolation was that the Englishman was also not in a better situation, as one could see water being eagerly scooped from his trenches. Since we were located slightly higher, we pumped down our excess to them. The falling trench walls exposed a series of bodies from the battles of the previous fall, 11/21. I led a sappers section from Fort Altenburg to Section C, among whom Landsturm Diener climbed up to a parapet of the trench wall to shovel earth over the cover. Almost as soon as he reached the top, a shell fired from the sapper position cut across his skull and threw him dead onto the bottom of the trench. He was married and father of 4 children. His comrades waited for a long time behind the loopholes to take revenge. They wept from anger. It's strange how little objectively they view the war. They seem to see the Englishman who fired the deadly shot as a personal enemy. I can understand it. 11/24. A man of the MGK was hit in our sector with a serious headshot. Another from our company had his cheek torn open an hour later by infantry fire. On 11/29, our battalion moved for 14 days to the small-town Q, later to gain bloody fame, to exercise and enjoy the blessings of the rear area. During our stay there, I learned of my promotion to lieutenant and was transferred to the 2nd Company, where I would spend many joyful and serious days. We were in Q, and often the local commander invited us and neighboring towns to heavy drinking sessions, giving us a glimpse into the near unrestrained power with which these village princes ruled their subjects and inhabitants. Our Rittmeister called himself King of Q, and appeared every evening, raising his right hand and loudly proclaiming "Long live the King," as he greeted those gathered around the table, where he reigned as a whimsical majesty a la Shakespeare until dawn, punishing any breach of etiquette or his extremely complicated comments with a round of beer. As new arrivals, naturally, we front men fared poorly. The next day we would often see him, usually slightly veiled, riding in his dog-cart through his lands to pay a visit to the neighboring kings after a hearty lunch, preparing himself for the evening's festivities. Once, he got into an argument with King Oy. He sent a mounted field gendarme to proclaim a feud. After several battles, during which even 2 divisions of horsemen threw clods of earth from small ditches, reinforced with wire, secluded spot. Doro. He had to buy himself free with a huge barrel of beer. Thus ended the predicament of the 2 mighty ones. The inhabitants were subject to strict discipline. Infractions and transgressions were punished by the local commander with severe monetary and freedom fines. Though I am an advocate for the logical implementation of the power thought, even then I found his excesses repugnant and embarrassing, such as the obligatory greeting of every inhabitant, including women, to the officers. Such orders are futile, demeaning, and harmful. This is how we conducted ourselves throughout the entire war, nimbly dealing with minor details, yet indecisive when it came to addressing severe internal damage. On December 11th, I moved under cover to the front line to report to Lieutenant Dr. Wetcha, the leader of the 2nd Company that also occupied Section C. As I was about to jump into the trench, I was startled by the transformation the position had undergone during our 14-day absence. It had collapsed into a massive depression filled with meter-high mud, where the troops led a sad, amphibious existence. With a sense of melancholy, as if already up to my hips in water, I thought about the round table of the King of Q. Poor front-line soldiers. Almost all shelters had collapsed, and the trenches were flooded. We had to work tirelessly for the following weeks just to gain some solid ground under our feet. For the time being, I shared a tunnel with Lieutenants Wetcha and Boje, where the roof, despite hanging a tarpaulin below, leaked like a bucket, and every half hour the boys had to carry buckets of water up from below. The next morning, completely soaked, as I left the tunnel, I couldn't believe my eyes. The terrain, previously marked by the solitude of death, had taken on the appearance of a fairground. Both trench crews had been driven into the mud, and already a lively exchange of spirits, cigarettes, uniform buttons, etc., had developed in front of the barbed wire. The crowd of khaki-clad figures pouring out of the previously so desolate English trenches was quite stunning. Suddenly, a shot rang out, sinking one of our men dead in the mud, after which both parties vanished into their trenches like molehills. I went to the part of our position facing the English sap, and called across that I wanted to speak to an officer. Some Englishmen did indeed retreat, and shortly afterward brought a young man who, as I could observe through my glass, distinguished himself from them by wearing a more dainty hat. We initially discussed in English, then more fluently in French, while people listened around us. I accused him of one of our men being killed by a treacherous shot, to which he replied that it was not his company, but the neighboring one who had done so. "There are pigs over there, too," he exclaimed as shots from our neighboring section hit near his head, and I prepared to take full cover immediately. We still exchanged a lot, in a way that almost expressed sporting respect, and at the end we would have liked to exchange a gift as a keepsake. It has always been my ideal in war to consider the enemy only as such in combat, eliminating all feelings of hatred, and to assess him as a man according to his courage. I have met many similar natures among English officers on this point. To restore clear relationships, we solemnly declared war within 3 minutes after breaking off negotiations, and after a good evening from him and au revoir. From me, despite my men's regrets, I fired a shot at his shield, to which an immediate response came from across, almost knocking the rifle out of my hand. For the first time I was able to survey the forward trench before the sapper, as one was not even allowed to show the rim of their hat at this dangerous spot. In doing so, I noticed that a French skeleton lay just in front of our wire, with its white bones glowing through blue uniform pieces. Shortly after this conversation, our artillery fired several shots towards the enemy position. Before our eyes, 4 stretchers were carried across the open field without a shot being fired from our side. On the English hat shields, we realized that our regiment was facing the Hindustan Leicestershire. The weather grew gloomier around Christmas. We had to set up pumps in the trench to control the water somewhat. We spent Christmas Eve in position. People sang Christmas carols while standing in the mud, but they were drowned out by the English's machine guns. On Christmas Day, we lost a man from the 3rd train due to crossfire to the head. Shortly afterwards, the English tried to initiate a friendly approach by placing a Christmas tree on their breastwork, but it was knocked down by our furious men with several shots, prompting them to respond with rifle grenades. So our Christmas celebration was rather unpleasant. On December 28th, I was the commander of Feste Altenburg. That day, one of my best men had an arm torn off by grenade fragments. Another was severely wounded in the thigh by one of the many stray bullets that buzzed around our earthwork, lying in a depression. Also, my loyal August Kettler fell on his way to Monchy, where he was supposed to fetch my meal, as the first of my many lads, victim to a shrapnel shot that left him with a punctured trachea, lying motionless on the ground. January was also a month of exhausting work. Each group initially removed mud near their shelter, using shovels, buckets, and pumps. Then, after securing solid ground, attempted to contact neighboring groups. In the Adenfer forest, where our artillery was positioned, logging teams were busy detaching branches from young trees and splitting them into long logs. The trench walls were sloped and completely covered with this material. Numerous water holes, drainage shafts, and drains were also constructed, allowing us to gradually improve living conditions. On January 28, 1916, a man from my platoon was hit in the body by a fragment of a shell that shattered his shield. On January 30th, another man received a bullet wound to his thigh. When we were relieved on February 1st, a fierce fire raged along the approach paths. A shrapnel shell passed directly in front of my former cleaner from the 6th. The company of young fusiliers did not explode but caught fire, so it had to be carried away with severe burns. During these days, a sergeant from the 6th Company, whom I knew well and whose brother had fallen just a few days earlier, was fatally wounded by a grenade mine he had found. He had removed the fuse and, noticing that the powder burned smoothly, inserted a glowing cigarette into the opening. Of course, the mine exploded and inflicted over 50 wounds on him. In this and similar ways, we suffered losses at every moment due to carelessness resulting from constant handling of explosives. An uncomfortable neighbor in this regard was Lieutenant Pook, who lived in a solitary bunker in the tangled network of trenches behind the left wing. He had dragged there several huge unexploded grenades and was busy removing and examining the fuses. I always drew a large circle around this eerie dwelling whenever my path took me near it. On the night of February 3rd, after a grueling period of positions, we returned to Duchy. The next morning, I was just sitting in my mood for a well-deserved rest day in my quarter at Emich Square, enjoying a cup of coffee, when suddenly a monstrous grenade, signaling the beginning of a severe bombardment, exploded right outside my door, shattering the windows and sending glass into the room. In 3 sentences, I was down in the basement, which the other residents had also quickly reached, forming a pitiful group. Since the basement was built half above ground and only separated from the garden by a thin wall, everything crammed together in a short, narrow tunnel. Between the squeezed bodies, my sheepdog, with the animal's instinct, wriggled into the darkest corner. Far away, one could hear at regular intervals a series of dull explosions, followed after a few seconds by the whistling approach of heavy iron blocks, which ended in crashing explosions all around our little cottage. Each time an uncomfortable air pressure hit through the cellar windows, earth chunks and shards rained down on the tiled roof as the excited horses snorted and bucked in their stalls. The dog whimpered, and a fat musician screamed loudly at each approaching whistle, as if a tooth were being pulled out. Finally, the storm passed, and we could again breathe the fresh air. The devastated village street was bustling like a disturbed ant-hill. My quarters looked dreadful. Next to the cellar wall, the earth was torn in several places. Fruit trees had been knocked down, and in the middle of the driveway lay a long dud bomb mockingly. The roof was badly punctured. A large splinter had taken out half the chimney. In the adjacent company writing room, some handy splinters had penetrated the walls and the large wardrobe, tearing up almost all the officers' uniforms stored there, to the great annoyance of the affected parties, among whom I, incidentally, did not number myself. On February 8th, Section C was hit by heavy fire. Early in the morning, our own artillery fired a dud into the shelter of my right-wing group, which, to the unpleasantly surprising occupants, pushed in the door and toppled the... A joker later drew a cartoon showing 8 men simultaneously pressing themselves over the smoking stove through the shattered door, while the dud wickedly blinked from a corner. Furthermore, we had 3 shelters blown up in the afternoon, but fortunately only lightly wounded a man on his knee, as everyone except the posts had retreated into the trenches. On the following day, a man from my train was fatally struck on the side by the flanker battery. On February 25th, we were deeply affected by the loss of a distinguished person and beloved comrade. Just before relief, I received news in my shelter that the war volunteer K had fallen in the tunnel next to us. I went there and, as so often before, found a solemn group standing around the motionless figure lying on blood-stained snow, with glassy eyes staring up at the... K had been in the trench during the initial shots and immediately jumped into the tunnel. A large splinter from a grenade that hit the wall opposite the entrance flew down the tunnel shaft and struck him in the back of the head as he thought he was safe. He died a quick, unexpected death. The flanking battery was very active indeed during these days. About hourly, it fired a single surprising salvo, whose shells swept across the trench. In the 6 days from February 3rd to 8th, it cost us 3 dead, 3 seriously wounded, and 4 lightly wounded. Despite being located at most 1,500 meters away down a hillside on our left flank, our artillery was unable to silence it. Our only means to reduce its effectiveness was to increase and strengthen our shoulder defenses in order to limit its range to small sections of the trench. By early March, we had left behind the worst of it. The weather became dry, and the trench was clean and compacted, allowing us to have more comfortable breaks. Every evening, I would sit in my shelter before my little desk and read or chat if I had visitors. We were with the company commander, 4 officers, and we had a very camaraderie togetherness. Every day we drank coffee or had dinner in someone's bunker, often accompanied by 1 or more bottles of wine, smoked, played cards, and engaged in Landsknecht-like conversations. These cozy bunker hours weigh heavily on the memory, balancing out many days filled with blood, dirt, and hard work. They were only possible during this long and relatively quiet period of our position, where we had settled into each other and almost adopted peaceful habits. Our greatest pride was our construction activity, which received very little interference from behind. In relentless labor, we drove one 30-meter tunnel after another into the loamy limestone ground, connecting them with cross galleries, so that we could comfortably move between the right and left wings of our trains 6 meters underground. My favorite work was a 60-meter-long tunnel I dug from my position to the company commander's shelter, equipped with ammunition chambers and living quarters on both sides. This installation proved highly valuable during later battles. After breakfast, we even received newspapers occasionally. Fresh from our morning wash, we would meet in the trench, each holding a tape measure, comparing the progress of our sections while discussing tunnel frames, patterns of shelters, workings of shelters, hours, and similar matters. In the evenings, as I lay down on my cot, I always felt a sense of satisfaction knowing that I had fulfilled the expectations of home by taking care of my 200-meter machine gun trench and the welfare of my 60 men with all my energy. On March 14th, a direct hit from a 15-centimeter shell into our right neighboring section killed 3 men and severely wounded 3 others. On April 18th, a grenade fragment tore into the face of a post at my command post, tearing his cheek and cutting off part of his ear. On April 19th, a man on the left wing was seriously wounded in the head by a gunshot. On April 23rd, a soldier named L, stationed to the right of my command post, fell from a gunshot wound to the head. That same evening, a patrol reported that an enemy patrol was stuck in the barbed wire. I left with some men to investigate, but found nothing. On April 7th, a man on the right wing was wounded in the head by fragments from a rifle shot. This type of injury was common among us due to the English ammunition, which shattered upon the slightest impact. In the afternoon, my command post was bombarded for hours with heavy grenades. My light shaft window was shattered yet again, and with each explosion, a hail of hard clay flew through the opening, but we were not disturbed from our tea. Later, we had a formal duel with a daring Englishman, who peered over the edge of a ditch at least 100 meters away and fired a series of precisely aimed shots at our firing positions. I returned fire with some men, but immediately a famously accurate bullet hit the edge of our position, spraying us with sand and slightly wounding me with a splinter to the neck. However, we did not relent, rising, quickly targeting, and then disappearing again. Shortly after, a shell exploded on the rifle of Fusilier Storch, his face cut by at least 10 splinters and bleeding from multiple wounds. The next shot ripped a piece out of the edge of our firing position. Another shattered the mirror we used for observation. But we took satisfaction in watching our opponent vanish, without a trace after several shots landed precisely on the clay bank before his face. Immediately after, I fired 3 shots of K-ammo at the shield, behind which that aggressive lad had repeatedly appeared, destroying it. On April 9th, 2 English planes flew over our position repeatedly. The entire trench crew emerged from their cover and opened fire, just as I was telling Lieutenant Sievers next to me, if only the flanking battery isn't alert. Iron fragments flew around our ears, and we jumped into the nearest bunker. Sievers stood at the entrance, and I advised him to go further in, and suddenly, a hand-wide, still-steaming splinter was at his feet. Shortly after, we received several shrapnel shells that whistled over our heads. A man was hit by a splinter the size of a needle on his axilla, which, despite its small size, was quite painful. I responded with a few hand grenades, as it was the implicit agreement of the infantry to stick to their rifles. The use of explosives was met with a 2-1 retaliation under all circumstances. Unfortunately, our opponents usually had such ample ammunition that we ran out of breath first. One of our patrol walkers was shot by his own side because he stuttered and couldn't utter the password quickly enough. At another time, someone who had celebrated midnight in Monchi near the kitchen climbed over the obstacle and opened independent fire on their own trench. After exhausting his ammunition, he was drawn in and severely beaten. After causing quite a disturbance with 2 hand grenades, I quickly retreated to our trench, stumbling onto a foot trap consisting of 4 sharp iron spikes that one of our beautiful devices had set up. There was intense activity along the wire during these days, sometimes lacking a certain bloody humor. Following this scare, we drank some bottles of red wine in Sievers' shelter, which suddenly put me in such a mood that I walked back to my abode over the open deck, despite the bright moonlight. Soon, I lost my bearings, falling into a massive mine shaft, and hearing the English working in the nearby enemy trench. The prelude to the Somme offensive. In mid-April 1916, I was dispatched to Croissy, a small town behind the division front, for an officer training course led personally by Major General Sontag, the division commander. Theoretical and practical instruction was provided across a range of military subjects. Especially engaging were the tactical excursions under Major von Jarotsky. Frequent outings and visits to the usually makeshift facilities in the rear areas gave us, who were accustomed to looking everything over from above, some notion of the immense work being done behind the fighting line. Thus we visited the butcheries, the supply depot, and the gun repair place at Boyelles, the sawmill and the engineer park in the Bourlon Wood, the dairy, the pig farm, and the carcass disposal point at Inchy, the aircraft park and the bakery at Quéant. On Sundays, we would travel to the nearby towns of Cambrai, Douai, and Valenciennes to see women with hats again. On June 16th, we were released back to the troops by the general, with a brief speech from which we gathered that a major enemy offensive on the Western Front was being prepared, whose left wing would be roughly opposite our position. It became clear to us upon returning to the regiment that something had to be in the air, as the comrades reported on the growing restlessness of the enemy. The English had attempted 2 patrols of force against Section C without success. We avenged ourselves through a poorly prepared attack by 3 officer patrols on the so-called Grave Triangle, making a whole number of prisoners. During my absence, Lieutenant Wecho was wounded in the arm by a shrapnel ball, but soon took over leadership of the company again upon my return. My headquarters had also changed. It was reduced to half its size by a hit. On June 20th, I was ordered to listen for any signs that the enemy was engaged in mining operations, and with Cadet Wohlgemuth, Private Schmidt, and Fusilier Parthenfelder, we climbed over our own, fairly high wire fence at approximately 11:30. We bent forward on the first stretch, and then crawled alongside each other across the densely overgrown field. Memories of tertianers from Karl may filled my mind as I glided on my stomach through the grass and thistle, anxiously trying to avoid any rustling, as a trench 50 meters ahead of us emerged from the half-darkness as a black line. The burst of a distant machine gun almost hit us directly. Occasionally, a flare shot up and cast its cold light onto the inhospitable patch of earth. Once, as we prepared to charge at them, they had disappeared without a trace. Shortly after, the thunder of 2 hand grenades exploding in the English trench revealed that our own men had crossed our path. We continued to crawl forward slowly. Suddenly, the cadet's hand clamped down on my arm. "Attention, right, very close, quietly." Right after that, I heard a commotion in the grass 10 meters to our right. With the heightened, logical clarity one develops in such situations, I overlooked the situation. We had been crawling along the English wire the whole time, and the enemy had heard us, and was now emerging from his trench to investigate the front line. Such moments of night stalking are unforgettable. The eyes and ears are strained to their limits, and the rumble of foreign feet in the tall grass takes on a bizarre, ominous strength, filling one almost completely. Breathing comes in gasps. One must force themselves to dampen their wheezing. With a small metallic click, the pistol safety snaps back. A sound that feels like a knife through the nerves. The teeth chatter on the fuse of the hand grenade. The collision must be short and deadly. One shudders under 2 powerful sensations: the heightened excitement of the hunter and the fear of the wild. One is a world unto themselves, saturated by the dark, terrible mood that hangs over the desolate terrain. A series of blurred figures emerged right beside us. Whispers carried on the wind. We turned our heads away. I heard the Bavarian bite into the blade of his dagger. They came a few more steps towards us, but then started working on the wire without having noticed us. We crawled back slowly, keeping an eye on them, and the death that had already been standing between the parties in menacing anticipation slipped away dismally. After some time, we stood up and continued our journey upright until we safely reached our section. The successful outcome of this excursion inspired us to capture a prisoner, and we decided to go out again the next night. In the afternoon, I had just rested when a thunderous noise near my shelter startled me awake. The English sent over shell fragments that, despite their quiet explosion, were so heavy that they easily sheared through the thick tree trunks used for the shield. Cursing, I climbed from my sleeping bag and went to the trench, ready to sprint to the nearest shelter if I saw one of the black stickballs begin its curved trajectory across no man's land. Over the next few weeks, we were supplied with mines of all sizes and types in such abundance that it became a habit for us to keep a watchful eye on the sky while walking through the trench, always keeping one eye out for the next shelter entrance. At night, I crept again with 3 companions between the trenches. We moved on our toes and elbows right up to the English obstacle and hid behind single tufts of grass. After a while, several Englishmen appeared, dragging a reel of wire. They stood right in front of us, set down the reel, trimmed it with wire cutters, and whispered among themselves. We squeezed together and had a hushed conversation. Now throw a hand grenade between them and then attack. For heaven's sake, there are 4 of them. Hey, I've already coated the box fully. Nonsense. Be quiet. My warning came too late. As I looked up, the Englishmen crawled like lizards under their wire and disappeared into the trench. The mood now became somewhat heavy. The thought, they're going to position a machine gun right away, filled me with a sour taste in my mouth. Even the others harbored similar fears. The English trench became lively. Footsteps, whispers, people running back and forth. A flashball. It grew light all around us as we tried to hide our heads in grass tufts. Another flashball. Embarrassing moments. The unmistakable, sharp, numbing crack of shots fired from nearby. Oh no, we've been spotted. Without further consideration, we shouted our intention to run away, sprang up, and dashed toward the now pouring fire on our position. After a few sentences, I stumbled and fell into a small, very flat grenade crater, while the other 3, thinking me finished, rushed past me. I pressed myself firmly to the ground, pulled my head and legs in, and let the shells sweep over me through the tall grass. Just as unpleasant were the glowing magnesium clumps of the falling luminous balls, some of which burned right next to me. The shooting gradually weakened, and after another quarter hour, I left my shelter slowly at first, then as fast as my feet and hands would carry me. Since the moon had already set, I soon lost all sense of direction, and didn't know where the English or German side was located. Even the distinctive ruin of Monchy Mill no longer stood out on the horizon. Occasionally, a shell flew through the area with almost terrifying speed from one side or the other. I lay resigned in the grass and decided to wait for dawn. Suddenly, whispering sounded right next to me. I took up combat readiness, and as a cautious man, I first let out a series of natural sounds, after which I could have been an Englishman or a German. I decided to respond to the first English call with a hand grenade. To my delight, it turned out that I had my men in front of me, who were just unhooking the traces to carry away my body. We sat together in the funnel for a while, and rejoiced over our happy reunion. Then we returned to our trench, which we reached after 3 hours' absence. In the morning, I was on grave duty again at 5 o'clock. In the section of the first train, I found Sergeant H. before his shelter. To my surprise, he told me that he had been disturbed at such an early hour by a large rat that robbed him of his night's sleep. While he was there, he casually looked at his ridiculously small shelter, which he had named Villa Lebrecht München. As we stood side by side, we heard a dull explosion, but it didn't mean anything significant. H., who had almost been crushed by a large mine the day before, and was therefore very nervous, rushed towards the next cave entrance like lightning, slid down the first 15 steps sitting down in his haste, and used the last 15 to flip himself over 3 times. I stood at the entrance and forgot all about the mine and the cave as I listened to the poor victim's painful struggles during a rat hunt, with various body parts rubbing against each other. The unfortunate man also confessed to me that he had just sat down for dinner when the mine arrived. First, his entire meal was destroyed, and moreover, he had already fallen down the stairs quite painfully the day before. After this exhilarating episode, I retired to my bunker, but even today I was not able to enjoy a restful sleep. From early morning, our trench was bombarded at shorter and shorter intervals with mines. By noon, the situation became too much for me. With some people, I prepared our lance mine thrower and fired on the enemy's trenches, though their response was rather weak as we had been hit by heavy shells. We sat sweating in the small trench pit, baked by the June sun, sending one mine after another across to them. Since the English were unperturbed, I went with Lieutenant Wetche to the telephone, where we thoughtfully sent out the following distress call. Helen is spitting into our trench, big and little chunks. We need potatoes. This gibberish was employed to prevent any revealing information from reaching the opposing listeners, and soon enough Lieutenant Deichmann kindly informed us that the stout sergeant with the bushy mustache, along with some young boys, would be coming forward shortly, and right after that, our first 200-pound mine blasted into the enemy's trench with an unprecedented crash, followed by several groups of field artillery, granting us a peaceful rest for the remainder of the day. However, the next morning, the dance intensified significantly. Upon the first shot, I retreated through my underground passage to the second trench, and then to the forward trench where we had set up our mine launcher. We opened fire by launching a lance mine with each incoming shell mine. After exchanging approximately 40 mines, it seemed the enemy's gunner was directly targeting us personally. Suddenly, several bullets whizzed past, some to the right, others to the left beside us, without stopping our work until one came straight at us. Just as I reached a muddy barbed wire trench, the unexploded bomb exploded behind me, propelling me over a wire barrier into a grenade pit filled with green slime, while a shower of hard clay chunks rained down on me. Half stunned and badly bruised, I stood up. My pants and boots were torn by the barbed wire, my face, hands, and uniform caked with tenacious mud, and my knee was bleeding from a deep gash. Pretty battered, I slithered through the trench to my shelter for some rest. Otherwise, the enemy's mines had not caused much damage. The trench was destroyed in several places. A priest's mortar was crushed, and Villa Leberek chicken had been hit by a direct hit. The unfortunate owner had already sat down in the shaft. Otherwise, he would have probably performed his third stair fall on this occasion. Shooting continued uninterrupted throughout the afternoon and escalated into a drum fire in the evening hours, with an endless number of cylindrical mines. Our men called these barrel-shaped projectiles laundry basket mines, As it sometimes seemed, they were raining down from the sky in baskets. We sat with bated breath at the entrances to the tunnels, ready to greet every incoming enemy with rifles and hand grenades, but after half an hour the firing died down again. During the night we had to withstand 2 more fire attacks, while our posts stood firm on their positions. As the fire abated, numerous rising luminous balls illuminated the defenders emerging from the mines, and a raging fire convinced the enemy of the unwavering determination of Hanoverian riflemen. Despite the insane fire, we lost only 1 man, whose skull was crushed by a mine exploding against a shield. Another was wounded in the back. Even on the day that replaced this restless night, numerous fire whirlwinds signaled an impending attack. Our trench was shot to pieces during this time, and the shattered wooden planks of the protection wall made it nearly impassable. Several shelters were also crushed. We decided to stay awake throughout the coming night and agreed that anyone who did not call out their name in response to hello should be immediately shot. Every officer had his flashlight loaded with a red bullet to enable immediate communication with the artillery. The night was even more exhilarating than the previous one, especially as shelling around 2:15 p.m. exceeded everything that came before. Shells rained down all around my shelter. We stood on the steep staircase fully armed. The light of the tiny candle stubs glimmered in multiple reflections on the damp, moldy walls. Blue smoke streamed through the entrances, and earth crumbled from the ceiling. By Jove! Match, get ready. The heart pounded in the throat. Flying hands triggered the capsules of the hand grenades. That was the last one. Out! As we rushed towards the exit, another mine with a delayed fuse went off, throwing us back due to its air pressure. Nevertheless, while the last iron birds were still plummeting, all posts had already been taken by the brave team. A roaring wildfire erupted, and glowballs radiated midday brilliance onto the smoke-shrouded grounds. Even as the fire silenced, we suffered another loss. Fusilier N. suddenly fell from his post, tumbling down the gravel path right into the circle of his comrades below. Upon examining the eerie newcomer, we found a small wound on his forehead and a gaping opening above his right nipple. It remained unclear whether the injury or the sudden fall caused his demise. At the end of this terrifying night, we were relieved by the 6th Company. With that peculiar restlessness that a landscape bathed in morning sun exerts on tired, sleepless nerves, we marched through the trenches to Monchy and then to the 2nd position, stretching out before the forest edge at Adenfer, from where we had a grand view of the opening moves of the Somme battle. The front sections to our left were shrouded in white and black smoke clouds as heavy explosions shot up one after another. Overhead, hundreds of short flashes marked the impact of exploding shrapnel. As we finally sought some rest that evening, we received orders to load heavy mines in Monchy and waited all night in vain for any stuck vehicles, while the English conducted various, thankfully unsuccessful, assaults on our lives with machine gun fire and shell fire that swept down the road. In this night, the enemy gave me an example of his most careful observation. In the 2nd position, about 2,000 meters from the enemy, a pile of chalk was heaped in front of a trench being constructed for ammunition. The Englishmen unfortunately drew the conclusion that this hill would move during the night, and fired a burst of shrapnel at it, seriously wounding 3 men. In the morning I was already awakened by the order to lead my troops to the trenches in Section C. My groups were distributed within the 6th Company. I went back to the Adenfer forest with some men to get them ready for felling trees. On my way back to the position, I entered my bunker to rest for half an hour. But in vain, I was not to find undisturbed rest in these days. As soon as I had taken off my boots, I heard our artillery firing strangely actively from the edge of the forest. At the same time, my companion Polika appeared at the wellhead and shouted down, "Gas attack!" I pulled out my gas mask, put on my boots, buckled up, ran outside, and saw a huge cloud of gas hanging over Monchy in dense white fog, rolling towards point 124 below. Since my train was mostly forward deployed, and an attack seemed very probable, there was no time for lengthy consideration. I leapt over the obstacle of the 2nd position, ran ahead, and soon found myself right in the midst of the gas cloud. I put on the mask but quickly took it off again, as I had run so hard that I couldn't get enough air with the mask on. Also, the goggles fogged up immediately and became completely opaque. Feeling stabs of pain in my chest, I tried to hurry through the cloud as fast as possible. Before the village entrance, I had to pass through a barbed wire fence, whose posts, interrupted by numerous shrapnel clouds, formed a long, regular chain across the desolate, never-before-trodden fields. Artillery fire in such open terrain, where one can move freely, has neither the same actual nor moral effect as in towns or positions. Thus, in no time, I had left the firing line behind and found myself in Monchy, which was under a fierce shower of shrapnel. A deluge of bullets, shells, and fuses swept through the branches of the fruit trees in the overgrown gardens and clattered against the remains of the destroyed walls. In a garden shelter, I saw my company comrades Sievers and Vogel sitting. They had lit a roaring fire and were bent over it to avoid the effects of the chlorine. I accompanied them in this occupation until the fire subsided, and then I moved forward through Trench 6. As I slowly sauntered down the trench due to my unyielding phlegm, I found myself caught in another barrage of intense fire just 50 meters from the company commander's shelter. Pressed into a small niche, I had to endure the storm. Everyone up front was busy greasing their rifles, which were completely blackened by the gas. A cadet sadly showed me his new epaulet, which had lost its brilliant glow and taken on a greenish-black appearance. In Monchy, we saw a crowd of gas victims sitting in front of the compound, pressing their hands to their sides, stooping, coughing, and streaming tears from their eyes. The matter was by no means harmless, for some of them died several days later after suffering terrible pain. We had to endure a blast of pure chlorine, a combat gas that acts by corroding and burning the lungs. On my way back to buy something, I went into the canteen of the 2nd Battalion and found a disheartened young cook in the midst of a pile of smashed goods. A grenade had gone through the ceiling, exploded in the shop, and turned his treasures into a strange mixture of jam, spilled cans, and he was just drafting an expense report with true Prussian accuracy, amounting to 82 marks and 58 pfennig. That evening, our train, which had been detached in the 2nd position, was pulled forward into the village due to the uncertain combat situation, and we were assigned the mine as a place of residence. We designated numerous niches as storage spaces and lit a massive fire whose smoke we drew through the well shaft, much to the chagrin of several company cooks who nearly choked while fetching water. Having received a strong grog, we sat around the fire on chalk blocks, sang, drank, and smoked. At midnight, a hellish spectacle erupted along Monchy's battlefront. Dozens of alarm bells rang, hundreds of rifles fired, and unceasingly, green and white luminous balls soared into the... Shortly after, our counterfire began. Heavy mines exploded, trailing fiery sparks behind them. Everywhere amidst the rubble, where a human soul dwelled, the drawn-out cry rang out, "Gas attack! Gas attack!" Under the glow of the luminous balls, a white gas wall swept through the village. Due to the strong chlorine odor also noticeable in the mines, we lit large straw fires in front of the entrances, whose smoke almost drove us out of our refuge and forced us to clear the air by waving coats and tent cloth. The next morning, we could admire in the village the traces left by the gas attack. A large part of all plants had wilted, snails and moles lay dead around, and the horses housed in Monchy for the messengers lost water from their mouths and eyes. The bullets and grenade fragments scattered everywhere were covered with a beautiful green patina. Even in far-off Douchy, the gas cloud was still noticeable. Civilians, who became uneasy about the situation, gathered in front of the quarter of Lieutenant Colonel von Oppen and demanded gas masks. They were placed on cargo trucks and transported to villages further away. The next night we spent again in the mine. In the evening I received news that coffee would be served at 4:15 a.m., as a British deserter had testified that an attack would take place at 5 a.m. Indeed, just as I was disturbed from sleep by the returning coffee bearers in the morning, the familiar cry of gas attack resounded. Outside, a sweet phosphorus odor filled the air, and heavy machine gun fire raged in the Monchy trench, which soon subsided. A refreshing morning followed this restless hour. Lieutenant Brecht emerged from the gallery, wrapping a bloody bandage around his hand, accompanied by a man with a bayonet fixed to his side and a captured Englishman. He was welcomed triumphantly in Headquarters West, and recounted the following. The English released clouds of gas and smoke at 5 a.m., and then heavily mined the trench. Our people were still emerging from cover, as usual, and had suffered over 30 losses in the fire. Then, hidden by smoke clouds, 2 strong English patrols appeared, one of which had penetrated into the trench and taken a wounded junior officer. The other had already collided before the wire fence. A single one who had already overcome the obstacle was grabbed by Lieutenant Brecht, who had led a farmer's life in America before the war, by the throat and greeted with, "Come here, you son of a bitch!" This lone individual was now served a glass of wine, and looked with half-terrified, half-astonished eyes at the village street, which was once empty but now teeming with food carriers, stretcher-bearers, messengers, and curious onlookers. Soon, a long procession of stretchers arrived at the field hospital. Even from the south section, many wounded arrived, as a strong patrol had also charged into the trench in Section E. Approximately 50 stretchers, on which moaning people lay with white, blood-soaked bandages, were set up before some corrugated iron arches, under which the doctor was attending to his duties. A young boy, whose blue lips glowed as a bad omen from a snow-white face, stammered, "I'm too heavy. I won't. I have to die." A stout medical sergeant looked at him with pity and muttered comforting words several times. Now, comrade!" Despite the English preparing this small attack, which was meant to bind our forces in favor of the Somme offensive, with numerous mine attacks and gas clouds, they only managed to capture a few wounded prisoners while leaving many dead bodies lying before our barbed wire. Our losses were also considerable. That morning, the regiment lost over 40 dead, including 3 officers. The next afternoon, we finally withdrew for a few days to our beloved duchy. That same evening, we celebrated the successful outcome of this small action with some well-deserved bottles. On July 1st, we were given the sad task of burying part of our dead on our cemetery. 39 rough wooden coffins were lowered into the grave after a moving speech by Pastor Philippi, during which people wept like children. The pastor spoke about the text. "You have fought a good fight," and began with the words, "Gibraltar, that is your sign, and indeed, you stood firm like a rock in the burning sea." Too, in this moving hour, I became aware of the high ethical value of the high ethical value of the high. Our solemn actions. We often had to leave behind 10 times as many comrades on various battlefields, and yet we were not so deeply affected by these losses as we are here before these open graves. During those days, I came to truly appreciate the people with whom I would spend another 3 years of combat. Throughout the entire army, you will not find a man who performs his duty with such reliability, simplicity, and without clichés like the Lower Saxon. When it came to showing that a man stood firm, and if necessary, fell here, everyone was present until the last one. On the evening of July 3rd, we moved forward again. It was relatively quiet, but small signs indicated that something was still in the air. At the mill, soft tapping and hammering continued incessantly. Often, we intercepted suspicious conversations about gas bottles and explosions, directed at an English engineering officer at the front line. From dawn to the last rays of daylight, enemy planes flew a dense air barrier. The average daily shelling of the trenches was significantly stronger than usual. Nevertheless, on July 12th, we were relieved without any unpleasant experiences, and remained as reserve in Monchy. On the evening of July 13th, our shelters in the gardens were shelled by a 24-centimeter naval gun, whose massive shells came hurtling down at a steep angle, and exploded with truly terrifying force. During the night, we were awakened by intense firing and a gas attack. We sat in the shelter around the stove with our gas masks on, except for a bird that could not find its mask, and ran back and forth wailing, while some mischievous companions pretended to smell an increasingly stronger gas odor. Finally, I gave him my second breathing apparatus, and he sat for an hour like a bundle of misery behind the mighty smoking oven, pinching his nose with a woe-stricken expression and inhaling from his mask. No attack occurred that night. Nevertheless, the foolish incident cost the regiment 25 dead and many wounded. On the 15th and 17th, we had to endure 2 more gas attacks. On the 17th, we were relieved and faced 2 severe bombardments in Duchy. Despite the danger, it was a sight of overwhelming comedy to see the officers fritzing, falling on their noses, wriggling through the hedges at incredible speed, and disappearing into all sorts of cover in a flash. A grenade killed an 8-year-old girl in the garden of my quarters while she was searching for scraps in a ditch on the 20th. In July, we took our positions. On the 28th, I met with Ensign Wohlgemuth, Private Bartels, and Bertner for a patrol. We had no other objective in mind than to wander through the wire and see what the no-man's land had in store for us. In the afternoon, the relieving officer of the 6th Company, Lieutenant Brown, visited my bunker and brought several good bottles with him. At 12:30, we ended our meeting. I went down into the trench where my 3 companions were already standing in the dark corner of a shoulder wall. After selecting some dry hand grenades, I climbed over the wire in the most cheerful mood while Braun shouted after me, "Head and stomach shot!" We had quickly approached the enemy obstacle. Just in front of it, we discovered a fairly strong, well-insulated wire hidden in high grass. I considered the observation significant and instructed Wohlgemuth to cut off a piece and take it with him. While he struggled with his cigar cutter in the absence of another tool, it clattered directly before us in the wire. Some Englishmen appeared and began working, without noticing our figures lying in the grass. Recalling the bad experiences of the previous patrol, I almost inaudibly whispered, "Wohlgemuth, throw a grenade in between." "Captain, I believe we let them work for a bit longer." "Direct order, Ensign?" The spirit of the Prussian barracks court did not fail to have its powerful effect even in this desolate place. A few moments of intense tension passed. Krach! A flash illuminated reeling figures, with the battle cry, "You are prisoners!" We stormed like tigers into the white cloud. A desolate scene unfolded in a fraction of seconds. I held my pistol at the center of a face that lit up towards me like a pale mask from the darkness. With the fatal feeling of a man who has embarked on a very uncertain adventure, I heard the dry crackling of the torn fuse next to me and saw Wohlgemuth, trying to show as little as possible, rolling the hand grenade flat across the ground. She lay among the undergrowth, almost between the Englishmen, who seemed to have noticed nothing. A shadow lunged backward into the wire fence with a screaming cry. To my left, Wohlgemuth fired his pistol, while Corporal Bartels, in his excitement, blindly threw a hand grenade between us. I stood screaming before an Englishman who pressed himself back against the barbed wire in horror, repeatedly pulling the trigger, but no shot was heard. It was like a weight pressing down on me. In the trench before us, it became loud. Calls echoed, rattling, a machine gun fired. We jumped back. Once again I stood still in a funnel and aimed my pistol at a shadow following me. This time, the failure proved to be lucky, for it was Bertner, whom I thought had gone back long ago. Now we ran towards our own trench at top speed. Before our wire, the bullets whistled so that I had to jump into a water-filled, wire-spun mine crater. Swinging on barbed wire above the water level, I heard with mixed feelings as the bullets roared overhead like a vast swarm of humans, while fragments of wire and bullet casings flew into the slope of the crater. After half an hour, when the firing had calmed down, I made my way over our obstacle and jumped into the trench, greeted happily by the others. Wohlgemuth and Bartels had already arrived. After another half hour, Bertner also showed up. Everyone was delighted with the successful outcome, and only regretted that the long-sought-after prisoner had escaped once again. It wasn't until I was lying on a cot in the bunker, chattering my teeth, and despite exhaustion couldn't fall asleep, that I realized how much this experience had affected me. The next morning I could barely walk as a long scratch ran across my knee, and a splinter from Bartel's thrown hand grenade was lodged in the other. These brief athletic sensations, however, were an excellent way to build courage and break up the monotony of trench life. On August 11th, a black riding horse wandered through the English rear area before WWI, which was brought down by 3 shots from a lancer. The English officer who had escaped would have likely made no very pleasant face at this sight. In the night, Private S. of the Fusiliers had a rifle bullet's coat fly into his eye. Even in the village, losses became more frequent as the walls, shaved by artillery fire, offered less and less protection from the blind-sent streams of machine guns. We began to cut the village with trenches and build new walls at the most dangerous spots. August 12th was the long-awaited day when I could take my second leave during the war. However, barely had I warmed up again at home, a telegram flew after me, "Return immediately," inquire further at Cambrai Local Command. 3 hours later, I was on the train. On my way to the station, 3 girls passed in front of me in bright clothes, laughing, with tennis rackets under their arms. A radiant farewell to life, which I had to ponder for a long time outside. On the 21st, I was back in the familiar area, whose streets were teeming with troops due to the march of the 111th and the arrival of a new division. The I Battalion was stationed in the village of Ecust-Saint-Mont, which we would storm again 2 years later, where I spent the night with 8 other officers on the attic of an empty house. In the evening, we sat up for a long time, drinking coffee, brewed by 2 French women in a neighboring house, as we had nothing stronger. We knew this time it was going to be a battle like no other in world history. Soon, the excited conversation swelled into a din that would have pleased old Landsknechts or Frederikian grenadiers. After a few days, only a handful of participants from this joyful round table were still alive. Footnote 2. See note on page 20, Guillemot. On the 23rd. In August 1916, we were loaded into a last automobile and drove to Le Mesnil. Although we had already heard that we were to be deployed in the heart of the Somme battle, the mood was excellent. Jokes flew from one car to another, met with general laughter. From Le Mesnil we marched, after dark, to Sailly-Salizel, where the battalion laid down its packs and prepared for storming. Before us, an artillery fire of unprecedented intensity rolled and thundered. Thousands of flickering lightning bolts enveloped the western horizon in a glowing flames. Constantly wounded soldiers with pale, sunken faces retreated, often suddenly pushed into the trenches by passing artillery or ammunition columns. A man in a steel helmet reported to me to guide my platoon to the famous little town of Combles, where we were to remain in reserve for now. Sitting next to him in the roadside ditch, I naturally asked eagerly about the conditions, and listened to a monotonous account of days spent sitting in shell craters, without communication or escape routes, constant attacks, insane thirst, dying wounded, and more. The face, half enclosed by the steel helmet, was immobile, and the monotone voice, accompanied by the noise of the front line, gave an impression of terrifying earnestness. One could tell that the man had experienced every horror up to despair, and then learned to despise it. Nothing seemed left but a great and malevolent indifference. Who falls stays down. No one can help. Nobody knows if he will come back alive. They are attacked every day, but they do not get through. Everyone knows that it's a matter of life or death. Such people are worth fighting. We walked on a broad avenue that stretched across the dark landscape like a white ribbon under the moonlight, advancing towards the cannon fire, whose consuming roar grew ever more immense. "Leave all hope!" Soon, the first grenades exploded to our right and left. The conversation grew quieter, and eventually ceased altogether. Everyone listened with that strange tension that focuses all feeling and thought on the ear, as the shells drew closer and closer. Particularly harrowing was passing Frigicourt-Ferme, a small cluster of houses before the Combles cemetery, which lay under constant fire. Combles appeared completely devastated from our vantage point in the darkness, with large quantities of wood between the ruins and household items thrown onto the road, suggesting that the destruction was quite recent. After crossing numerous piles of debris, accelerated by a series of shrapnel, we reached our quarters, a large, hole-riddled house that I chose as a residence for 3 groups, while my other 2 groups took over the cellar of a neighboring ruin. As early as 4 a.m., we were awakened from our makeshift beds to receive steel helmets. On this occasion, we found a bag full of coffee beans tucked away in a corner of the cellar, a discovery that led to eager coffee-making. After breakfast, I took a look around town. In just a few days, the effect of heavy artillery had transformed a peaceful staging post into a scene of horror. Entire houses were flattened or torn apart by a single hit, leaving rooms and their furnishings suspended over the chaos like theater sets. Sweetness of death permeated from many ruins as the first fire attack had buried a number of civilians under the rubble of their homes. Before the threshold of a front door lay a dead little girl in a red puddle. A heavily bombarded spot was the square in front of the destroyed church, opposite the entrance to the catacombs, an ancient cave passage with niches blasted into it, where almost all the sticks of fighting troops huddled together. It was said that civilians had unearthed the walled-up access at the beginning of the bombardment with shovels, which they had kept hidden from the Germans throughout the occupation period. The streets consisted only of narrow, winding paths, meandering through and over huge hills of timber and masonry. In disturbed gardens, a vast quantity of fruit and vegetables lay rotting. After lunch, which we cooked in the kitchen from the abundant iron portions at hand, and which was naturally concluded with a strong coffee, I lay down upstairs in a recliner. From the surrounding letters, I realized that the house belonged to the brewer Lesage. The room was filled with torn wardrobes and commodes, a knocked-over washstand, a sewing machine, and a baby carriage. The walls displayed shattered pictures and mirrors. On the floor were piles of pulled-out drawers, clothes, corsets, books, newspapers, night tables, shards, bottles, paintings, albums, crushed boxes, ladies' hats, flower pots, and frayed wallpaper all tangled together in chaos. Through the shattered window shutters, one looked upon the ravaged square, a four-sided desolation marked by granited debris covered with the torn branches of aged lime trees. This complex of impressions was further darkened by continuous artillery fire raging around the area. Occasionally, the impact of a 38-centimeter shell would drown out all other sounds. Clouds of shrapnel swept through attics, clattered against tree branches, or struck the few remaining standing houses, causing slate tiles to fall. As the afternoon progressed, the fire grew so intense that only the overwhelming roar remained, swallowing every individual sound. Starting at 7 a.m., the square and surrounding buildings were bombarded every half-minute with 15-centimeter shells, including many misses that still shook the houses. We sat the whole time in our basement on velvet chairs around the table, resting our heads in our hands and counting the time between the bombardments. Witty remarks became scarce, and finally, even the bravest voices were silenced by the nerve-wracking tension. At 8 o'clock the side house collapsed after 2 direct hits. From 9 to 10 o'clock, the fire reached a frenzied intensity. The earth trembled, and the sky seemed like a boiling cauldron. Hundreds of heavy batteries crashed and tumbled in the cellars. Everything was enveloped in thick smoke, illuminated by malevolent glowing balls. With severe headaches and earaches, we could only communicate through broken, shouted words. The ability to think logically and the sense of gravity seemed suspended. One felt the sense of inevitability and absolute necessity, like an eruption of the elements. A sergeant from the 3rd platoon became furious. At 10 o'clock, this hellish fast knot gradually calmed down and turned into a steady drum fire, where, however, one could not yet make out individual shots. At 11 o'clock, an order arrived, directing the platoons to proceed to the church square. We then joined with the other 2 platoons for the march into position. To bring forward supplies, a 4th platoon, led by Lieutenant Sievers, had also been detached. These people surrounded us as we hastily gathered at the dangerous location and loaded ourselves down with the food that was still plentiful at the time. Sievers pushed a pot of butter onto me, squeezed my hand in farewell, and wished us good luck. Then we marched off in formation, one after another. Everyone had orders to stay behind their front runner at all costs. Right at the exit from the village, our leader realized he was lost. We were forced to turn back due to intense shrapnel fire. Then we continued, mostly in a running pace, along a white ribbon that had been marked for orientation, but was shattered into small pieces. Often we had to stop right in the worst places when the leader got disoriented. Laying down was prohibited to maintain communication. Nevertheless, suddenly the 1st and 3rd troops disappeared. Keep going. In a heavily bombarded hollow way, groups were backed up. Lie down. An appalling, overpowering smell told us that this passage had claimed many victims. After a deathly run, we reached a second hollow way that housed the command post of the combat troops, KTK, and we slipped back, turning around in the agonizing crush of nervous and excited people. At most 5 meters from Lieutenant Vogel and me, a medium grenade exploded with a dull boom on the rear slope, throwing us with violent earth clumps as death showers glided over our backs. Finally, the leader found his way back through the focus point of an obvious group of bodies. Further! Further! Men collapsed along the way, threatened hard by us, pumping their last strength from their exhausted bodies. The wounded struck right and left in the funnels, with unheeded cries for help. On we went, eyes fixed on the man ahead, through a knee-deep trench formed by a chain of enormous funnels, where one dead lay next to another. Reluctantly, the foot stepped on the soft, yielding bodies. Even the wounded who stumbled into the path met their fate, trodden under the boots of those still rushing forward. And always this sweet smell. Even my battle orderly, the little Schmidt, who had been with me on many dangerous patrols, began to... Finally, we reached the front line, occupied by men crammed tightly into holes, whose mute voices trembled with joy when they learned that relief was arriving. A Bavarian sergeant handed me a section and a flashlight with a few words. My section formed the right wing of the regiment's position, consisting of a flat, valley-like depression a few hundred meters left of Guillemont and slightly closer to the Bois de Trône. Separating us from the neighboring unit, Infantry Regiment 76, was an unoccupied space 500 meters wide, through which no one could pass due to the intense fire. The Bavarian sergeant had suddenly vanished without a trace, and I stood alone, holding my flashlight, in the middle of the eerie funnel-shaped terrain, where floating white mist enveloped the ground, making it look even more menacing and mysterious. Behind me, an incessant, unpleasant noise echoed. I objectively realized it came from a gigantic, decaying body. Not knowing where the enemy might be, I went to my comrades and advised them to prepare for the worst. We all stayed awake. I spent the night with my companion and 2 battle orderlies in a foxhole that might have been a cubic meter in volume. As dawn broke, the unfamiliar surroundings gradually revealed themselves to our astonished eyes. The hollow way appeared as nothing more than a series of enormous funnels filled with uniformed pieces, weapons, and bodies. The surrounding terrain, as far as the eye could reach, was completely overturned by heavy grenades. Not a single meager grass blade showed itself to the searching eye. The ravaged battlefield was horrifying. Among the living defenders lay the dead. While digging for cover holes, we noticed that they were stacked on top of each other in layers. One company after another was destroyed while tightly packed and enduring the deafening gunfire. Then the bodies were buried under the earth thrown up by the shots, and the next company stepped into the place of the fallen. The hollow way and the terrain behind it lay full of Germans, the terrain in front full of Englishmen. Arms, legs, and heads stared out from the ditches. Before our earthworks lay torn limbs and bodies, some covered with coats or tarpaulins to shield them from the constant view of distorted faces. Despite the heat, no one thought to cover the bodies with dirt. The village of Guillemont differed from the rest of the terrain, only in that the trenches were whiter, due to the crushed stone from the ruined houses. Before us lay the crumpled Guillemont train station like a child's toy, and further back the torn-up Delville forest. As soon as day broke, a low-flying Englishman approached, and circled us continuously like a vulture, while we fled into our holes and huddled together. The keen observer's eye must have spotted us nonetheless, for soon long, drawn-out wails of sirens sounded from above in short intervals. After a short time it seemed as if a battery had recorded the signs. One heavy, flat-bottomed shell after another approached with incredible force. We sat idly in our shelters, occasionally lighting and throwing away a cigarette, waiting to be buried at any moment. Schmidt's overcoat was torn by a large splinter. On the 3rd shot, the resident of the pit next to us was buried by an immense impact. We immediately dug him out. Nevertheless, he had been crushed to death by the pressure of the earth masses, his face sunken and resembling a skull. It was Private Simon. He had become wise from the damage, for if people moved in a flying-eye view out of cover during the day, one heard his scolding voice and saw his fist threatening from an opening in his tented foxhole. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, my posts came from the left and reported that they could not hold any longer because their holes had collapsed. I had to use all my ruthlessness to get them back into position. Just before 10 o'clock at night, a firestorm hit the left wing of the regiment, which also affected us after 20 minutes. After a short time, we were completely enveloped in smoke and dust, but most of the hits were just in front or behind the trench. During the raging storm that surrounded us, I walked along my section. The men stood in stone-like immobility, their rifles in hand, at the front slope of the holloway and stared into the foreground. Now and then, when a glowing ball appeared, I saw steel helmets reflecting off each other, sidearms gleaming, and I was filled with the proud feeling of commanding a handful of men who could perhaps be crushed, but never defeated. In such moments, The human spirit triumphs over the most formidable expressions of matter. The fragile body stands against the most terrible storm, hardened by will. In the left neighboring zone, Sergeant H., the unfortunate rat-catcher from Manchi, wanted to shoot a white searchlight, but he mishandled it, and a red stop signal shot up into the sky, passed on from all sides. Instantly our artillery fired, a joy to behold. One mortar shell after another soared down from the heavens and shattered in the foreground into fragments and sparks. A mixture of dust, noxious gases, and the misty waft of bodies hurled from the nozzles. After this orgy of destruction, the fire receded to its usual level, which it maintained throughout the night and the next day. The frenzied actions of a single man had set off the entire mighty war machine. He was at war, and remained a misfortunate man. He shot himself in the same night while loading his pistol. A flash of light went into the shaft of his boot, and he had to be carried back with severe burns. The next day it rained heavily, which we did not mind, as the dried-out feeling in our throats from the dust's disappearance was no longer so painful, and the large black flies that had gathered in vast clumps on the sunny spots were driven away. I sat almost all day on the ground in front of my foxhole, smoking and eating with good appetite despite the surroundings. The next morning, a rifle shot from somewhere in my unit hit the soldier Nika through the chest, also grazing his spinal cord so that he could no longer move his legs. When I looked for him, he lay very composed in an earth trench. He was dragged out later in the evening by artillery fire, breaking another leg as his carriers frequently sought cover. He died on the battlefield. In the afternoon, a man from my unit called me and directed me to the train station at Guillemont to view the amputated leg of an Englishman. I saw hundreds of Englishmen rushing forward through a shallow trench, unperturbed by our rifle fire. This sight symbolized the disparity in our resources. If we had attempted the same, our battalions would have been cut down in minutes. Not a single observation balloon from us was visible, while over 30 on the English side stood grouped together, keenly observing every movement in the crushed terrain to immediately direct a hail of shrapnel there. Later that evening, a large shard of a grenade grazed my stomach, thankfully nearing the end of its trajectory and falling to the ground with a heavy thud near my belt buckle. Before the section of the first train appeared, at dusk, 2 English soldiers who had gotten lost. Both were shot within a short distance. One struck his upper body into the hollow way while his legs lay on the slope. Capturing prisoners was unwanted by everyone, for how would they pass through the barrage fire zone where one already had so much to contend with? Around 1 a.m. I was awoken from sleep by Schmidt's confused rousing. Nervously, I sat up and reached for my rifle. Our relief had arrived. We handed over what needed to be given and left this hellish place as quickly as possible. Just as we reached the flat-bottomed trench, the first shrapnel burst between us. My front man stumbled due to a wound on his wrist from which blood was spurting, trying to lie down on the side. I grabbed him by the arm, pulled him up despite his groaning, and only handed him over at the aid station next to the KTK. Both hollow ways were sharp. We came heavily out of breath. The worst corner was a valley into which we got, and in which shrapnel and light grenades flared incessantly. Another group. My breath caught in my throat as I realized from the growing whine, just fractions of seconds before that, the descending branch of the shell curve must end immediately next to me. Right after, a heavy impact shook beside the sole of my foot, throwing up soft clay chips. Just this grenade went blind. Here was an opportunity to assert the influence of the officer. Everywhere, troops in a hurry and disarray raced through the night and fire, some completely lost, moaning from excitement and exhaustion. Shouts, commands, and in monotonous repetition, the prolonged cries for help from the Valley of the Wounded echoed out. I provided directions to the lost ones as I passed by, pulled people out of grenade holes, threatened those who wanted to lie down, constantly shouting my name to keep everyone together, and miraculously led my group to Combles. We had to march from Combles, through Saley and the government's farm, to the forest of Henua, where we were to camp. Now our exhaustion became fully apparent. With our heads drooping, we slunk along our road, often pushed to the side by cars or ammunition columns. In a kind of sickly nervousness, I was firmly convinced that the vehicles passing by only drove too close to the edge, causing us annoyance, and my hand more than once touched the revolver's cylinder. After the march, we had to set up tents and could then collapse onto the hard ground. During our stay in this forest camp, heavy rainstorms hit. The straw in the tents began to rot, and many people fell ill. We 5 company officers were barely affected by the wet weather. Instead, we would sit on our suitcases each evening in our tents behind a pile of bottles. After 3 days, we moved back to Combles, where I took 4 smaller cellars with my unit. On the first morning, it was relatively quiet, so I went for a short walk through the destroyed gardens and plundered trellises adorned with delicious peaches. In my wanderings, I stumbled upon a house enclosed by high hedges, which must have been inhabited by a lover of beautiful, old things. On the walls of the rooms hung a collection of painted plates, as the northern Frenchman loves them, holy water basins, copper engravings, and wooden carved saints. In large closets, old porcelain was stacked, delicate leather bindings were hurled on the floor, including a delicious old edition of Don Quixote. It was a pity to see all these treasures given over to ruin. When I returned to my quarters, the people who had also explored the gardens had made a soup from vegetables and meat conserves, potatoes, peas, carrots. During dinner, a grenade hit the house, and 3 nearby, without further disturbing us. We were already too numbed by the overload of impressions. In the house, a bloody incident must have taken place, for on a pile of rubble in the central room stood a roughly carved cross with a series of names chiseled into the wood. The next morning, I obtained from the home of the porcelain collector a volume of illustrated supplements from the Petit Journal, which are found in almost every French household and teem with barbarous tastelessness. Then I sat down in an intactus room, lit a small fire in the fireplace from furniture, and began to read. I often shook my head, for the issues printed during the Fashoda affair fell into my hands. Around 7 o'clock I turned to the last page and went into the foyer before the entrance to the cellar, where my people were cooking on a small stove. As soon as I stood among them, there was a loud bang at the front door, and at that very moment I felt a strong blow against my left lower leg. With the ancient warrior cry, "I've found a way!" I leaped down the cellar stairs, my shagpipe in my mouth, as lights were quickly lit and the incident examined. A gaping, zigzagged hole in the boot's instep revealed a blood spray on the floor, while on the other side rose the round swell of a fragment from a shell buried beneath the skin. My men bandaged me and carried me over the shelled street into the catacombs, where our chief surgeon received me. While Lieutenant Wetcha held my head, he cut out the shrapnel ball with knife and scissors, congratulating me as the lead had passed sharp between shin and calf bone without injuring any. "Let the fates write your story in words and dance," smiled the old course student, leaving me to a medic for binding up. While I lay on a stretcher in a niche of the catacombs until darkness fell, many of my men came to bid me farewell, to my joy. Even my esteemed Lieutenant Colonel von Oppen visited me for a brief moment. In the evening, I was carried with other wounded soldiers to the outskirts of town and loaded into an ambulance. Without heeding the cries of the passengers, the driver raced along the road, which was under heavy fire, over potholes and other obstacles, and finally handed us off to another vehicle that took us to the church in Finn's village, which was filled with hundreds of wounded soldiers. A nurse told me that in recent times more than 30,000 wounded had been transported through Finn's. From there, I went to St. Quentin, where the window panes quivered from the continuous thunder of battle, and then by train to Gera, where I found excellent care at the military hospital. From comrades from the other battalions who were wounded after me, I learned of the further fate of my company, which had been repositioned the day after my wounding. After a costly march and 10 hours of artillery fire, it was attacked from all sides due to the large gaps in the front line. Little Schmidt, Ensign Volgemuth, Lieutenants Vogel and Sievers, in short, almost all the comrades, had found death up until the last second while fighting. Only a few survivors, including Lieutenant Wetcha, had fallen into enemy hands. Not a single one returned to Combles to tell of the heroic battle fought with such unprecedented ferocity. Even the English military report honored the small group of men who stood their ground in unwavering loyalty at Guillemont until the end. If I rejoiced in the chance encounter that had miraculously saved me from certain death on the eve of battle, I would, on the other hand, as strange as it may sound to some, have preferred to share the fate of my comrades, and, together with them, roll away the iron cube of war over me. Always, at the heights of the bloody battles that I was yet to experience, the radiant, indelible glory of these fighters reminded me to do justice to former camaraderie. The days in Guillemont made me aware for the first time of the devastating effects of material warfare. We had to adapt to entirely new forms of war. Every connection between the troops in command, artillery, and adjoining regiments was paralyzed by the terrible fire. The runners fell victim to the hail of iron, and the telephone wire, barely stretched, was already cut into small pieces. Even the blinking signals of the signal lamps failed in the fog and dust-shrouded terrain. Behind the front line stretched a kilometer-wide zone where only explosives prevailed. Even the regimental staff only found out, when we returned after 3 days, where we had actually been located and how the front line ran. Under these conditions, accurate artillery firing was impossible. The position of the English was also completely unclear to us, even though we often, without knowing it, were only a few meters apart. Sometimes a Tommy, who felt his way through the trenches like an ant on a sandpath, would run directly into a grenade hole occupied by us and vice versa, as our front line consisted solely of disconnected pieces that could easily be missed. The landscape scene is unforgettable to whoever saw it. Recently, this area still consisted of villages, meadows, forests, and fields, but now not a single bush or tiny grass blade was visible. Every inch of the ground had been turned over and overturned again, trees uprooted, torn to pieces, and reduced to mush, houses blown away and reduced to dust, mountains quarried, and farmland transformed into a desert. In this desolate wasteland, surrounded by the dead and half-dehydrated, men fought for days and weeks with the knowledge that in the event of an injury, they would be given up to death by dehydration. The immense losses incurred were largely due to the rigid linear tactics carried out with old Prussian tenacity, which threw one battalion after another into the overcrowded front line, and dissolved them within a few hours. It was only very late that one realized this could not continue, and stopped fighting for worthless terrain strips to turn to a more mobile defense, whose peak was elastic zone tactics. Therefore there was never again fought with such fierce determination as then, when one struggled for weeks over torn forest patches or unrecognizable ruins. The name of the smallest Picard nest reminds of unheard-of hero battles that truly stand alone in world history. There, the bloom of our disciplined youth faded into dust. Noble values that had made the German people great shone one last time in brilliant splendor before slowly fading away in a sea of mud and blood. At St. Pierre-Vaast, after spending 14 days in the hospital and the same amount on leave, I returned to my regiment, which was in position near Desnos, very close to the well-known Grande Tranchée. After my arrival, it only stayed there for 2 days, the same duration in the idyllic ancient mountain nest of Hattonchâtel. Then we steamed back from Mars-la-Tour train station towards the Somme region. We were dropped off in Beauhain and housed in the nearby village of Brancourt. This area, which we later frequently encountered, is inhabited by farmers, but almost every house has a spinning wheel. The population seemed unsympathetic to me, dirty, and of a low cultural and moral standing. I was quartered in a small cottage occupied by a couple and their daughter. The daughter told me straight away, as we sipped our initial coffee, that she would have a good chat with Poincaré upon his return, meaning she would give him a piece of her mind. I have never heard anyone curse with such fluency as this hospital's daughter did when accused by a neighbor of living on a certain street in St. Quentin. Ah, that slander, that rotten potato thrown into the manure, it's the cream of the crop. She blurted out as she raced through the room with claw-like hands extended, unable to find an object for her anger. In the morning, when this Brancourt Rose was busy making butter and other household chores, she looked unbelievably uninviting. But in the afternoon, when it came to strolling up and down the village street or visiting friends, the unpleasant doll had transformed into a magnificent butterfly. With a certain suspicion, I always regarded a large box filled with rice powder that stood constantly on the table and seemed to completely replace water and soap. Her father once asked me to draft a complaint against the local commander, as a neighbor had grabbed him by the throat, beaten him, and threatened him with death while shouting, "Demand pardon!" These small observations gave me comforting assurance that national pride is not a common trait in France. This realization helped me overcome the strange reception some of our compatriots gave us after 4 years of honorable and fierce combat at home. 2 years later, there are pigs everywhere. The second company was now led by Lieutenant Boye. We spent several days here, beautified by good camaraderie. I must admit that we often sat together during heavy drinking sessions, seeing the entire world as a ridiculous phantom circling our table. The boys' room was usually filled with loud noise as well. Who has never found themselves in the short span between 2 deadly battles may judge differently, but we would certainly grant ourselves and our people from the bottom of our hearts every hour of the frenzy we could wring from life, as long as it held us within its circle. For the upcoming engagement, I was assigned as a rear echelon officer, with a scouting troop and 2 NCOs and 4 men from the division at my disposal. On November 8th, the battalion drove through pouring rain to the abandoned village of Gonoliu by the civilian population. From there, the scouting troop was dispatched to Liermont and placed under the command of Major Buckelman, the head of the Divisional Intelligence Service. The major shared the spacious parsonage with us 4 rear echelon officers, 2 observation officers, and his adjutant. The comfortably furnished rooms fostered a camaraderie among us. Our predecessors familiarized us with the division's position. We had to go forward every other night. Our task was to precisely determine the position, check the connections, and orient ourselves everywhere so that we could guide troops in case of an emergency and execute any orders. The section assigned to me as my area of work lay to the left of the St. Pierre vast forest, just before the so-called Nameless Forest. On the first night, after almost drowning while exploring a swamp drained by the Tortille Creek, I was enveloped in a dense cloud of phosgene gas, which forced me, with tears in my eyes, back to the Vaux forest, blinding me through my fogged-up gas mask as I stumbled from one funnel to another. On November 12th, hoping for better luck, I embarked on my second forward mission, tasked with establishing connections in the funnel formation. I made my way along a chain of relay posts. The funnel formation lived up to its name. On a plateau before the village of Rancourt, countless miniature craters were scattered, here and there occupied by some troops. The terrain, in its solitude where only the whistling and cracking of bullets could be heard, gave an impression of eerie desolation. After a while I lost touch with the funnel line and turned back to avoid falling into French hands. I encountered a well-known officer from Regiment 164, who warned me not to stay any longer in the approaching twilight. I thus quickly crossed the Nameless Forest and stumbled through deep funnels, over uprooted trees, and a near impenetrable tangle of branches that had been felled. When I emerged from the forest's edge, it had grown light. The funnel field lay before me, devoid of any sign of life. I stiffened, for in modern battle, empty spaces are always suspicious. Suddenly, a shot rang out from an unseen sniper, striking me on both lower legs. I dove into the nearest trench and bandaged my wounds with my handkerchief, having forgotten my first aid kit once again. A bullet had pierced my right calf and grazed my left. With extreme caution, I crawled back into the forest and hobbled through the heavily shelled terrain to the dressing station. Just before, I witnessed another example of how small circumstances can determine fortune in war. About 100 meters from a road intersection that I was approaching, a section commander who had fought alongside me in the 9th Company called out to me. We had barely spoken for a minute when, right in the middle of the intersection, a grenade exploded, which would likely have hit me if it hadn't been for this chance encounter. After dark, I was carried on a stretcher all the way to Nurlu. Major Buckelman kindly awaited me with a car. On the lighted road by enemy searchlights, the driver suddenly pulled the brake. A dark obstacle blocked the road. It was an infantry group with their leader, who had just become victims of a direct hit. The comrades lying together in death had the peaceful appearance of silent sleepers. I had to be carried down to the cellar of the parsonage, since Liermont was just receiving his evening blessing. That same night I was transported to the field hospital in Villeret, and then to the war hospital in Valenciennes. The war hospital was set up near the train station in the gymnasium, and housed over 400 severely wounded soldiers. Day after day, a funeral procession left the grand portal under the heavy beat of drums. In the vast operating room, all the horrors of war converged. At several operation tables, doctors performed their bloody craft. Here a limb was amputated, there a skull chiseled, or a bandage carefully loosened. Moans and screams of pain echoed through the space bathed in merciless light, while white-clad nurses hurriedly moved between tables with instruments or dressing materials. The soldier who faces such a sight and returns to battle with renewed vigor has passed his nerve test, for every new terrifying impression digs into one's brain and adds to the paralyzing complex of imagination that makes the interval between the approach of danger and the impact of the iron clumps increasingly dreadful. Next to my bed lay a sergeant who had lost a leg on his deathbed. In his last hour, he awoke from delirious fever fits and asked the nurse to read him his favorite chapter from the Bible. Then, with a voice barely audible, he apologized to all the fellow residents for disturbing them with his feverish ramblings and died within minutes, after trying, in an attempt to cheer us up, to mimic the humorous dialect of our orderly. I was relieved when, halfway healed after 14 days, I left this place of suffering. With pride, I had read about the brilliant storming of the St. Pierre-Vaast forest by the Fusilier Regiment. The 111th Division still held that position. When my train arrived in Épinay, a series of explosions echoed. Scattered, bent debris from the freight car revealed that this was no joke. "What's going on here?" asked a captain sitting across from me, who seemed to have just been exported fresh from home. Without stopping to answer, I burst open the compartment door and took cover behind the embankment. Fortunately, these shellings were the last. Only a few horses had been wounded. As I could not march well yet, I was assigned the position of observation officer. The observation point was on the sloping terrain between Nurlu and Moislins. It consisted of a periscope telescope installed in a shelter, through which I could observe the familiar front line. In case of heavy firing, colored signal shells, or other special events, the division was to be notified by telephone. For days I sat freezing on a little chair behind the double glass in November's fog, with no other diversion than occasional line tests. If the wire was cut, I had to have it repaired by my repair team. The modern battlefield resembles a vast, motionless machine, in which countless hidden eyes, ears, and arms lie idle, awaiting the crucial minute. Then, as a fiery overture, a single red signal sphere rises from some underground location. Thousands of guns roar simultaneously, and with a stroke, the work of destruction begins, driven by countless levers, its crushing progress. Orders surge like sparks and bolts through an intricate network, intensifying destruction up front, while setting new people and materials in motion from behind in a steady stream, hurling them into the fray. Each man feels as if swept up by a vortex from afar, by some enigmatic will, relentlessly and precisely driven to the focal points of deadly events. After every 24 hours I was relieved by another officer, and I recovered in nearby Nurlu, where a relatively comfortable quarter had been set up in a large wine cellar. I still sometimes remember the long, contemplative November evenings that I spent alone, smoking my pipe before the fireplace of the small barrel-shaped cellar, while outside in the ruined park, the mist dripped from bare trees and in long pauses. An echoing impact broke the silence. On November 18th, the division was relieved, and I rejoined the regiment, which had been resting in the village of Fresnoy-le-Grand. There, I took over command of the 2nd Company from the absent Lieutenant Boye. In Fresnoy, the regiment enjoyed 4 weeks of undisturbed rest, and everyone made an effort to benefit as much as possible. Christmas and New Year's were celebrated with large company parties, where beer and grog flowed freely. There were just 5 men left in the 2nd Company who had celebrated the previous Christmas with me in the trenches of Monchy. I shared the so-called salon, and 2 bedrooms of a French retired couple with Ensign Gornick and my brother Fritz, who had joined the regiment as a flag-bearer for 6 weeks. We made merry fun of the stuffy couple, guarding their plush furniture, floral arrangements, and wood reserves stacked in the yard with true Argus eyes, and living on hostile terms with the boys. The drinking cup was worse than ever in the little trench. If you walked late through the narrow streets, you could hear everywhere from the barracks, quartermasters, and officers' quarters the noise of merry feasts. In war, everything is calculated for ruthless effect, hence perhaps the field soldier's preference for alcohol in its concentrated forms. Interaction with the civilian population was partly of unwanted secrecy. Venus deprived Mars of some servants. The service was naturally taken up immediately in old Prussian rigor, and it was a fine sign for leaders and troops that after 14 days, Discipline among men had returned to its former height. During the first week, an inspection by Division Commander, Major General Sontag, took place, during which the regiment was commended for its excellent conduct during the storming of the Saint-Pierre-Vaast forest, and awarded numerous distinctions. When I presented the 2nd Company in parade formation to the division commander, I noticed that Lieutenant Colonel Van Oppen seemed to be reporting to the general about me. A few hours later, I was ordered to the division headquarters, where the general presented me with the Iron Cross I class. On the 17th in January 1917, I was ordered by Fresnoy to attend a company commander course at the French training ground, Sissonne, near Laon, for 4 weeks. The duty was made very pleasant for us by our department chief, Captain Funk, who skillfully put substance above form and inspired us with interest in the matter. The food during this time was perhaps the most meager I had experienced during the war. Almost never during the entire 4 weeks was there anything other than thin turnip vegetables on our huge casino tables. The retreat from Somme. Upon returning to the regiment, which had been in position for several days near the ruins of Villers-Carbonel, I temporarily took command of the 8th Company. Our headquarters were in Devise. If one marched from there to the front, they had to cross the Somme Valley between the villages of Brie and Christ, Exceed, whose desolate devastation in the midst of melancholic swamp landscapes particularly put me in a sad mood at night, as dark cloud patches chased across the moonlit sky and through eerie lighting differences enhanced the sense of chaos. The position was exposed to numerous English advances during our recent stay, linked to our eager preparation for the great evacuation of the Somme area. The enemy sent almost every morning a combat patrol against our line to confirm our presence. I recount here some experiences from that period. 4 March 1917. In the afternoon, due to clear weather, there was intense fire activity. Especially one heavy battery, under balloon observation, almost completely leveled the section of my 3rd Troop. To complete my position map, I patrolled through the completely drunk nameless trench in the afternoon to the 3rd section. During this patrol, I saw a massive yellow sun setting towards the earth ahead of us, trailing a long black smoke flag. A sharp flyer had approached the unpleasant tether balloon and set it on fire. Despite the relentless pursuit fire, he managed to escape. In the evening, Private Schnau came to me and reported hearing a prickly noise under his group shelter for 4 days. I passed on this observation, and I was provided with a pioneer command equipped with listening devices, which, however, did not detect anything suspicious. Later, we learned that at that time, the entire position had allegedly been mined. On March 5th, early in the morning, a patrol approached our trench and began cutting through the wire fence. 2nd Lieutenant Eisen raced with some men to the report of a post and threw hand grenades, after which the attackers turned to flight and left 2 men behind. One, a young lieutenant, died shortly afterward. The other, a sergeant, was severely wounded in arm and leg. From the officer's papers it appeared that he was named Stopes and belonged to the Royal Munster 2nd Fusiliers. He was very well dressed, and his face, twisted from death, was intelligent and energetic cut. We buried him behind our trench and set up a simple cross. I realized from this experience that not every patrol had to end as successfully as my previous ones. The next morning, after a short artillery preparation, the Englishmen attacked the section of the neighboring company commanded by Lieutenant Reinhardt with 50 men. The enemy had slipped past the wire, and after one of them gave a light signal by means of a friction surface attached to his sleeve to silence the English machine guns, he charged at once with his last grenades against our trench. All had blackened faces to minimize their outline in the darkness. However, our men received them so skillfully that only one managed to reach the trench. He ran straight through to the second line, where, after ignoring the order to surrender, he was shot down. Only a lieutenant and a sergeant succeeded in jumping the wire. The lieutenant, despite wearing armor underneath his uniform, was neutralized when a bullet fired by Reinhardt at point-blank range penetrated an entire plate of his armor. The sergeant's legs were nearly severed by shrapnel from a hand grenade, yet he maintained his stoic calm and held on to his pipe until death between clenched teeth. On the morning of this successful day, I strolled through my trench and spotted Lieutenant Pfaffendorf at a post, directing the fire of his mortar guns with a scanning telescope. I joined him, and immediately noticed an Englishman advancing beyond the third enemy line for cover, standing out sharply against the horizon in his khaki-brown uniform. I snatched the rifle from the next post, set the sights to 600, took aim at the man, held fire just before his head, and pulled the trigger. He took 3 more steps, then fell backward as if his legs had been torn from his body, flailing his arms a few times, and rolled into a grenade pit from which we could still see his brown sleeve glow through the glass for a long time. March 9th. Our section was covered with heavy grenades. I had 1 dead and several wounded. The entrance to my tunnel was crushed like a matchbox. In the evening, we were relieved and marched to Devise. On the 13th, I received from Colonel Van Appen the honorable task of holding the company section with a patrol of 2 groups until the complete transition of the regiment over the Somme. Each of the 4 sections in the front line was to be occupied by such a patrol, whose leadership was entrusted to energetic officers. The sections were subordinate to Lieutenant Reinhardt, Fischer, Lorick, and myself from the right wing. The villages we passed on our march forward had taken on the appearance of large shanties. Entire companies bumped into walls and tore them down, or sat on the roofs and smashed the bricks. Trees were felled, panes shattered, and from the massive heaps of debris, clouds of smoke and dust rose. To put it briefly, an orgy of destruction was celebrated. One saw people in the suits and dresses left behind by the residents, cylinder hats on their heads, racing about with incredible zeal. They discovered the main beams of the houses with almost genius acuity, secured ropes to them, and pulled with rhythmic screams of great effort until everything collapsed. Others wielded massive hammers and shattered whatever stood in their way, from flower pots outside windowsills to the intricate glass construction of a winter garden. Until the Siegfried line, every village was a rubble heap, every tree felled, every road mined, every well contaminated, every river course blocked, every cellar blown up or threatened by hidden bombs, all supplies and metals reclaimed, every rail dismantled, every telephone wire unspooling, all flammable materials burned. In short, the land awaiting the advancing enemy had been transformed into the most desolate wasteland. The moral justification for this destruction is much debated, but it seems to me that the jingoistic rage this time is more understandable than the satisfied applause of the home warriors and newspaper writers. Where thousands of peaceful people are deprived of their homes, the self-satisfied sense of power must be silent. As a Prussian officer, I am naturally not in any doubt about the necessity of the act. Waging war means seeking to destroy the enemy through ruthless deployment of force. War is the craftsman's hardest test, and its masters can only open their hearts to humanity for as long as it does not harm. The fact that this act, demanded by the hour, was not beautiful does not matter. The observant observer already saw it from the way in which the objective leader's will among the troops manifested into a series of lower instincts. On the 13th, the 2nd Company left the position I took over with my 2 groups. That night, a man with the ominous name Kirchhoff fell by a gunshot to the head. Paradoxically, this bullet was the only one fired by the enemy within several hours. I ordered everything possible to deceive the enemy about our strength. Soon, here and there, some shovelfuls of earth were thrown over cover, and our sole machine gun had to give a series of shots from the right or left wing. Nevertheless, our fire sounded quite thin when observers at low altitude crossed over, or a section of earthworks traversed the enemy's rear country. I was hurled by the air pressure right into the opposite opening of a trench, where I found myself extremely startled. In the morning of the 17th, we realized that an attack must be imminent. In the forward, otherwise unoccupied, heavily muddy English trench, the patter of many boots became audible. Therefore, every night at various points in front of our trench patrols appeared, making their way along the wire. On the day before the last, I almost met with a painful end. The misfire of an anti-balloon cannon came hurtling down from great height and exploded on the shoulder rampart, to which I had carelessly leaned. Laughter and shouting from a strong section betrayed that these men must also have been well soaked internally. Dark figures approached our wire and were driven off by gunfire. One crumpled to the ground in agony. I drew my men into a hedgehog formation around the entrance of a trench, and attempted to illuminate the forward area with flares amidst the sudden artillery and mine fire. As we ran short of white signals, we sent up a true fireworks display of colored ones. At 5 o'clock, As the time for the ordered evacuation arrived, we quickly blew up the shelters with hand grenades, where we hadn't previously fitted them with ingeniously constructed hell machines. At the set time, all patrols, some already involved in hand grenade fights, retreated against the Somme. After crossing the valley as the last ones, bridges were blown up by engineering detachments. Artillery fire still raged on our position. It was not until after several hours that the first hostile patrols appeared on the Somme. We retreated behind the Siegfried line, which was still under construction. The battalion took quarters in the village of Le Haucourt, located near the Canal de Saint-Quentin. I shared a small, cozy cottage with my comrade, where the household goods of the exiled residents were still stored in chests and closets. To characterize our people's nature, I would point out that my comrade, the loyal nigger, despite all urging, refused to move his night camp into the warm living room, and insisted on sleeping in the cold kitchen. This hesitation, characteristic of the Niedersachsen, made communication with the unit easy for the leader. The discipline in the regiment became more relaxed only from the day we had to replace personnel from other tribes. On the first restful evening, I invited my friends to a hot wine infused with all the spices left behind by the homeowners, as our retreat patrol not only received praise from all superiors, but also resulted in a 2-week vacation in the village of Ithon, Fresnoy. My vacation, which I started a few days later, was uninterrupted this time. On April 9, 1917, I returned to the 2nd Company, which was stationed in the village of Marigny's near Douai. The joy of reuniting was disrupted by an unexpected alarm, made even more unpleasant by the order to lead the combat squadron to Beaumont. Through rainy showers and snowstorms, I rode at the head of the column of carts, creeping along the highway, until we reached our destination at 1 a.m. After accommodating horses and men as best I could, I set out to find quarters for myself, but found even the smallest space already occupied. Finally, a field intelligence officer had the good sense to offer me his bed, as he had to guard the telephone. As I flung myself onto it with boots and spurs, he told me that the English had taken Vimy Ridge and a large piece of terrain from the Bavarians. Despite his hospitality, I noticed that he found it extremely unpleasant to transform his quiet outpost into a meeting place for combat troops. The following morning, the battalion marched towards the sound of cannon fire until they reached the village of Fresnoy. There, I was ordered to set up an observation post. I chose a small house on the west edge of the village and had a lookout window installed in its roof that faced the front line. We moved our living quarters into the cellar, where we found a bag of potatoes as a pleasant bonus to our already meager supplies during its clearing. Also, Lieutenant Gornick, who had occupied the already evacuated village of Villerwall with a troop as field guard, sent me, as a friendly gift from the stocks left behind in haste, a large can of liverwurst and several bottles of red wine. An expedition I equipped immediately with baby carriages and similar transport means to retrieve these treasures, unfortunately had to turn back without achieving anything, as the Englishmen had already reached the village edge with dense rifle lines. On April 14th, I received the order to set up a news collection post in the village. For this purpose, I was provided with messenger runners, cyclists, telephones, light signal stations, earth telegraphs, homing pigeons, and a chain of flashing beacons. In the evening, I found a suitable cellar with an integrated tunnel and moved for the last time into my old apartment on the west side. At night, I heard several crashes and shouts from my roommate, but I was so sleep-drunk that I only murmured, "Let them fire," and rolled to the other side, despite the entire room being tightly filled with dust. The next morning, I was woken up by the nephew of Colonel von Oppen, little Schultz, shouting, "Can't you believe your whole house has been blown to bits?" As I stood up and surveyed the damage, I realized a heavy grenade had exploded at the top of the roof, destroying all the rooms and the observation post. Miraculously, the people were able to extract them without injury. We made do with our spacious cellar by dragging together pieces of furniture from the castle and hut that seemed practical at the time. In the morning, we moved into our new cellar. On our way there, we almost got hit by debris from a collapsing church tower that had been blown up in a hasty manner by a pioneer unit to hinder enemy artillery fire. In a neighboring village, they even forgot to notify a double post that was observing from the tower's peephole. The fuse only needed to be a bit rougher, and the shell could have stuck us to the walls in the cellar. Schultz told me that his orderly said upon seeing the destroyed house, "There must have been a lieutenant living here yesterday. Let's go check if he's still alive." My roommate was utterly bewildered by my incredibly solid sleep. We once saw the passengers fly out in a wide arc and separated from their machines as black dots plunged to the earth. Looking up, however, was not without danger. For example, a man from the 4th Company was fatally struck in the neck by a falling splinter. Throughout the days, a series of fierce aerial battles unfolded overhead, ending almost always in defeat for the English, as Richthofen's combat squadron patrolled the area. Often, 5 or 6 planes would be pressed to the ground or shot down on fire one after another. After wishing him all the best, I had to leave the village at a gallop due to the constant impact of heavy grenades. On April 18th, I visited the 2nd Company in position, which lay in a front arc enveloping the village of Arlux. Lieutenant Beaujeu told me that he had only had 1 wounded man so far, as the planned firing by the English always allowed for the evacuation of the bombarded sections. I stood 300 meters behind Arlux and observed the clouds of high explosive impacts, which, depending on whether they crushed brick walls or sprayed garden earth, were colored red or black, mixed with the delicate white of exploding shrapnel. However, when several groups of light grenades fell onto the narrow paths that connected Arlux and Fresnoy, I gave up further impressions and quickly evacuated the area to avoid being killed, as the then common military term for the 2nd Company put it. Such walks, which I extended to the town of Henin-Leotard in some cases, were quite frequent, as not a single report needed to be delivered during the first 14 days, despite my large personnel. Starting on April 20th, Fresnoy was bombarded by a 30.5 cm gun, whose grenades approached with an almost infernal roar. After each impact, the village was enveloped in a massive red-brown pyrite cloud. A man from the 9th Company, surprised on the castle yard by such a shell, was thrown high above the park's trees and broke all his bones upon impact. In the afternoons, the village lay under fire from various calibers. Despite the danger, I could not leave the attic window of my quarters because it was a thrilling sight to see individual sections and messengers hurry, often crouching, across the shelled terrain while the ground rose up on either side of them. From day to day, the artillery activity grew more intense and dispelled any doubt of an imminent attack. On the 27th, at midnight, I received the telegraph. 67 from 5 a.m., which in our code meant from 5 o'clock in the morning, increased alert, so I lay down to be ready for the expected efforts. But just as I was falling asleep, a grenade hit the house, crushed the wall of the cellar staircase. We jumped up and hurried into the tunnel. As we sat dejected and tired by the light of a candle on the stairs, the leader of my signalmen, whose station along with 2 valuable signal lamps had been smashed in the afternoon, rushed in and reported, "Lieutenant, the cellar of House Namajita 11 has taken a direct hit. There are still some under the rubble. Since I had 2 cyclists and 3 telephone operators in House Noma 11, I hurried to help with some men. There, in the tunnel, I found a corporal and a wounded man, and received the following report. As the first shots came suspiciously close, 4 out of the 5 residents decided to go into the tunnel. 1 jumped down immediately. 1 lay calmly on his bed, while the others only put on their boots. The most cautious and indifferent ones, as often happens in war, came away unscathed, 1 completely uninjured, the sleeping one with a splinter in his thigh. The other 3 were torn apart by the grenade that flew through the cellar wall and shattered in the opposite corner. After this tale, I lit a cigar for all eventualities, and entered the smoke-filled room, in the center of which a wild pile of rubble from shattered beds, straw sacks, and other furniture almost reached the ceiling. After placing some lights between the mortar joints, we began the sad work. We packed up the limbs protruding from the debris and pulled out the bodies. 1 had his head severed and his neck attached to the trunk like a large, bloody sponge. From the stump of the second arm protruded a shattered bone, and the uniform was drenched in the blood from a large chest wound. The third one's entrails were bulging from the ripped body. As we pulled him out, a splintered board with a sickening sound lodged itself into the ghastly wound. 1 orderly made a remark, but my man quietened him with the words, "Keep your mouth shut. There's no point talking about such things." I took an inventory of the valuables we found on them. It was a macabre scene. The candles flickered red through the thick fog as the two men handed over wallets and silver items like in a secret dark deed. The fine yellow brick dust had settled on the faces of the dead, giving them the stiff look of wax masks. We threw blankets over them and rushed out of the cellar after packing our wounded in a tent canopy. With the stoic rate, "Bite your teeth together, comrade," we dragged him through a wild shrapnel fire to the medical station. Back in my dwelling, I first strengthened myself with a series of sherry brandies, for the events had indeed affected my nerves. Soon, we had a lively fire again, and quickly gathered in the tunnel, as the recently witnessed example of artillery effects in cellars was still vividly before our eyes. At 5:14, the fire swelled in just a few seconds to an incredible strength. Our tunnel swayed and trembled like a ship at sea. All around resounded the bursting of masonry and the crashing of neighboring houses collapsing. At 7 o'clock I started a signal to the brigade for the 2nd Battalion. Brigade demands immediate clarity about the situation. After an hour, a messenger returned with the following news. The enemy has occupied Arlott Park. The 8th Company has been set in motion for a counterattack. No further news as of yet. Rochol, Captain. This was the only, but very important piece of information I transmitted using my extensive network during my 3 weeks' stay in Fresnoy. Now that my activity held great value, artillery had disabled nearly all our equipment due to excessive centralization. This sudden realization explained why infantry shots fired from nearby positions had been successful against the walls for some time. Just as we became aware of the heavy losses sustained by the regiment, the bombardment resumed with renewed force. My assistant was the last one standing on the top step when a deafening roar signaled that the English had finally managed to hit our cellar. The humble king received a severe blow to his back, but otherwise suffered no damage. Everything up top was crushed and broken. The sunlight only reached us through 2 bicycles squeezed into the mine entrance. We retreated to the lowest level, meekly, as continuous rumbling and stone clattering convinced us of the precariousness of our shelter. Miraculously, the telephone remained undamaged. I reported our inconvenient situation to the head of communications and received orders to withdraw with the people to a nearby medical tunnel. So we gathered our most essential belongings and set off to leave through the 2nd exit, still intact. Despite my energetic commands, supported by unmistakable threats, the unaccustomed war-weary telephone company employees hesitated for a long time before venturing out from under the shelter of the tunnel into the open fire, until even that entrance, crushed by a heavy grenade, collapsed with a thunderous crash. Fortunately, no one was hit. Only our little dog wailed pitifully and disappeared from that moment on. We pushed aside the bicycles blocking the exit to the cellar, crawled over the rubble heap on all fours, and won our way through a narrow gap in the wall into freedom. Without pausing to consider the incredible transformation of the site within those few hours, we ran towards the village exit. As soon as the last person left the courtyard gate, the house was struck again by a powerful blast. A compact firebreak lay on the ground between the edge of the village and the medical tunnel. Light and heavy grenades with impact, burn, and delay fuses, duds, hollow charges, and shrapnel combined in a frenzy of acoustic and optical effects. In between, reinforcement troops moved forward, dodging to the right and left of the witch's cauldron of the village. In Fresnoy, a column of earth as high as a church tower replaced another. Each second seemed to outdo the previous one. As if by magical power, one house after another was sucked into the earth. Walls crumbled, gables collapsed, and bare rafters were flung through the air, tearing off neighboring roofs. Clouds of splinter clouds danced over white steam plumes. Eye and ear were captivated by this swirling destruction. We spent 2 more days in agonizing cramped conditions in the medical tunnel, as it was still occupied by my men, 2 battalion staff, relief commands, and the inevitable stragglers. The heavy traffic in front of the entrances naturally went unnoticed. Soon, precisely targeted grenades landed at 1-minute intervals on the passing field path and wounded people at all moments. Through this unpleasant firing, I lost 4 bicycles that we had placed next to the tunnel entrance. They were bent into strange shapes and thrown in all directions. In front of the entrance lay stiff and silent, rolled up in a tent canvas, with his large horn-rimmed glasses still on his face. He had received a gunshot wound to the mouth. His younger brother fell months later from exactly the same injury. On April 30th, my successor from the relieving regiment No. 25 took over my duties, and we retreated to Flers, the gathering point for the 1st Battalion. Ignoring the heavy blows of the Chebonton quarry, we strolled contentedly through the beautiful afternoon on a country path towards Beaumont. Our eyes savored the beauty of the earth once more, and our lungs reveled in the mild spring air, glad to have escaped the unbearable tightness of the mine shaft. With cannon fire echoing behind us, I felt inspired by these poetic words. Truly a day created by God, better than any we could strike ourselves. In Flers, I found my assigned accommodation occupied by several company sergeants who, under the pretext of guarding the room for a Lord X, refused to make way, though they did not expect the exhausted frontline soldiers' nerves strained to their limit. I had my companions break down the door without warning, and after a brief scuffle in front of the terrified neighbors who had rushed outside in their nightgowns, the gentlemen fled down the stairs. My companion went so far as to throw their long boots at them. After this battle, I got into the warm bed, offering half to my friend Kius, who was still wandering without shelter. The sleep on this long-sought-after furniture did us so much good that we awoke the next morning in old spirits. Since the 1st Battalion had suffered the fewest losses during the past combat days, the mood was excellent as we marched to the Douai station. From there we traveled to the rail hub at Bizigny, near the village of Seron, where we were to spend a few days recovering. We found good quarters with the friendly population, and already on the first evening, cheerful noise from many houses echoed the reunions of comrades. This toast, after successfully enduring the battle, is among the most beautiful memories of old soldiers, and if 10 out of a dozen had fallen, the last 2 would surely meet on the first rest night at the Cup, bringing a silent glass for their fallen comrade, and joking about shared experiences. They laughed off the dangers faced, taking a full bottle's worth in future, with Satan and death grinning, as long as the wine was good. Thus, it has always been right war practice. Here, where the intellectual carriers and pioneers of the front lines gathered, the will to victory concentrated and took form in the weather-hardened faces' expressions. Here, an element lived that underlined the desolation of war and yet spiritualized, something rarely found among those with whom I shared the trenches. The sporting joy in danger, the chivalric drive to conquer a battle. At least within this much-tried circle, I never heard a word of hesitation. The next morning, my lad arrived and read me orders that became clear around noon, that I was to take command of the 4th Company. This company had lost the Lower Saxony poet Hermann Lenz in the fall of 1914 against Indians. On May 6, 1917, we were already on the march towards Brancourt, a familiar place, and the following day we advanced over Montbrehon, Ramacourt, Joncourt to the Siegfried Line, which we had only left a month prior. The first evening was stormy. Heavy rain showers lashed down continuously onto the flooded terrain. A bald spell brought us a series of beautiful warm days at our new location. Our position formed a half-moon-shaped prominence before the St. Quentin Canal, behind which lay the famous Siegfried Line. It was puzzling to me why we had to lie in the narrow, imperfect chalk trenches while we had the mighty, powerful bulwark behind us. The front line twisted through an idyllic, shaded meadowland of delicate spring colors, by small groups of trees. One could move unpunished behind, and before the trenches as numerous, kilometers forward outposts secured the position. These positions were a thorn in the enemy's side, and there was hardly a night when he did not try to drive away the small patrols here or there with cunning or force. Our first period of duty passed, however, in pleasant quiet. The weather was so fine that people spent the mild nights lying in the grass. On May 14th, we were relieved by the 8th Company and advanced, with burning St. Quentin to our right, to our rest area, Montbrehon, a large village that had suffered little from the war and therefore provided very comfortable quarters. On May 20th, as a reserve company, we occupied the Siegfried Line. We enjoyed pure summer freshness. During the day, we sat in the numerous arbors built into the ditch or bathed and rowed in the canal. The drawback of such ideal positions is the frequent visits from superiors, which are least appreciated in the trenches. However, my left wing, bordering the village of Bellinglise, did not suffer from a lack of fire. On the first day itself, one of my men received a shrapnel wound to his right buttock. As I rushed to the scene of the accident on receiving this message, he was already sitting there happily, waiting for the medics, on the left side, drinking coffee and eating a huge slice of jam bread. On May 25th, we relieved the 12th Company at the Requevel farm. This farm, a former grand estate, served as a residence for one of the 4 position companies. There were 3 machine gun positions to be occupied, scattered in the rear area, each with a group. These chessboard-like combat nests grouped behind the front line were early attempts at flexible defense. The rest of the personnel were sent forward during the night to build trenches. The farm was no more than 1,500 meters behind the front lines, yet its buildings, surrounded by overgrown gardens, remained entirely intact. It was also densely populated due to the fact that the tunnels were still under construction. The flourishing rows of red thorns in the park and the graceful surroundings, despite the proximity of the front, gave our existence a hint of that cheerful enjoyment of life that the Frenchman understands under his Vita campaign. In my bedroom, a pair of swallows had nested, beginning their noisy feeding of their insatiable offspring at the earliest dawn hours. On May 30th, this idyll ended for me, as Lieutenant Vogely, released from the hospital, took over command of the 4th Company again. I went to my old 2nd Company, now under the leadership of a cavalry lieutenant, in the trenches. Our section was occupied from the Roman road up to the so-called artillery trench by 2 squads. The company leader lay with the 3rd behind a small hill about 200 meters back. There also stood a tiny wooden hut, which I shared with Lieutenant Kias in heartfelt trust, regarding the clumsiness of the English gunners. One side was attached to a small slope running in the direction of the shot, while the other 3 sides boldly presented their flanks to the enemy. Every morning when the dawn's greeting arrived, one could roughly hear the following conversation between the owner of the upper bunk and that of the lower. "You, Ernst? I think they're shooting. Well, let's just lie here a bit longer." I think those were the last ones. After 15 minutes, "You, Oscar, yes? This isn't stopping at all today. I believe a shrapnel bullet just flew through the wall. We should probably get up. The artillery observer next door has been out for a while." We had carelessly taken our boots off. When we were finished, the Englishman was usually also done, and we could happily sit at the ridiculously small table, drink the sour coffee that had been heated by the sun, and light our morning cigar. In the afternoon we would take a sunbath in front of the English artillery as a mockery, before their tent canvas. Otherwise our camp was extremely short-lived. When lying on the wire cot in the dolce far niente, enormous earthworms would move along the soil wall, shooting into their holes with incomprehensible speed if disturbed. A wretched mole occasionally sniffed out of its hole, and contributed significantly to the liveliness of our extended siesta. On June 12th, I had to occupy the field guard, which belonged to the company section, with 20 men. Late in the evening, we left the position and walked on a winding path through the undulating terrain into the cool evening. The twilight had advanced so far that the red poppies on the wild fields blended with the bright green grass in a strangely rich shade of color. We strolled, each lost in their thoughts, with our rifles slung silently across the floral carpet, and after 20 minutes we reached our destination. Whispering, the guard was handed over, posts were set up quietly, then the relieved team disappeared into the darkness. The field guard leaned against a small steep slope. Behind them, a tangled forest stretched into the night, separated from the hill by a 100-meter strip of meadow. In front and on the right flank rose 2 hills, along which ran the English line. Between these hills a ravine led to the enemy. There, as I was taking up my post, I encountered Sergeant Hackman with some men from the 7th Company preparing to make a patrol. I joined them as a looter, although I was not supposed to leave my field guard. We crossed 2 wire barriers using a method I had devised and reached the ridge, hearing English troops to our right and left. Later, it became clear that the enemy had withdrawn their positions to avoid being caught in the crossfire of our field guard, which I will describe in detail. The tactic I mentioned involved having patrol members creep forward, alternately in terrain where we might encounter the enemy at any moment. Thus, only one would be exposed to the risk of being shot by a hiding sniper, while the others remained close behind, ready to intervene. I never excluded myself from this office for my personal sake, although I considered my presence on the patrol more important. Nevertheless, a front officer in war sometimes had to make tactical errors for subjective reasons. We bypassed several fortified sections that were unfortunately separated from us by dense obstacles. After rejecting the proposal of a somewhat eccentric sergeant to pose as a deserter and negotiate until we had bypassed the first enemy post, after a short discussion, we reluctantly retraced our steps towards the field guard. There, I sat on my coat at the steep slope, lit a pipe as secretly as possible, and left myself to my imagination. Amidst the most beautiful air castle, I was startled by a strange rustling in the woodland and on the meadow. Lie in wait for the enemies, keep senses alert, and it's strange that one immediately knows with such ordinary sounds. Something's happening. Then came the next report. Lieutenant, 70 Englishmen are advancing towards the forest edge. I was slightly surprised by the precise number, but hid cautiously with the 4 people nearby on top of the steep slope, in high grass to observe the further development. After a few seconds, I saw a group dart across the meadow. As my men aimed their rifles, I whispered, "Who's there?" It was Corporal Talangerdes, a seasoned old warrior from the 2nd Company, trying to gather his excited group. I quickly gathered everyone and formed a shooting line whose wings leaned against the steep slope and forest patch. In a minute, the people stood with bayonets fixed. When I looked in the direction and tried to scold a man who was slightly behind, he replied, "I am a stretcher-bearer." The man had his exercise regulations well in mind. Calmed by this triumph of Prussian discipline, I continued. As we crossed the meadow strip, a hail of shrapnel and wild machine gun fire started from the English side. We involuntarily went into a running pace to gain the dead angle of the hill ahead of us. I pulled out a hand grenade and threw it at him. To my horror, when the explosion flashed, I recognized Sergeant Talangerdes, who had stealthily run up and stumbled over a wire. Fortunately, he remained unhurt. At the same time, a sharper crack of English hand grenades sounded beside us, and the shrapnel fire intensified to an unpleasant density. My firing line fluttered and disappeared in the direction of the steep slope under heavy fire, while I stood my ground with Talangerdes and 3 faithful followers. Suddenly someone pushed me. The English, like a vision. For seconds a double row of kneeling figures bored into my eye on the grass, lit only by sparking embers just rising and advancing. I clearly recognized the figure of the officer on the right wing. We sprang up and ran towards the steep slope. Despite stumbling over a treacherous wire span hidden high in the grass and rolling over, I arrived safely, but only by using all my energy did I manage to bring my excited men into a compressed firing line. I have always experienced that in such moments, the ordinary man, fully occupied with his personal danger, admires the seemingly uninvolved objectivity of the leader who, amidst the 1,000 irritating impressions of battle, clearly has his task in impressions of battle, clearly has his task. Sight. This admiration lifts every noble-minded person above themselves and spurs them to even greater achievements, so that leader and team ignite each other for a tremendous release of energy. Suddenly, the fire died down, while a multiple cracking and rustling crept through the undergrowth of the little wood. "Halt! Who's there? Passport?" We probably shouted for 5 minutes, and also screamed the old battle cry of the 1st Battalion WWI, an expression for liquor and beer, familiar to every Hanoverian. However, we only received a strange, incomprehensible scream in response. Finally, I took responsibility and fired, despite some people claiming to hear German words. My 20 guns sent their projectiles into the little forest. The rooms rattled, and soon the shouts. I felt a vague sense of uncertainty. Yet, yellow flashes reflected off us from time to time. One of us got a shot to the shoulder and was tended by the medic. Ceasefire. Slowly, the command permeated, and firing ceased. The tension in the nerves was calmed by the action. Further parallel requests were met with my persuasive demand. "Come here, you are prisoners, raise your hands." In response, a chorus of shouting from across. A single figure broke away from the woodland edge and approached us. One of us foolishly called out parole, causing him to stop and turn around. "Shoot him down." A dozen shots. The figure collapsed and slid into the high grass. This little interlude filled us with a sense of satisfaction. From the edge of the forest, chaotic shouting echoed. It sounded as if the attackers were encouraging each other to confront the mysterious defenders. In high tension, we stared at the dark strip. It began to grow light, and a light mist rose from the meadow. Then, a row of shadows emerged from the darkness. 5, 10, 15, a whole chain. Shaking hands released the safety flaps. They were 50 meters away, then 30, 15. Fire. For minutes, the rifles buzzed. Sparks flew as splattering lead cores hit weapons and steel helmets. Suddenly a scream. Attention, left! A swarm of attackers suddenly charged from the far left toward us. People flew around, welcoming the newcomers standing up. Some of the enemies, including the leader, crumpled under the hastily fired shots, while others vanished without a trace, as quickly as they had arrived. That was the moment to strike. With bayonets fixed and shouting hurrah, we charged into the little wood. Hand grenades flew into the tangled underbrush, and in an instant we were back in sole possession of our patrol area, but without capturing the agile enemy. We gathered in a nearby cornfield and stared at the pale, sleep-deprived faces of our comrades. The sun had risen brilliantly. A lark soared high and annoyed us with its chirping. When I asked, "What nation?" one of them replied, "Poor Rajput. We had Indians before us, who had come across the sea to this forsaken piece of land, to have their skulls crushed by Hanoverian musketeers. The delicate figures were badly maimed. At such short distances, infantry gunfire has explosive effect. I decided to leave the battlefield. From the meadow where we had huddled together to form a sniper line, strange cries and screams of pain rose up. We discovered a row of the dead and 3 wounded men begging for mercy in the tall grass. They seemed firmly convinced that they would be killed by us. We were in much the same mood as when, after a long night, one throws down the cards on the table, the cool morning air mingling with stale cigar smoke through the open windows. While we were filling our water bottles and lighting a cigarette, we heard the enemy retreating with some loudly moaning wounded men through the hollow way. No one had received fewer than 2 shots. We took them in and dragged them to our trench, as they screamed as if they were being roasted on a spit. My men covered their mouths and threatened them with fists. One had already died during transport. Yet he was still taken away, for a reward was offered for each prisoner, dead or alive. The other 2 sought our favor by constantly crying out, "English is not good." It wasn't entirely clear to me why these people spoke French. In the ditch, we were greeted with joy by the company that had heard the battle's noise and received heavy defensive fire. They admired our loot appropriately. I retired to our hut with Kius, who immediately took 6 photos and let him treat me to boiled eggs for celebration. Our achievement caused justified commotion and was praised in the division's daily order. We had successfully resisted with a company of 20 men against a far superior section that had already turned on us from behind. Such a success can only be achieved by a brilliantly disciplined troop of high moral quality. I myself could say with satisfaction that through my superiority in the situation and personal influence over my men, I had prepared the enemy leader for a severe disappointment and an early grave. We both tested our skills in the same way as is customary in small officer exercises in the garrison. We just didn't fire live ammunition. If a member of the 1st Haryana Lancers reads these lines, let him know my respect for a troop that has such leaders like this lieutenant, against whom I had the honor to fight. You must only have enemies that you hate, not enemies to scorn. You must be proud of your enemy, then the enemy's successes are your successes. The next evening, I received an order to retake the field guard, which no one could remain at during the day due to poor visibility. Kius and I formed a pincer with 50 men around the thicket and met at the steep slope. There was nothing to be seen from the enemy, except for a post from the hollow way that we had explored with Sergeant Hackman, who signaled us with a flare and fired. We marked the careless young man for our next expedition. At the place where we had repulsed the flank attack the night before, there lay 3 corpses. They were 2 Indians and a white officer with 2 golden stars on his underarms, so a lieutenant. He had taken a bullet in the eye. The shell had penetrated the opposite cheek and shattered the edge of his steel helmet, which now resides in my collection of similar items. His right hand still held the polearm, splattered with his own blood, while his left gripped a large 6-shooter revolver containing only 2 sharp cartridges in its cylinder. My men pillaged the fallen. This sight always caused me discomfort, but I did not intervene, as the items were destined for destruction, and any aesthetic or moral concerns seemed out of place amidst the raw, relentless nature of battle that still lingered in the dark meadow below. Over the following days, several more bodies hidden in the underbrush of the small wood became apparent, a sign of the significant losses incurred by our opponents, making the task of guarding the field even less appealing. As I once worked my way through the underbrush alone, I noticed a strange hissing and bubbling sound. I approached closer, and came across two corpses that seemed to have come to a spectral kind of life due to the heat. On the evening of June 19th, I left with little Schultz, 10 men, and a light machine gun from this gradually becoming somewhat stifling location on patrol, to visit the post that had recently made itself so bold in the hollow way. Schultz went with his men right, while I took the left path along the hollow way, agreeing to help each other if a group came under fire. We crawled our way forward through grass and bramble, occasionally listening. Suddenly, the clattering sound of a rifle chamber echoed. We lay frozen on the ground. Every old patrolman will appreciate the series of unpleasant feelings in the next few seconds. A shot tore through the oppressive silence. I was lying behind a gorse bush and waiting. To my right, a man threw hand grenades into the gully. Suddenly, a machine gun fire line opened up in front of us. The horrible, sharp sound of the gunfire revealed that the shooters were only a few meters away from us. I realized we had fallen into a bad trap and called for a retreat. Everything sprang up and ran in a frenzied hurry back, while gunshots also started from our left. Amidst this nerve-wracking chatter, I gave up all hope of making it back safe. My subconscious was constantly expecting to be hit. Death was chasing us down. Somewhere near us, a company came at us with a shrill hurrah. Later, little Schultz confessed that he had thought a gaunt Indian with a knife would be right behind him, almost grabbing him by the collar. Once I stumbled, and the Sergeant Telengerdes fell on top of me. I lost my steel helmet, pistol, and hand grenades. Just keep going. Finally, we reached the protective cliff and descended. At the same time, Lieutenant Schultz arrived with his men. He reported to me, gasping for breath, that he had at least disciplined the cheeky post with hand grenades. Immediately afterwards, 2 men brought Private F., who had been shot in both legs, hobbling along. The greatest misfortune was that the recruit who had carried the machine gun had fallen over the wounded man and left it behind. While we were still vividly debating and planning a second expedition, an artillery fire began, reminding me precisely of the night of the 12th, including the utter chaos that broke out immediately. I found myself alone at the cliff's edge with the wounded man, who used both hands to pull himself forward and crawl towards me, wailing, "Lieutenant, don't leave me alone!" I had to leave him lying there, much as I regretted it, and join the establishment of the field guard. I gathered the people in a line of posts at the edge of the forest, but was heartily glad when dawn broke without anything remarkable happening. In such moments, I was always amazed and touched by the man's unwavering faith in the superiority of officers over the situation. "Lieutenant, where should we go?" "Lieutenant, to help. I'm wounded. Where is the lieutenant?" Then, to be a leader with a clear head carries within it the fairest reward, as cowardice does its penalty. I have always pitied the coward for whom battle became a series of hellish agonies, while the brave one regarded it only as a chain of exciting events, fueled by increased vitality. The next night found us at the same spot with the intention of retrieving our machine gun, but a series of suspicious noises while approaching betrayed the presence of a strong enemy force lurking nearby. It was therefore decided a point of honor that, like so many others during war, made us curse inwardly to violently reclaim the lost weapon. We were to attack the enemy positions at midnight after a 3-minute preparation, aiming to find the gun. I put on a brave face and even fired several rounds in practice that afternoon. At 11 o'clock I found myself with my unlucky companion Schultz on that eerie piece of land where so many wild hours had already passed for me. The smell of decay in the humid air was barely tolerable. We covered the bodies with chlorine that we had brought in sacks. Like shrouds, the white patches glowed from the dark. The company started with our own machine gun bullets constantly flying around our legs and hitting the steep slope. This led to a fierce argument between me and little Schultz, who had set up the guns himself. However, we made up when Schultz found me in conversation with a bottle of Burgundy, which I had brought as a pick-me-up for the risky adventure, hidden behind a bush. At the agreed time, the first grenade approached. It exploded 50 meters behind us. Before we could wonder about this strange shooting, another one landed next to us on the steep slope and buried us under a cloud of earth. I couldn't even swear, as I had loaded the guns myself. Following this discouraging beginning, we proceeded, more out of honor than hope for success. We were fortunate that the posts seemed to have left their positions. Otherwise, we would have received a very harsh welcome. Unfortunately, we also didn't find the machine gun. As we were replaced by troops from another division the next day, the skirmishes came to an end. We temporarily returned to Montbretagne and marched on to Cambrai, where we spent almost the entire month of July. The guard duty was finally lost in the night following our replacement, Langmark. Cambrai is a quiet, dreamy little town in Artois, whose name is connected with many historical memories. Narrow, old-fashioned streets wind around the imposing town hall, weathered city gates and numerous churches. Mighty towers jut out from a tangle of crooked roofs. Wide avenues lead to the well-maintained city park, adorned with a monument of the flyer Blériot. The inhabitants are quiet, friendly people who lead a comfortable middle-class life in large, plain but well-appointed houses. Many retirees spend their old age here. The small town rightfully bears the nickname La Ville des Millionnaires, as there were over 40 millionaires living there just before the war. The Great War brutally tore the quiet nest from its slumber and transformed it into a focal point of massive battles. A rushed new life rattled over the cobblestones and clanged against the small windows, behind which fearful faces peered out. Strangers' comrades drank the lovingly filled cellars dry, threw themselves into the mighty mahogany beds, and constantly disturbed the quiet rest of the private citizens, who now stood in corners and at doorsteps, whispering horrific tales and sharing the safest news about the impending victory of their compatriots. The people lived in a barracks, while the officers were housed in Rue des Lignes. During our stay, this street took on the appearance of a student quarter. General conversations from windows, night songs, and small romantic adventures were commonplace. Every morning, we marched for drills onto the large square near the later famous village of Fontaine. I had a very interesting duty, as Colonel von Oppen had entrusted me with training the storm troop. My quarter was extremely comfortable. Seldom did my hosts, the friendly jeweler couple Planco-Berlon, let me eat lunch without sending something nice up to me. The question, which is hard to answer, as to why people must wage war, was particularly often discussed. During these hours, good Monsieur Planco related various anecdotes about the always idle and witty citizens of Cambrai, who in peacetime had turned streets, wine taverns, and market squares into thunderous laughter, and reminded me vividly of Claude, Tillier's droll Uncle Benjamin. On July 25th, we took our leave from the dear little town and drove north to Flanders. We had read in the newspapers that there had been an artillery battle raging for weeks, one that world history had never seen before. In the city, we were dismissed by distant cannon fire and marched through the unfamiliar landscape towards the camp of Thanksgiving. To the right and left of the straight road lay fertile, raised fields and lush, water-rich meadows bordered with hedges. Scattered far and wide were clean farms with low thatched or brick roofs, their walls hanging with bundles of tobacco plants drying in the sun. The country folk we met on our way were of Germanic type, and spoke in a coarse yet homely language. We spent the afternoon in the gardens of individual homesteads, shielded from the view of enemy planes. Occasionally, huge grenades from ship guns roared overhead, exploding nearby. One struck a small stream within the camp, killing several bathing soldiers from Regiment 91. As evening approached, I had to move out with a vanguard to the position of the reserve battalion in order to prepare the relief and familiarize my men. We passed through the Houtholster forest and the village of Coqueuet, and on this route were halted several times by heavy grenades. In the darkness, I heard a recruit's voice. The lieutenant never lays down. He knows exactly what he's doing. An older man corrected him. If a real one comes, he'll be the first to lie down. The man had grasped my principle that I always followed. Take cover only when necessary, then suddenly. However, the degree of necessity can only be judged by someone experienced in war, who feels the end point of the shell curve before the novice even notices the light, enunciating flattery. Our leaders, not entirely sure of their cause, turned away through an endless long trench. That is how they call the trenches that were not dug deep due to the groundwater, but rather placed on the grown soil with sandbags and fascines. Then we passed through a terrifyingly ravaged forest, from which, according to the guide's story, a regimental command post had been driven out just a few days ago by a matter of 1,024 centimeter grenades. It seems to be quite generous here, I thought to myself in silence. After wandering across dense underbrush, we stood helplessly, abandoned by our guides, on a piece of earth covered with reed, surrounded by marshy swamps whose black mirrors broke the moonlight. Constantly there were explosions somewhere, and mud thrown high splashed into the water. Finally, the unfortunate guide, onto whom all our anger was focused, returned and claimed to have found the way. However, he led us astray again, to a medical post where, at regular, very short intervals, 2 shrapnel shells exploded, sending their bullets and blast waves through the tree branches. The on-duty doctor gave us a reasonable man who escorted us to Mossberg, the headquarters of the on-call commander. I then proceeded to the company of Regiment 225, which was due to be relieved by the 2nd Company, and after a long search in the funnel-shaped terrain, I found some dilapidated houses that had been reinforced internally with iron concrete. One of them had been depressed the day before by a heavy strike, and its occupants crushed like mice in a trap by the falling roof plate. For the rest of the night I spent it in the crowded concrete block of the company commander's quarters, a meek front-line sheep who passed the time with his orderlies using a bottle of spirits and a large tin of pork, frequently pausing to listen, the ever-increasing artillery fire with a shake of his head. He would often sigh about the times in Russia and curse the regiment's evacuation. Eventually my eyes closed. Sleep was heavy and uneasy. The shrapnel bombs falling silently around the house in the impenetrable darkness evoked an indescribable sense of loneliness and abandonment. I found myself hugging a man lying next to me on the cot. Once I was jolted awake by a strong blow. My comrades searched the walls for a hole. It turned out that a small grenade had exploded on the outer wall. The next afternoon I spent time with the battalion commander at Mossberg, as I still needed to get some important matters clarified. Nearby, 15 cement grenades kept hitting while the Rittmeister, with his adjutant and orderlies, played endless rounds of scat and passed around a bottle of poor spirits. Sometimes he would put down the cards to take a call, or discuss bomb safety for our concrete block with a worried expression. Despite his vigorous objections, Desire was clearly the father of thought. We convinced him that we wouldn't be able to withstand a top-down hit. In the evening, the general fire intensified rapidly, and colored signal flares ascended in endless succession from the front. Dust-covered runners brought news that the enemy was attacking. After weeks of drumming, the infantry assault was initiated. Upon returning to the company commander's position, I waited for the 2nd Company, which arrived at 4 a.m. during a lively firefight. I immediately took command of my section and led it to its designated spot, a concrete building covered in debris from a destroyed house, eerily abandoned amidst a vast crater field of terrifying desolation. At 6 a.m., the dense Flemish fog lifted, revealing our eerie surroundings. Shortly after, a swarm of enemy planes appeared, hanging close to the ground and signaling with their sirens, as they scanned the shattered terrain while scattered infantrymen sought cover in grenade craters. Half an hour later, a devastating artillery barrage erupted, turning our sanctuary into a blazing sea akin to a typhoon-ravaged ocean. The forest of shells around us dense into a swirling wall. We crouched together and waited for the momentary blast that would sweep us away with the concrete blocks, leaving no trace of our stay in this funnel desert. Under such massive volleys of fire, which we could prepare for in longer breaks, the whole day passed. In the evening, a weary orderly appeared and handed me an order, from which I deduced that the 1st, 3rd, and 4th Companies were to advance at 10:50 for a counterattack, while the 2nd waited for its relief and moved into the front line. To face the next hours with strengthened resolve, I lay down, unaware that my brother Fritz, whom I thought was still in Hanover, was advancing with a group from the 3rd Company, right past my hut, amidst the firestorm. My sleep was long disturbed by the moaning of a wounded man, whom 2 Saxons, lost in the trench field and completely exhausted, had left at our place. When they woke up the next morning, their comrade was dead. They carried him to the nearest grenade pit, covered him with a few shovelfuls of earth, and left, leaving behind one of the countless solitary and unknown graves of war. I didn't wake up until 11 o'clock from deep sleep, washed myself in my steel helmet, and sent for the company commander, who had already departed to my surprise, without notifying me or the train of Kias. This was evident due to the consequences of sending officers of foreign weapon branches, who could not even command aim, straight to the front lines of infantry battles merely because of their seniority in service. One may apply such considerations of antiquity, if one does not believe one can do without them, where human lives are not at stake. Oh, touch not, disturb not. We have often cursed under shelter and behind the cup about it, but only among ourselves. It was more pleasant to run a storm against Fort Domont than against this ancient evil. Let the Frederikian spirit be held in high honor, but perukes, plats, and rank order to the chamber with the thunder guns of 1806, if it should start up again. While I was still cursing on my rack and contemplating what to do, an order from the battalion appeared and handed me the command to take over the 8th Company immediately. I learned that the counter-attack of the 1st Battalion had collapsed the previous night with heavy losses, and that the remnants had taken a defensive position in a forest in front of us, known as the Dobschütz Forest, and on both sides of it. The 8th Company had been ordered to reinforce the position in the wood, but was destroyed with heavy losses in a flanking fire while crossing the intermediate terrain. Since the company commander, Lieutenant Büdingen, had also fallen, I had to take command again. After saying goodbye to my abandoned train, I set off with the orderly through the shell-strewn wasteland. A desperate voice momentarily halted our bent run. In the distance, a figure half emerging from a trench waved with a bleeding arm stump. We indicated our just-abandoned hut and hurried on. I found the 8th Company as a discouraged group, huddled behind rows of concrete blocks, declaring it impossible to launch another attack against the wall that separated us from the Dobschütz wall due to the heavy impact. Thus, I had no choice but to witness it for myself. I ordered them to follow me and leapt straight into the fire. After just a few sentences, a grenade showered me with earth as it shot its cone straight up, throwing me into the next crater. I soon realized that the fury of the fire was lessening further ahead. After clearing 200 meters, I looked around. The area was deserted. Finally, 2 men emerged from the smoke and dust clouds, then another, then 2 more. With these 5 people, I reached my goal safely. In a half-crushed concrete block sat Lieutenant Sandvos, leader of the 3rd Company, and little Schultz with 3 heavy machine guns. I was greeted with a loud hello and a sip of cognac. Then they explained the situation, which was far from pleasant. Right in front of us sat the Englishman, with no connection to the right or left. Out of the blue, Sandvos asked if I had heard anything about my brother. One can imagine my feelings when I learned that he had endured the storm of yesterday and was missing. Shortly thereafter, a man came to inform me that my brother lay wounded in a nearby shelter, pointing to a dilapidated log cabin covered with uprooted trees. I hurried across a clearing under deliberate rifle fire and entered. What a reunion! My brother lay in a room filled with the stench of decay amidst a throng of severely injured men. He was in a pitiful condition. During the storm, he had been struck by 2 shrapnel bullets. One had pierced his lung, the other shattered his right upper arm joint. Fever gleamed in his eyes. He struggled to move, speak, and breathe. We shook hands and told our stories. It was clear to me that he should not remain at this place, for every moment the Englishman might storm, or a grenade could finish off the heavily damaged concrete block. The best brotherly service was to bring him back immediately. Nevertheless, Sandvos resisted any weakening of our fighting force. I gave the 5 people who had come with me the task of bringing my brother to the medical station, Colombouze, and bringing people from there to recover the other wounded. We tied him up in a tent sheet and inserted a long pole through it. Then 2 men carried him on their shoulders. One more handshake, and then the sad procession set off. I watched from the forest edge as the swaying load moved through a forest, passing by church tower-high granite fountains. After engaging with the slowly advancing English troops from the perimeters at the forest's edge, I spent the night with my unit and a machine gun operator among the ruins of the concrete block. Near constant blasts from exceptionally powerful shrapnel shells narrowly missed me in the evening. As dawn broke, the machine gunner suddenly opened fire as dark figures approached, eventually killing one man from the 76th Infantry Regiment's patrol. Such mistakes were common during those days, and little time was spent on them. At 6 a.m., we were relieved by elements of the 9th Company, who ordered me to take my men in occupying the Rattenberg. On our way there, another cadet was rendered combat inept by a shrapnel fragment. The rat's nest presented itself to us as a shattered house with concrete blocks as walls, nestled closely near the marshy bed of the Steenbach, which probably deserved its name. Rather exhausted, we made our way in and collapsed onto the straw-covered cots until a hearty lunch and some encouraging tobacco brought us back on our feet. In the early afternoon, continuous shelling began with heavy and even heavier calibers. From 6 to 8 o'clock, one explosion followed another. Often the building was shaken by the horrible jolts of nearby detonating shells and threatened to collapse. As the fire died down in the evening, I sneaked towards the medical post Columbius and asked the doctor, who was examining the horrifyingly mangled leg of a dying man, about my brother. To my joy, I learned that he had returned in relatively good condition. Later that night, my supply troop arrived and brought hot food, canned meat, coffee, bread, tobacco, and spirits to our small company of 20 men. We ate heartily and passed the bottle around, without regard for rank, until it was empty. Then we tried to sleep, but were disturbed by clouds of mosquitoes, grenades, and occasional gas attacks. As a result, I slept so soundly the next morning that my men had to shake me awake after hours of intense firing. They reported that more and more soldiers were coming back from the front, saying that the line was clear and the enemy was advancing. Following the old soldier's principle, a good breakfast keeps body and soul together, I strengthened myself, lit a pipe, and watched what was happening outside. I had only a vague idea of what was going on, as the entire area was shrouded in dense smoke. The artillery fire grew more intense by the minute, reaching a peak where, unable to increase further, the nervous excitement shifted into a near-comic apathy. Constantly, showers of rock fragments rained down on our roof, with the house itself struck twice. And grenades sent up dense, milky white clouds, from which fiery drops descended to the earth. A piece of this burning mass landed on a stone at my feet and continued to burn for several minutes. Delay bombs rumbled into the ground, sending up flat earth bells. Gas and smoke clouds slowly crept across the battlefield. Just ahead of us, rifle and machine gun fire echoed, signaling that the enemy must be drawing near. Below, in the Steenbach Valley, a group of people traversed the changing forest, stepping through geysers of splashing mud. I recognized the battalion commander, Captain von Brixen, who leaned on 2 medics with an injured arm and hurried towards him. He urgently told me that the enemy was advancing and warned me against staying too long without cover. Soon, the first infantry rounds hit the surrounding trenches or shattered against the wall remains. More and more fleeting figures disappeared behind us into the mist, while rapid rifle fire testified to the desperate defense of those holding on at the front. Action was required. I decided to defend Rattenberg and made it clear to the people, some of whom had worried expressions, that I didn't even think about retreat. The team was spread out behind firing slits, and our only machine gun placed in a window opening. A trench was designated as a dressing station, and a medic, who immediately found plenty of work, was sent there. Even I picked up a lying gun and hung a belt of ammunition around my neck. As my group was very small, I tried to strengthen it by joining the many aimless wanderers. Most willingly followed our calls, happy to join, while others, nerved out, rushed on after a brief pause. In such cases, every delicate consideration ceases. A well-known casino orderly tried to escape by any means, but I did not let him. "Attack!" I called to my men standing before me under the shelter of the house, and already a few shots rang out. Drawn magnetically from the gun mounts, these inevitable stragglers slowly approached in every battle, though one could see from their expressions how reluctant they were to join us. After this powerful finale, it became quieter. The fire jumped over us and stopped at the landmark Bixscoot Road. We felt uneasy. Until then, we had not seen the forest for the trees. The danger was so immense and multifaceted that we could not engage with it. But I don't even have a gun. Then wait until someone is shot dead. During a final gigantic fire explosion, where the house's debris was hit multiple times and brick fragments high in the air clattered against our steel helmets, I was thrown to the ground by a terrifying strike. To everyone's amazement, I got up unscathed. After the storm had passed over us, everyone found time to prepare for what was inevitable, and it came. The rifles in front of us fell silent. The defenders were finished. Out of the smoke emerged a dense firing line. My men shot, crouching behind the debris, while the machine guns sprayed. As the attackers vanished into the troughs and bound us with their fire, strong sections advanced to the right and left. Soon we were surrounded by a ring of shooters. The situation was hopeless. There was no point in sacrificing the team. I gave the order to retreat. It was difficult to get those who were stubbornly fighting back up. Taking advantage of a cloud of smoke that was essentially stationary, we escaped unnoticed. I left the small fort as the last one, supported by Lieutenant Holloman, who was bleeding from a severe head wound and trying to overcome his clumsiness with some jokes. When crossing the street, we encountered the 2nd Company, which had been sent for reinforcement. After a short discussion, we decided to stay and await the enemy. Here, too, we had to force people from other units that wanted to continue the retreat independently to stay. In particular, artillerymen, light signalmen, telegram operators, and others needed to be forced by violence to realize that under these circumstances, they too should take up a rifle in the firing line. With pleas, orders, and clubbing, I quickly restored order with the help of Kias and some calm individuals. Then we settled into an indicated trench and had breakfast. Caius brought out his inevitable apparatus and took photographs. To our left, at the exit of Langmark, movement began. Our men shot at running figures. Soon after, a non-commissioned officer appeared and reported that a company of guard fusiliers had taken position on the road and suffered losses from our fire. I then ordered a charge under heavy rifle fire until we reached their level. Some men fell, and Lieutenant Bartmer of the 2nd Company was severely wounded. Kias stayed by my side, finishing his buttered bread as he advanced. As we had occupied the road that led down to the Steenbach, we noticed that the English were about to do the same. Within 20 meters, the first khaki figures had already approached. As far as the eye could see, the fore area was filled with rifle lines and rows of columns. Even around the Rattenberg they were already gathering. We made energetic use of our unexpected appearance and launched a solid attack. At the Steenbach, an entire series collapsed. One of them had a reel of wire on his back from which he unwound a cable. Others jumped back and forth while nearby. Clouds of dust from our shells swirled up. A stern corporal from the 8th Company placed his rifle with calm composure on a splintered tree stump and shot down 4 enemies in succession. Around 11 o'clock, aircraft adorned with cockades descended upon us and were driven off by lively overhead gunfire. Shortly after the street was occupied, I reported to the regiment and requested support. In the afternoon, infantry squads, engineers, and machine guns arrived as reinforcements. Following the old Fritzen's tactics, everything was thrown into the overcrowded front line. From time to time, the Englishmen would bring down some careless individuals who strayed across the road. Around 4 o'clock, a very unpleasant shrapnel firing began. The charges were hurled with precision onto the highway. I realized that the aircraft had identified our new defense line, and even worse times lay ahead for us. Indeed, shortly after, a massive bombardment with light and heavy shells commenced. We lay close together in the overcrowded, straight-as-an-arrow trench. The fire danced before our eyes. Branches and clay lumps whistled down at us. To my left, a flash of fire ignited, leaving behind white, sticky steam. I crawled on all fours to my companion. He was no longer moving. Blood seeped from numerous wounds, cut by narrow, jagged shrapnel. Further right, heavy losses were also suffered. After half an hour, it became quiet. We eagerly dug deep holes in the flat trench pit to have some protection against splinters during a second assault. Our shovels hit weapons, harness, and cartridge cases from 1914, a sign that this soil had not drunk blood for the first time. As twilight fell, we were once again thoroughly searched. I crouched next to Lieutenant Kias in a sitting hole that had cost us some effort. The ground rolled like a ship's deck under the constant neck impact. With the steel helmet pressed to my forehead, I chewed on my pipe and stared at the road, whose stones sparked with flying iron fragments. The strangest thoughts raced through my mind. So occupied was I with a French trash novel, Le Vautour de la Sierra, which had fallen into my hands in Cambrai. Several times, I muttered Ariost's words. A great heart feels no fear of death, however it comes, if only it is honorable. Today it tastes a little like theater to me. Then it helped me maintain my composure. When the grenades gave my ear a moment's rest, I heard fragments of the beautiful song about the black whale at Ashkelon playing beside me, and I thought my friend Caius was out of his mind. Everyone has their own way of calming their nerves. At the end of the bombardment, a large splinter flew into my hand. Caius illuminated the area with his pocket lantern. We discovered a superficial crack. The hours just experienced were undoubtedly the most terrible of the entire war. You crouch alone, huddled in your underground hole, feeling vulnerable to a merciless, blind destruction will. With dread, you realize that all your intelligence, skills, mental and physical advantages have become insignificant, trivial matters. Just as you think this, the iron block might have started its screeching descent, crushing you into an amorphous nothingness. Your discomfort focuses on your hearing, trying to discern the approach of the Deathbringer from the cacophony of sounds. It's dark. You must draw all your strength from within yourself alone to endure. You cannot even stand up and light a cigarette with a nonchalant smile, looking up at your comrades' admiring glances. You will not be encouraged by your friend who clamps the monocle to his eye to watch a blow on the shoulder guard next to you. You know that if it hits you, no rooster will crow afterwards. Yes, why don't you spring up and throw yourself into the night until you collapse in a safe bush like an exhausted animal? Why are you still holding out? You and your brave ones. Perhaps unconsciously to yourself, the moral man within you is binding you in place by two powerful factors. You feel that if I leave my spot now, I am a coward in front of myself, a scoundrel who must blush at every word of praise later. You bite your lips together and stay. On this night, everyone held out who lay there on the dark Flemish highway. One could see that the leader and his men were raised in a heroic spirit. Duty and honor must be the cornerstones of every army, and the officer, as a vanguard, must be instilled with heightened duty and honor. This requires suitable material and certain forms. After midnight it began to drizzle. Patrols from a regiment that had become swarmed, advancing up to the steep brook, found only slush-filled rills. The enemy had withdrawn behind the stream. Exhausted from the efforts of this mighty day, we settled into our holes, except for those assigned to watch duty. I pulled on the tattered coat of my fallen comrade and fell into an uneasy sleep. At twilight, I woke up due to a strange cold sensation, and realized I was in a dire situation. It was pouring with rain, and the stream of water from the street gushed into the depth of my pit. I built a small dam and fortified my refuge with a cooking pot lid. Due to the constant rise in water levels, I had to add crown after crown to my earthwork, until finally the weak structure gave way under the growing pressure, and a murky torrent filled my pit from top to bottom. As I struggled to fish out my pistol and steel helmet from the mud, tobacco and food floated along the ditch, sharing the same fate as its inhabitants. Shivering and freezing, without a dry thread on our bodies, we stood in the awareness of being completely exposed to the next bombardment, in the mud of the... Here, I made the observation that no artillery fire can so thoroughly break the human spirit as moisture and cold. For the further course of the battle, this light rain was a true godsend, as the English offensive had to come to a standstill precisely during the first, most crucial days. The opponent had to overcome the soggy, funnel-shaped zone with his artillery, while we could roll our ammunition on intact roads. At 11 o'clock, when despair had already taken hold of us, an angelic messenger in the form of a runner arrived with the order for the regiment to gather in Cocuy. On the way, we saw how difficult the connection to the front must have been on the day of the attack. The roads were filled with people and horses. Alongside several horses that had been completely crushed, there lay 12 horrifyingly mutilated animals in a pile. On a damp meadow, over which the milky white balls of individual shrapnel shells floated, the remnants of the regiment gathered. We were shaken by the sight of this small group, as strong as a company, with a cluster of officers in their midst. What losses? Nearly all the officers and men from 2 battalions. With dark looks, the survivors stood in the pouring rain until quarters were assigned. In a wooden barrack, we dried ourselves around a blazing hearth and regained our courage with a hearty breakfast. Human nature is indeed unconquerable. In the evening, grenades struck the village. One of the barracks was hit and several men from the 3rd Company killed. Despite the shelling, we soon lay down, hoping only not to be thrown back into the rain for a counterattack or sudden defense. At 3 a.m. came the order to withdraw definitively. We marched along the road, strewn with bodies and shattered wagons toward Staden. Around the crater of a massive impact, only 12 dead bodies lay. The city, once so vibrant upon our arrival, already displayed many shattered homes. The deserted marketplace was littered with discarded household items. A family left with us the tiny town, pulling behind them as their sole possession a cow. The man had a wooden leg, and the woman held her crying children by the hand. The cacophony in the distance added to the somber scene. The remains of the 2nd Battalion were housed in a lonely courtyard, hidden among lush, high-growing fields behind dense hedges. There, I was entrusted with leading the 7th Company, with whom I would share joy and sorrow until the end of the war. In the evening, we sat before the fireplace tiled with old pieces, fortifying ourselves with a strong grog, and listening to the once again resonating thunder of battle. It was especially fun for people to address everyone, even officers, with you according to local custom. He wrote that he would likely keep a stiff arm and a weak lung. We had contributed significantly to halting the enemy's offensive, which had begun with such immense force. Soon we rested in the hayloft. Despite the ample sleep, most of the sleepers fantasized and rolled around as if they had to fight through the Battle of Flanders once again. On July 3rd, we set off towards the station of the nearby town of Jitz, loaded down with cattle and field crops from the abandoned area. In the train station bar, the entire shriveled battalion drank coffee again in excellent spirits, seasoned with very daring phrases from 2 rough Flemish waiters to everyone's amusement. Planes buzzed through the air, calming the anxious eye with their large iron crosses. I ran back to a well that had miraculously remained clear between the rubble and debris, lifted the bucket, drank, and filled my field flask. The company members arrived in waves. The 3 people next to me ended their conversation and stood up, cursing. I got up, fastened my harness, adjusted my steel helmet, and stepped into the twilight. It was foggy and cool. The scene had changed in the meantime. The grenade fire had shifted and was now reverberating heavily in other parts of the vast battlefield. From the military report of a new newspaper, the sentence leapt out at me. It succeeded for us to hold back the enemy on the Steenbach line. It was strange to feel that our seemingly chaotic actions in the dark night had acquired historical significance. I quote the following lines from his diary, which complement my report and vividly depict the impressions of a newcomer thrown into the midst of the material battle. Formation for the assault! My platoon leader and Company Sergeant Schnell bent his face over the entrance to the small lab and board-covered cave where we had been smoking and eating for hours. I quickly attached 4 hand grenades to my belt and joined my group, 2 of whom were absent. Before I even had time to write down their names, everything was in motion. In ranks they moved across the sloping terrain, dodging beams, pressing against hedges, diving into depths, and winding their way towards the enemy with clattering and banging sounds. I was fully aware of my mission. The 2nd Battalion of our regiment, and a battalion from the neighboring regiment, had the order to push back English divisions that had crossed the Channel. It was my task to stay at the forefront with my group and meet the counterattack. As I reconsidered all this, my gaze fell upon the pale, determined face of a young non-commissioned officer. Bachmann, I thought, although I didn't know him. He was my comrade, a flag-lance non-commissioned officer, also in Captain Sandvos's company. I lost sight of him and marveled at the landscape that had suddenly unfolded before our eyes. We had arrived before the ruins of a village. Out of the terribly scarred plains of Flanders rose black, broken stumps of individual trees, remnants of a great forest. Immense smoke clouds filled the air and draped the sky with dark, heavy clouds. Over the barren earth, so ruthlessly torn and torn again, foul gases swelled, moving lazily yellow and brown. Gas alert was ordered. At that moment, a sudden immense fire broke out. Earth leaped up in searing geysers, and a hail of splintered debris swept across the land like a downpour. Once more, I heard incomprehensibly the roaring voice of our battalion commander, Rittmeister Buckelman. My men had disappeared. I found myself in another formation, pushing with the others towards the ruins of a village, shaved to its foundations by relentless grenades. We pulled out our gas masks. In an instant, a terrible machine gun fire opened up. Everyone fell. To my left, Lieutenant Ehlers knelt. Beside him, a sergeant lay sprawled in observation. Before us flickered a wall of fire in yellow. Explosions followed one another. Debris of houses, a shower of earth clumps, bricks, and iron splinters rained down on us, sparking bright from our steel helmets. I stared into this glowing cauldron of hell. What was that compared to the half-hour drum fire that had prepared this misguided attack? For it was clear to me as a vision that it was misguided. A tremendous roar devoured the turmoil in short intervals. Whole fields of rubble flew into the air, whirled around and crashed down with hellish fury. On Ehlers' screaming call, I looked to the right. He raised his left hand, waved backward, cried out, and leaped forward. I stood heavily and followed running. My feet still burned from the previous night like fire, but the blood had been sucked up by my socks, and the stabbing pain had subsided. I had taken no more than 20 steps when, as I emerged from a funnel, a blinding flash of a shell's blast lit up the sky less than 10 meters ahead at 3-meter height. I felt 2 heavy thuds against my chest and shoulder. Automatically, the rifle slipped from my grasp, and I collapsed backward, tumbling into the funnel. In a fog, I heard Ehlers' voice calling out as he ran by. He's hit. He wouldn't make it through the next day. The assault failed, and upon his retreat, he was killed along with all his comrades. A bullet through his head ended the life of this brave officer. When I awakened from a long spell of unconsciousness, silence had fallen. I tried to sit up, but felt intense pain in my right shoulder that intensified with every movement of my arm. My breathing was short and erratic, as if my lungs couldn't draw enough air. Prell shot to the lung and shoulder, I thought. I threw away my backpack harness, and in a state of complete apathy, even the gas mask. I kept the steel helmet on and hung the canteen from the belt hook. After 5 steps, I lay motionless in a side trench. After perhaps an hour, I tried to crawl again, as the field was already being scorched by light artillery fire once more. This attempt also failed. I lost my canteen and sank into infinite exhaustion, from which the feeling of burning thirst eventually woke me up. It began to rain softly. With the steel helmet, I managed to gather a little dirty water. I had lost all sense of direction. A storm was building. Its thunderclaps were drowned out by the onset of another artillery fire. I pressed myself against the trench wall. A lump of clay hit my shoulder. Heavy shrapnel whizzed over my head. Gradually, I also lost track of time. 2 figures appeared, jumping across the field in long bounds. Then my companion guide, Lieutenant Sanvos, came up, asked if I could walk, and disappeared, recalled by an order. Immediately afterward, I heard his commanding voice. Machine guns were repositioned and began firing. Suddenly, a young officer, smeared with clay from head to toe, with the EKI on his chest, rushed in. In a corner, I spotted Bachmann, clenching his shattered knee in agony. We engaged in fragmented conversation. Sometimes, when someone bumped into him, he would let out a quiet groan. The intense fire continued, with grenades detonating around us, often burying the roof in sand and earth. They dressed my wounds, provided me with a new gas mask, a loaf of bread with coarse red jam and some water. They approached in jumps and disappeared into the trenches, as I concluded from the frightened cries echoing from outside. I called out to them. They vanished without acknowledging me, like shadows in the mist. Eventually, 3 people approached me directly. I recognized the sergeant from the day before among them. They took me to a small hut nearby, filled with wounded soldiers tended to by 2 medics. I had been lying in a coma for 13 hours. The next afternoon, we were loaded up and traveled as far as Theaucourt. From there, we immediately marched to our new position on the wooded heights of the Lorraine coast opposite the destroyed village of Rignyville, known from daily orders. On July 4, 1917, we disembarked at Mars-la-Tour. The 7th and 8th Companies arrived in Doncourt, where we led a quiet life for several days. Only the limited rations caused some friction. It was strictly forbidden to forage in the fields, yet almost every morning, the field gendarmes reported people they had caught digging potatoes at night, and I could not avoid punishing them. On September 9th, the division commander, Major General von Busse, inspected the company and praised us for our good behavior during the battle. It was my brother, who had been declared dead the previous day down below. We greeted each other, exchanging slightly strange and moved smiles. After a few minutes, they laid me on a tarpaulin and carried me off the battlefield under the roar of the guns. Regnieville. On the first morning, I surveyed my section, which seemed excessively long for a company, and consisted of an unstructured tangle of partly half-collapsed trenches. The front line was also buried in many places by the heavy, three-legged wing mines common in this position. My tunnel was located about 100 meters back in the so-called traffic trench, near the road leading out of Regnieville. For the first time in a long while, we were facing the French again. The trench walls were made of limestone, a material that withstands weather significantly more than the usual clay bottom. The desperate sleeper finally ripped his blankets out and could speak to Mephisto. "I'll shake off this old fluff one last time. Another flutters here and there out, up, around 100,000 corners. Hurry, you dears, to hide." Even the food left much to be desired. It had a property that caused me little joy, despite being an otherwise passionate entomologist. In this area, instead of the usual lice, much more mobile relatives appeared. These two species apparently have the same hostile relationship as wanderers and house rats. Besides the thin midday soup, there was only a third of bread with a laughably small side dish, which often consisted of half-spoiled jam. Half of them devoured a fat rat each time, which I often chased in vain. The reserve and rest companies held themselves in deeply hidden, romantically located log cabin settlements in the forest. In places, the trench was even carefully lined and concreted for long stretches, allowing even the strongest rainfall to drain easily. The reddish-white rock teemed with fossils. Every time I crossed the trench, I returned to the shelter with bags filled with shells. Especially pleasing to me was my quarters in the reserve position, the stump lager, which clung to the slope of a narrow forest gorge in a dead angle. I lived there in a tiny, half-built hut nestled into the hill, surrounded by hazelnut bushes and cornel cherry trees. If, in the evening, the mist rose from the valley, mixing with the dense white smoke of my wood fire, and I sat huddled by an open door in the first twilight, between the fresh autumn air and the warmth of the fire, half and half red wine with egg cognac in a bulky glass. The window offered a view of the opposite wooded mountain ridge and a narrow strip of meadow flowing with a stream at the bottom. A collection of bottles of all kinds stacked on the rear wall revealed that many a hermit had spent contemplative hours there before me, and I too made an effort not to neglect the venerable custom of the place. These intimate gatherings comforted me too, over the fact that an older gentleman, newly arrived from the replacement battalion, had taken over my company, and I, as platoon leader, was once again performing the dull graveyard duty. I tried to bypass the endless guards, as I had done in the past, by making frequent patrols. We crawled towards a gap in the enemy obstacle that Klopman had cut the night before. To our unpleasant surprise, the wire was repaired. Nonetheless, we cut it again with considerable noise and descended into the trench. We crouched behind the next shoulder wall and listened. On August 24th, brave Rittmeister Buckelman was wounded by a grenade splinter. The 3rd Battalion commander lost within a short time by the regiment. On September 29th, accompanied by Sergeant Klopman, the most capable member of the 7th Company, I paid a visit to the enemy line. After a quarter-hour's wait, we sneaked on, following a telephone wire that ended at a sidearm embedded in the ground. We found the position blocked several times by wire, and once by a grating door, but unoccupied. After examining everything carefully, we retraced our steps and carefully resecured the gap to conceal our visit. Even the habitual changing of bed linens didn't help, as the stealthy parasites lurked cunningly in the straw of the storage area. The next evening, Klopman again spied around the area, but was met with gunshots and lemon-shaped hand grenades. The so-called Entenirn received, one of which fell close to his head, pressed into the ground without creasing. He had to give swift chase. On September 10th, I left the stump camp for the regimental command post to file for leave. "I've been thinking of you," Colonel von Oppen replied, "but the regiment must conduct a violent patrol, which you are to lead. Select the suitable men and practice with them down in the Suliver camp. We were to infiltrate enemy trenches at 2 points and attempt to take prisoners. The patrol split into 3 parts. 2 assault squads and 1 security detachment to occupy the first line and cover our backs. I took command of the left squad, while Lieutenant V. Kienitz led the right. The men consisted only of volunteers. Some surplus troops nearly wept as I turned them away. My squad, including me, consisted of 14 men, among them Cadet von Zlinitsky, Corporal Klopman, Corporal Mevius, Corporal Duzhevkin, and 2 pioneers. The most daring elements from the 2nd Battalion had gathered. For 10 days, we trained in hand grenade throwing and carried out our operation at a storm position modeled after reality. It was a miracle that I only had 3 men injured by shrapnel due to my men's enthusiasm. Otherwise, we didn't have any duties, so on the afternoon of September 22nd, as master of a wild but usable band, I moved to the 2nd position, where we were to be accommodated for the night. In the evening, von Kienitz and I walked through the dark forest to the battalion's command post, having been invited by Battalion Commander Rittmeister Schumacher to a hangman's feast. Then we slept in our tunnel. It is a strange feeling when you know that you have to face a life-or-death struggle the next morning and listen inwardly for some time before falling asleep. At 3 a.m., we were woken up, stood up, washed ourselves. I immediately got into a good argument because my companion had completely salted away the scrambled eggs that I wanted as a strengthener in celebration of the day. We pushed the plates back and went over all the details for the 100th time that could meet us. In between, we offered each other cherry brandies while V. Kienitz told some ancient jokes. 20 minutes before 5, we gathered the people together and led them to the readiness bunkers on the front line. Gaps had already been cut in a wire, and long arrows strewn with lime pointed to our attack points. We parted ways with a handshake and endured the things that were coming. I was completely equipped. 2 sandbags with 4 stick grenades each, the left one with a burst charge and the right one with a burning fuse, a pistol 8 on the long strap in the right pocket of my trousers, a small Mauser pistol in the left one, 5 egg-shaped hand grenades in the left pocket of my trousers, a flashlight and a whistle in the left one, a carabiner hook to detach the hand grenades, a knife and wire cutters. In the inner breast pocket was a filled wallet with my home address, and in the back pocket of my trousers, a flat bottle of cherry brandy. We had taken off our armpit pads and Gibraltar bands to give no clue as to our origin to the enemy. As a sign of recognition, we wore a white band on each arm. At 4:54, diversionary fire began in the left neighboring division. At exactly 5 o'clock, our artillery and mine fires suddenly broke out. I stood with Sergeant Klopman at the tunnel entrance, smoking a final cigar. However, due to numerous close-range shots, we had to take cover. With the watch in hand, we counted the minutes. At precisely 5:05, we emerged from the tunnel and advanced along the prepared path through the obstacle course. I led the way, running with a hand grenade in hand, and could also see the right patrol charging into the dim light. The enemy's defenses were weak. I easily leaped over them, but stumbled on a hidden wire roller and fell into a funnel. Sergeant Klopman and Corporal Mevius pulled me out. "Rin!" We sprang into the first line without encountering any resistance, while to our right, a furious hand grenade battle began. Without paying attention to it, we crossed the sandbag barrier that blocked the next trench and leapt from funnel to funnel until we reached 2 rows of Spanish cavalry that separated us from the second line. As this was completely destroyed and there was no hope of taking prisoners, we hurried forward without stopping through a barricaded communication trench. At the junction with the third line, a glowing cigarette butt fell to the ground in front of me. I signaled to my men, grasped the hand grenade more tightly, and carefully advanced through the well-dug trench, along whose walls numerous abandoned rifles lay. So at that moment by the trench marker, an image of kitchenware with a spoon in it was etched in my mind. This observation saved my life 20 minutes later. Suddenly, shadowy figures disappeared before us. We ran after them, and got into an alleyway whose wall had a tunnel entrance drilled into it. I stood in front and shouted, "Retreat!" The answer was a hand grenade thrown out, which exploded at head height on the opposite wall, tearing my silk cap, injuring my left hand multiple times, and shearing off the tip of my little finger. The junior engineer standing next to me had his nose pierced. We withdrew a few steps and bombarded the dangerous spot with hand grenades. An overzealous one threw a flamethrower into the entrance, making any further attack impossible. We turned around and pursued the third line in the opposite direction, finally catching up to an opponent. Everywhere were discarded weapons and equipment. The question: where could all these people have gone with so many guns? It became increasingly eerie within us, yet we pressed on with a finished hand grenade and drawn pistol through the desolate gunpowder-shrouded trenches. Our path from then on only became clear to me later in reflection. Unaware, we turned into a third running trench and approached the fourth line, already smack dab in our own barrier fire. Periodically, we'd rip open one of the boxes built into the walls and stuff a hand grenade into our pockets as a memento. After traversing several cross and parallel trenches, no one knew where they were or which way the German positions lay. Gradually, everyone grew agitated. The needles of the luminous compass danced in their flying hands, and in our excitement while searching for the North Star, our entire school wisdom deserted us. Chatter from nearby trenches betrayed that the enemy had recovered from their initial surprise. He had to guess our position soon. After turning back once again, I went last and suddenly saw before me, over a sandbag barrier, the mouth of a machine gun moving back and forth. I sprang towards it, stumbling over a French corpse, and saw Staff Sergeant Kloppmann and Cadet von Zglinitsky occupied with the gun, while Fusilier Haller, with blood-stained hands, searched through torn bodies for papers. We fumbled around feverishly with the weapon in frantic haste to bring back at least some loot. I tried to loosen the holding screws. Another cut the loading strip with wire cutters. Finally, we grabbed the thing standing on a three-legged stand to take it away intact. At that moment, a voice rang out from a parallel trench in the direction we suspected our trench was located. "Qu'est-ce qu'il y a?" And a black ball flew, indistinctly rising from the fading sky towards us. Between Mevius and I, it lit up. A splinter hit Mevius's hand. We scattered in all directions, getting entangled deeper and deeper in the network of trenches. Only the squad leader and Mevius were left with me. Our only luck was the fear of the French, who were still not daring to emerge from their holes. It could only be minutes before we encountered a stronger unit that would gladly finish us off. There was no pardon in the air. When I had already given up all hope of escaping this cauldron unharmed, a sudden cry of joy escaped me. My gaze fell on the cooking utensils with the spoon. Now I was oriented. As it had already become quite light, we had no time to lose. We leaped over open terrain, dodging the first bullets from our own lines. In the forward French trench, we encountered Lieutenant von Kienitz's patrol. When we heard the shout "Lutelage," little position, we knew the worst was behind us. Unfortunately, I landed right on a severely wounded man they had lying between them. Kienitz hastily told me that he had driven off French snipers in the first trench with hand grenades and suffered his first casualties dead and wounded from his own artillery as he advanced. After a long wait, two more of my men arrived, Sergeant Dujeshifkin and Fusilier Haller, who brought at least some comfort. He had wandered into a small side trench alone and found 3 abandoned machine guns there. Discovered one that he had screwed from the rack and taken with him. Of the 14 men who set out with me, only 4 returned, and the Kienitz patrol also suffered heavy losses. My depression was somewhat lifted by the words of the humble Oldenburger's Dujeshifkin, who, as I bandaged my hand in the trench, reported the events to his comrades at the entrance, and concluded, "Now I have respect for Lieutenant Junger." What? I have respect for Lieutenant Junger? Flash you were over the barricades. We then marched through the forest to the regimental command post. Colonel von Oppen greeted us and had coffee poured. Though very distressed by our failure, he expressed his full appreciation for our efforts. A few hours ago, still in the fierce hand grenade battle, storming through torn-up trenches, I thoroughly enjoyed, reclining back with great speed over the country road. The general staff officer greeted me in his office, and unsuccessfully tried to prove that I was responsible for the loss of my men due to hasty action. I thought. You can tell me a lot here, 20 kilometers behind the front trench, and indicated that I hadn't had a green table or map markers on the enemy line. Additionally, I had only experienced the honor of battle. The plan, which I found some reservations about, was handed to me ready-made. Previously, I had requested that the attack point be moved closer to the marked road line, or at least shoot colored signal balls from our trench to guide the lost ones. One had indicated to me that this would attract hostile fire. By God, I am accustomed to hostile fire, but I am no owl who finds her way in the dark. The division commander greeted me most kindly, and soon dispelled my bad mood. During lunch, I sat in my tattered field uniform with my bandaged hand next to him, trying to put our morning actions in the right light according to the saying. Only the clowns are modest. The next day, Colonel von Oppen inspected the patrol again, distributed iron crosses, and granted each participant a 2-week leave. In the afternoon, the fallen soldiers who had been successfully brought back were buried on the soldiers' cemetery at Theocourt. Among the graves of this war, fighters from 187,071 also rested. One of these old graves was decorated with a mossy stone bearing a simple inscription. Far from the eye, forever near the heart. Carved into a large stone tablet was, "Heroic deeds, hero graves line up with the old ones, testifying as the realm rose, testifying as the realm endures." One evening, I read in the French Army report, a German operation at Rigneyville ended in failure, that the prisoners were only taken because our men got lost while searching for the escaped enemy was not added. If the French had defended their trenches as brave soldiers do, things might have turned out differently. A few months later, I received a letter from one of the missing Fusilier Meyer, who had lost a leg in a hand grenade battle. He and 3 comrades had become entangled in a fight after long wandering, severely wounded and captured when the others, including brave NCO Klopman, fell. I have endured many adventures in war, but none was more eerie. I still fall into a somber mood when I think about our misguided path through the unknown, cold, dawn-lit trenches. A few days later, Lieutenants Domier and Zern, along with several companions, sprang into the first French line after some shrapnel rounds. Domier encountered a French soldier with a thick beard who, in response to his demand, "Rendezvous!" shouted back fiercely, "Ah, non!" and charged at him. In the midst of an intense struggle, Domier shot him through the neck with his pistol and had to return without a captive, much like me. In my endeavor, an amount of artillery ammunition equivalent to what would have lasted for an entire battle in 1870 was wasted. Once more, Flanders. On the same day I returned from my 2-week leave, we were attacked by the Bavarian Reserve Infantry Regiment, No. 5, displaced and initially housed in the nearby village of Labry, one of those typical dirt nests of the region. Most striking to me in these Lorraine villages was the futile search for a discreet location. A bathtub seemed to be among the unknowns. In this regard, I had some peculiar experiences in France. Even in grand castles, certain shadows had to be ignored with a discreet smile. As much as I appreciate the French, I believe this side of their nature is indicative. What harm if the sink runs and stinks at the back, if only the doorknob shines and blinks at the front? On October 17, 1917, we were loaded and returned to the ground of Flanders after half a day, which we had left 2 months ago. We spent the night in the small town of Izegem and marched to Rulers, or as they call it in Flemish, Roselair, the next morning. The city was in the first stage of destruction. Goods were still being sold in shops, but the population was already living in cellars, and the fabric of civilian life was torn apart by frequent bombings. A display window with ladies' hats opposite my quarters made a strangely out-of-place impression on me amidst the war chaos. At night, looters tried to break into abandoned apartments. In my quarter located on Oststraat, I was the only resident of the upper floors. The house belonged to a cloth merchant who had fled at the beginning of the war, leaving an old housekeeper and her daughter to guard it. They cared for a small orphaned girl whom they had found wandering in the streets during our advance, abandoned by her parents. They didn't even know the child's age or name. They had a fabulous fear of bombs and almost begged me on their knees not to make any noise above, to avoid attracting the bad flyers. However, my laughter also died as, while I stood by Lieutenant Reinhardt at the window watching English planes, flying close to the rooftops in the light of searchlights. A giant bomb hit near the house, and the air pressure threw shards of glass from the windows into our ears. I was designated as the deputy officer for the upcoming action and assigned to the regimental staff. To get oriented, I went to the command post of the Bavarian Reserve Regiment 10, which we were supposed to relieve before our deployment. I found in the commander a very friendly gentleman, although he initially grumbled about my red hatband upon greeting me. By then, I no longer cared much for a neatly field-ordered uniform. One can tell a newcomer by their feistiness everywhere. 2 orders led me to the so-called reporting post, which was supposed to provide a very good overview. We had barely left the command post when a grenade hit us. Here I am, dear son of chaos. My leaders, however, skillfully evaded the fire that, starting in the middle of the day, rolled on uninterrupted, thanks to the clever use of numerous small poplar thickets to mask the terrain. At the threshold of a solitary farmstead showing fresh impact marks, we saw a dead man lying on his stomach. "He's been hit by a shell," exclaimed the poor Bavarian. "Bad air," replied the other, looking around suspiciously and quickly moving on. The reporting post was located beyond the heavily bombarded road Passchendaele, Westrusbeke, and turned out to be a collection point for reports, similar to the one I had led in Fresnoy. He lay next to a house that had been reduced to rubble and had so little cover that the first harsh hit had to destroy him. I got oriented on enemy, position, and approach by 3 officers who were leading a sociable cave life there and were very happy about their imminent rotation, and then went back to rulers via Rudkrususnikirke, where I reported to the thief, Colonel June. On my way through the city's streets, I read with pleasure the cozy names of the numerous small taverns that so truly expressed Flemish sluggishness. God grant that this magnificent land rises again in its former glory from the terrible wounds of war. In the evening, the city was once again bombed. Who would not be drawn by a sign that bears the title Des Ensamons, De Rieperstork, De Nieuwe Trompet, De Drie Koningen, or Den Olifant? Doesn't that sound like Teniers and de Coster? Just the reception in the robust, unyielding language with the familiar "you" sets a pleasant mood. Despite the immense fear these women felt for the danger, they clung to the soil that could become their grave at any moment. On the morning of October 22nd, I set off with my reconnaissance troop of 4 men towards Calva, where the regimental staff was due to relieve us during the course of the morning. I climbed down into the cellar, where the women were trembling and huddled in a corner, and turned on my flashlight to calm the little girl who was screaming in the darkness out of fear, as an explosion had extinguished the light. Here it became clear again how closely humans are tied to their homeland. A fierce battle raged on the front line, whose flashes gave the early morning fog the appearance of a boiling blood-red steam. At the entrance of Usnukirke, a house next to us collapsed from a heavy grenade hit, crashing down. Stone rubble rolled across the road. We tried to avoid the area, but had to go through since we didn't know the way to Rudkruis-Calva. As I quickly passed by, I asked a Bavarian sergeant standing at the entrance of a cellar for directions. Instead of answering, he buried his hands in his pockets and shrugged. With no time to lose due to constant shell fire, I jumped on this product of faulty military training and forced him to give me answers with the gun held under his nose. If the man hasn't fallen or deserted by now, he has surely enriched the Spartacus group with a worthy member. At Rudkruis, a small farm at a road junction, things became serious. The artillery crew scattered across the shell-pummeled road, infantry troops wriggled through the terrain on both sides, and countless wounded crawled back from the front. A young gunner we encountered had a long, jagged shrapnel fragment protruding from his shoulder. We turned right off the road to the regimental command post, surrounded by a thick ring of fire. Near the post, 2 telephone operators laid lines across a cabbage field. Just beside one of them, a grenade exploded. We saw him fall and thought he was finished, but he quickly rose again and continued pulling his wire with remarkable composure. As the command post consisted only of a tiny concrete block that barely accommodated the commander, his aides, and the adjutant, I had to find shelter nearby. I shared a light wooden barracks with the signal officer, gas protection officer, and mine werfer officer, which was far from an ideal bomb shelter. In the afternoon, I took my position as a report came in that the enemy had attacked our 5th company in the morning. My path led over the signal post to the North Court, a farm that had been shot to pieces under whose ruins the commander of the reserve battalion was living. From there, a barely discernible trail led to the commander of the combat troops. Due to the heavy rainfall in recent days, the once obvious funnel field had turned into a sea of mud, particularly in the Pattabach Valley, which presented a life-threatening depth. During my aimless wandering, I passed by many lonely or forgotten dead. Often, only their head or hand emerged from the dirty funnel mirror. Thousands slumber there, without a cross erected by friendly hands to mark the unknown grave. After the extremely strenuous crossing of the Pattabach, which was only made possible by a few granite-throwing poplar trees, I discovered Lieutenant Hines, the commander of the 5th Company, in a large trench among a group of loyal followers. The trench position was on a slope, and, as it was not completely flooded, could be considered habitable by untrained front soldiers. Hines told me that an English rifle line had appeared in the morning and disappeared after firing. This, in turn, had shot some stray 164s that had run away as they approached. Otherwise, everything was in order. I therefore returned to the command post, where I reported to the colonel. The next day, our lunch was rudely interrupted by several grenades placed before our door, whose dirty jets drummed slowly in a swirling motion on our tarpaulin roof. Everything tumbled out of the door. I fled to a nearby farmstead, into which I sought refuge due to the rain. In the evening the event repeated itself, but this time I stood before the house as it was dry. The next grenade hit right in the collapsing building. Thus does chance play out in war. Here, more than elsewhere, it holds true. Small causes, great effects. Seconds and millimeters decide. On the 25th we were driven out of our barracks as early as 8 a.m., with the one across from us taking a direct hit on the second shot. Having been warned by the previous day's experiences, I found a solitary, trustworthy grenade crater in the vast cabbage field behind the regimental command post, from which I would only part after a suitable period of security. During this day, I received the news of Lieutenant Brecht's death, which deeply affected me. He had found his hero's death as a staff officer of the division on the right side of the North Court in the funnel field. I always admired Brecht as a role model, and a living proof of the saying, "Fortuna favors the brave." He was one of the few who, due to their relentless recklessness, were even surrounded by a romantic aura in this most prosaic of wars. The morning hours of the 26th were filled with an intense drum fire. Our artillery also doubled its fury upon receiving signals for counter-battery fire from the front. Every small forest clearing and hedge was armed with guns, behind which half-dazed gunners performed their duties. As returning wounded soldiers made unclear and exaggerated statements about a British attack, I was sent forward with my 4 men at 11 o'clock to investigate further. Our path led through sharp fire. Numerous wounded met us, including Lieutenant Spitz, leader of the 12th Company, with a chin shot. Even before K. We came under targeted machine gun fire, proof that the enemy must have pressed our lines. This suspicion was confirmed to me by Major Dietline, leader of the 3rd Battalion. I found the old man just crawling out of the entrance of his 3/4 submerged concrete block, eagerly searching for his fallen seafoam tip in the mud. If only every German had fought with such dedication, regardless of age and health. The enemy had penetrated the forward line and taken a ridge, from which they could bring fire to bear on the important Pattabach grounds, where KTK was located. After noting this change in position on my map with a few lines of blue pencil, I set my men back into the relentless mud run. We jumped at top speed over the cleared area behind the next swell of ground, then slowed to approach the North Court. Grenades exploded right and left into the swamp, hurling up colossal mud heaps surrounded by countless smaller ones. The North Court lay under a nerve-shaking barrage of fire that had to be crossed in leaps and bounds. A shell burst its ball load with a multiple crackling noise between us. One of my companions was hit on the rear edge of his steel helmet and thrown to the ground. After remaining stunned for some time, he struggled up and kept running. The area around the North Court was covered with a horrifying number of mangled bodies. After we had successfully crossed the heavily shelled terrain behind the road Passchendaele, Westerusbeke, I was able to report to the regimental commander. The next morning I was sent forward at 6 a.m., with the task of determining if and where the regiment could link up. On my way, I met Lieutenant Furchland, who had to deliver orders to the 8th Company to advance towards Gaudberg, and, if they found any, fill the gap between us and the neighboring regiment on the left. To execute my mission as quickly as possible, there was nothing better I could do than join them. After a long search, we found Lieutenant Tebby, the friendly leader of the 8th Company, in an inhospitable part of the crater landscape near the reporting point. He was not pleased with the order to carry out such a noticeable movement during daylight. We lit up cigars during our somber, depressing conversation on the barren, sunlit funnel field, waiting for our company to gather. After just a few steps, we received targeted infantry fire from the opposing heights, and had to leap from funnel to funnel individually. As we crossed the next slope, the fire concentrated so intensely that Tebe took up a funnel position to wait out the night. He walked the entire section with great composure, smoking a cigar to divide his groups. I decided to keep moving to assess the size of the gap, and rested for a moment in Tebe's funnel. Just then, the enemy artillery opened fire on the terrain strip, as punishment for the company's bold advance. A bomb that struck the edge of our refuge, spattering mud on maps and eyes, prompted me to leave. I bid farewell to Tebe and wished him luck for the coming hours. He called after me. Dear God, let evening come. Tomorrow will take care of itself. We carefully made our way through the viewed Padabach Valley, hiding behind the fallen leaves of the poplars and using their trunks as a bridge. Occasionally, someone would disappear up to their hips in the mud, and without the outstretched rifle butts of my comrades, they surely would have drowned. I chose a group of people surrounding a concrete block as my marching point. Before us, a stretcher carrying one of 4 medics moved in the same direction. Observing that a wounded person was being pulled forward, my curiosity piqued. I peered through the glass and saw a line of khaki figures wearing flat steel helmets. At that very moment, the first shots rang out. As it was impossible to take cover, we ran back while bullets sprayed into the mud around us. The frantic dash through the quagmire was incredibly exhausting. However, after standing as targets for a while, completely exhausted, a group of flare shells gave us our old vigor back. They at least had the good side of obscuring the enemy's vision with their smoke. The most unpleasant part of this run was the awareness that an injury would inevitably turn me into a Moor corpse. Bloodied rills from individual cones revealed that many had disappeared here before. Mortally tired, we reached the regimental command post, where I submitted my sketches and reported on the situation. On October 28th, we were relieved by the Bavarian Reserve Regiment 10, and, ready to intervene constantly, housed in villages behind the front line. The staff moved to Most. In the evening, we were already happily seated in the room of a deserted inn, enjoying some wine, and celebrating the promotion and engagement of Lieutenant Zern, who had just returned from leave. As punishment for this carelessness, we were awakened the next morning by a deafening drum fire that shattered my window panes, despite the distance. We were immediately alerted. There was a rumor that the enemy had penetrated the gap, still existing to the left of the regiment's position. I spent the day waiting for orders at the observation post of the AOK, which was under light straggled fire. A light grenade flew through the window of a cottage, and 3 injured artillerymen, covered in brick dust, burst out. 3 others lay as corpses beneath the rubble. The following morning, I received the following battle order from the Bavarian commander. Due to another offensive by the enemy, the position of the neighboring regiment on the left has been further pushed back, and the gap between the 2 regiments has significantly widened. As there was a risk that the position of the regiment on the left would be bypassed, the 1st Battalion of Fusilier Regiment Nobodo 73 launched a counterattack last night, but was apparently torn apart by enemy machine gun fire and failed to reach the enemy. This morning, the 2nd Battalion was advanced against the gap. No news has arrived so far. The positions of the 1st and 2nd Battalions should be investigated. I set out on my mission and already met Captain von Brixen, commander of the 2nd Battalion, at the North Court. He had the deployment sketch in his pocket. I made a copy of it, effectively completing my task, but then went to the concrete block of the KTK to gain a personal overview. Along the way lay a lot of fresh corpses, whose pale faces stared out from water-filled funnels, or were already so covered in mud that one could barely recognize the human shape. Unfortunately, the blue Gibraltar band glowed from the sleeves of most of them. The commander of the combat troops was Bavarian Captain Rademeyer. This extremely energetic officer detailed to me what Captain Brixen had already told me hastily. Our 2 battalion had suffered great losses, including the battalion adjutant and the leader of the brave 7th Company. The fate of the adjutant, Lieutenant Lemire, was particularly tragic, as his brother had only found death in April of this year in Fresnoy as a leader of the 8th Company. The 2 brothers were Liechtenstein citizens. Nevertheless, they had joined the army out of enthusiasm for the German cause. It is not good to send 2 sons into the same regiment in war. We had 4 brother pairs in the officer corps. Of these 8 young men, 5 fell, and 2, including my brother, returned home with severe injuries. I am the only one who emerged relatively unscathed. This small example illustrates the losses of the rifle regiment. The captain pointed to a concrete block 200 meters before ours, which had been particularly heroically defended yesterday. Soon after the attack, the commander of the small fort, a sergeant major, saw an Englishman carrying 3 Germans away. He shot the Englishman and reinforced his garrison with the 3 men. It seemed he had not secured any heroes for the fatherland. When they ran out of ammunition, they placed a well-connected Englishman as a peaceful signpost at the door, but were able to withdraw unnoticed in the dark. Another block of concrete, commanded by a lieutenant, was called to surrender by an English officer. Instead of a response, the German sprang out, grabbed the Englishman, and pulled him in front of his bewildered comrades. On that day, I saw for the only time in the war small groups of stretcher-bearers, with raised Red Cross flags moving openly in the zone of infantry fire, without a shot being fired at them. Such scenes were only shown to frontline fighters in this underground war when desperation had reached unbearable levels. Nonetheless, I later learned that hidden English snipers had shot down several of our stretcher-bearers. Many readers will consider this act as the height of cruelty, yet I can understand that weak individuals succumb to the atavistic drive to destroy, which grips the trench fighter accustomed to solitude when people appear on the other side. I have felt it myself far too often. My return trip was hindered by unpleasant, foul-smelling tear gas from English grenades that had lodged in the ground and caused my eyes to water. Shortly after, I would have a more painful reason to shed tears. After reporting to the command post, I encountered Calv near the dressing station, carrying the stretchers of 2 severely wounded officers, friends of mine. One was Lieutenant Zern, whom we had celebrated just now, half naked and with that waxy face color that is a certain sign of death. He lay on a torn door, staring at me with fixed eyes as I approached to offer my hand. The other, Lieutenant Haverkamp, had his arm and leg bones shattered by grenade fragments, making amputation likely. He lay pale as death, his features frozen in fatalism, on his stretcher, smoking a cigarette. We had to record once again appalling losses among young officers during these days. Every time I hear the contemptuous judgment of the masses against the war lieutenant, I think of those men who carried the old Prussian spirit of duty and honor, the spirit of Colin, into blood and mud, standing tall until the bitter end. On November 3rd, we were loaded onto the station in Jits, which was familiar to us from the early Flanders days. We noted that the 2 Flemish horses no longer showed their former vigor. It seemed they had also experienced some major battle days by now. For a few days we stayed in Tourcoing, a handsome sister city of Lille, in peace. For the first and last time during the war, every man of the 7th Company slept on a feather bed here. I lived in a beautifully furnished room in a mansion of an industrial baron on Rue de Lille. With inexplicable satisfaction, I enjoyed the first evening in a club chair in front of the fire of the inevitable marble hearth. The few days were used by all to celebrate the hard-won existence. It was still barely comprehensible that one had escaped death. There was a compulsion to verify life, to enjoy it in all its forms. The Cambridgian battle, the beautiful days in Tourcoing were soon over. We lay for a short time in Villers-Autert, where we were replenished with new replacements, and left on November 15, 1917, for L'Écluse, the residence of the respective rest battalion assigned to our position. L'Écluse was a larger village in Artois, surrounded by lakes. The extensive reed beds harbored ducks and waterfowl. The waters teemed with fish. Although fishing was strictly prohibited, often at night mysterious sounds could be heard on the water. One day, I also received a few soldiers' books from the local command post of people from my company who were caught using hand grenades while fishing. However, I didn't say a word about it, because the good mood of the crew meant significantly more to me than the protection of the French hunt or the lunch of the local authority. Since then, almost every evening, an enormous perch was placed on my table by an unknown hand. The next morning, I treated my 2 company officers to a meal with the main course perch à la Lohengrin. Never shall you ask me. On the 19th, I inspected with my platoon leaders the position we were to occupy in the coming days, which was located in front of the village Vis-en-Artois. We did not get into the trenches as quickly as we had hoped, as almost every night we were alerted and posted in turn at the Wotan position, the artillery protection screen, or the village of Dury, due to suspected English attacks. Experienced warriors knew this could not continue for long. Indeed, on November 29th, through our battalion commander, Captain von Brixen, we learned that we were to participate in a large-scale counter-offensive against the sector pushed into our front line by the tank battle of Cambrai. Although we were glad finally to take the role of the hammer instead of the anvil, we had concerns for our men, who had been exhausted from Flanders. Nevertheless, I placed firm confidence in the spirit of my company and its iron will, in the experienced platoon leaders, and the outstanding NCOA. On the night of November 30th to December 1st, we were loaded into cargo vehicles, while my company suffered its first losses when a man dropped a hand grenade that exploded in a mysterious way, wounding him and a comrade seriously. Another tried to go insane to avoid the battle. I didn't know whether to laugh or be angry. Finally, he was brought back to reason by a strong blow from a sergeant, and we were able to get on board. We drove, packed tightly together, right up to Barral, where we waited for orders in a roadside trench for hours. Despite the cold, I lay down on a meadow and slept until dawn. We learned with some disappointment that the 225th Regiment, to which we were attached, had waived our participation in the assault. Instead, we were to remain in reserve in the Barral Castle Park. At 9 o'clock, our artillery opened fire with powerful volleys that intensified into a drum fire from 11:45 to 11:50. The Bourlon Forest, which was spared from frontal assault due to its strong fortifications, disappeared under yellow-green gas clouds. Around 11:50, we observed through our glasses rifle lines emerging from the empty trench field, while in the background batteries were preparing and advancing for a change of position. A German flyer set an English tethered balloon on fire, and its observer jumped out with a parachute. After enjoying this battle panorama, which we viewed from the height of the castle park, we ate some noodles, lay down for a nap on the ground despite the cold, and at 3 o'clock received orders to advance to the regimental command post, hidden in A.E., locked chamber of a dried-up canal bed. We cautiously retraced this path under weak, scattered fire. From there, the 7th and 8th Companies were sent ahead to relieve 2 companies of 225. The 500 meters that had to be crossed in the canal bed were under a dense fire screen. We ran without losses, huddled together as one group, towards the goal. Numerous dead bodies revealed that some companies had already paid a bloody price here. Reserves were pressed close to the slopes, and busy digging cover holes into the plastered walls in frantic haste. Since all positions were taken, and the location, as a terrain mark, attracted fire, I led the company to a trench field nearby and left each individual to set up there. A splinter flew clattering against my sidearm. With Lieutenant Tebby, who had followed our example with his 8th Company, I found a suitable trench, which we covered with a tent cloth. We lit a candle, had dinner, smoked our pipes, and chatted in the cold. At 11 o'clock I received orders to advance to the former forward line and report to KTK, who was in command of the 7th Company. I had the men form up and led them forward. Only a few powerful grenades still struck, one of which exploded like a greeting from hell right before us. The troops fell silent, as if an icy fist had been clamped to their necks, and stumbled hastily over barbed wire and stone debris behind me. An indescribably unpleasant feeling creeps over the nerves when traversing an unknown position at night, even if the fire is not particularly intense. A warrior's eye and ear are stimulated by the strangest deceptions. He feels alone, like a child lost in a dark heath between the menacing walls of the trench. Finally, we found the narrow mouth of the forward line into the canal, and made our way through crowded trenches to the battalion command post. I entered and found a gathering of officers and orderlies amid a Pantagruelian atmosphere. I learned that the attack at this point would have achieved little and was to be pushed further the next morning. The mood in the room was far from confident. 2 battalion commanders began a lengthy discussion with their adjutants. Occasionally, officers from the special weapons units tossed chunks from the height of their bunk beds, which were filled like chicken coops, into the debate. Young men struggled to cut bread for their superiors in the crush. A wounded man who stumbled in cried out in alert upon reporting a hostile hand grenade attack. Finally, I was able to write down my order for the attack. I should have left with the company at 6 a.m., taken the Dragon's Path, and from there advance as far as possible along the Siegfried Line. The 2 battalions of the Position Regiment were to attack on our right at 7 a.m. This time difference immediately raised a very specific suspicion in me. I made a resolute objection to the fragmented attack and succeeded in having us start at 7 a.m. as well. The next morning showed that this change was of great importance. A battle-hardened leader can save his troops from much useless bloodshed in such cases. A company torn away from its unit will not be pampered under foreign command. As I had no clear idea of the location of the Dragon's Path, I asked for a map on leaving, but it was said that it could not be spared. I did my part and left. After wandering for a long time with the heavily laden people in position, a man discovered a small ditch branching off to the front, blocked by Spanish horsemen, on which was half-faded writing that read Dragon's Path. As I entered, I heard strange voices after just a few steps. I was extremely surprised to find the enemy so close, almost within our own position, without any security measures in place, and immediately blocked off the ditch with a group. Right next to the Dragon's Path lay a massive pit, apparently a booby trap, where I gathered the entire company to explain the combat mission and divide the attacks. My speech was interrupted several times by light grenades. At one point, even a dud exploded into the rear wall of the pit. I stood at the top of the edge and watched as each strike caused a deep, even inclination of the moonlit steel helmets below me. Out of fear of a major hit, I sent the 1st and 2nd formations back into position and stayed with the 3rd in the trench. Teams from a battalion that had slipped down the Dragon Path earlier that afternoon frightened my men when they reported that after 50 meters, an English machine gun blocked the trench as an insurmountable obstacle. I then agreed with the train leaders to jump for cover on either side at the first sign of resistance and attack concentrically with hand grenades, amidst the foreign ranks. It was especially important to uphold the regiment's weapons honor. I spent the endless hours curled up closely with Lieutenant Hop in a dugout. At 6 o'clock, I stood up and made the final arrangements in the peculiar mood that always precedes an attack. One has a strange, dull feeling in the stomach, talks with the group leaders, tries to make jokes, runs back and forth as if before a parade, before the commanding general. In short, one seeks to keep oneself occupied to avoid the persistent thought. A man offered me a cup of coffee heated with hard spiritus, which brought warmth and confidence to my very core. At 7 o'clock, we lined up in a specific order in a long queue. We found the Dragon's Path unoccupied. A row of empty drums behind a barricade revealed that the MG had been withdrawn. Our offensive spirit was ignited. We entered a small hollow way after I had sealed off a right-turning, well-built trench with a few men. The hollow way became flatter, and finally we found ourselves on open field at dawn. We turned back and entered the right trench, which was packed full of war equipment and English dead. It was the Siegfried Line. Suddenly, the leader of the assault groups, Lieutenant Hoppenrath, snatched a rifle from a man and fired. He had encountered an English post that, after several hand grenade throws, retreated. It continued until resistance emerged again shortly afterwards. Hand grenades flew from both sides and burst with multiple crashes. The stormtroop technique came into play. Throwing weapons passed from man to man through the chain of hands. Sharpshooters took position behind shoulder shields to take aim at the enemy throwers. Platoon leaders, operators set up their weapons in firing positions. After a short battle, excited voices echoed across from over there, and before we fully understood what was happening, the first Englishmen approached us with their hands raised high. One after the other, they turned and unhooked their bayonets, as our rifles and pistols were menacingly aimed at them. They were all young, fit men in new uniforms. I let them pass with the order, hands down, and assigned a group to take them away. Most showed their confidence through smiling, trusting that we would not treat them harshly. Others tried to appease us with cigarette cases and chocolate bars. With heightened joy, I realized we had made a massive capture. The stream of prisoners seemed endless. We had already counted 150 men, and still more kept appearing with raised arms. I stopped an officer and asked him about the ongoing situation and the composition of the force. He responded politely, but ruined the good impression he made on me by standing at attention. He then guided me to the leader of the company, a wounded captain who was sheltering in a nearby cave. I found a young man of about 26 with a finely cut face, leaning against the cave frame with his thigh shot through as he held a pistol. He told me that several German wounded, connected and cared for by his men, lay in a nearby shelter. When I inquired about the strength of the Siegfried line further back, he refused to answer. After I had promised to bring him and the other wounded back, we bid each other farewell with a handshake. When I introduced myself, he raised his hand, from which a golden chain gleamed, to his cap, named himself, and handed me his gun. His initial words showed that I had a man before me. We were surrounded. It pressed him to explain to his opponent why his company had surrendered so quickly. We conversed in French about various things. My men stood at attention and reported that we had taken 200 prisoners. For a company of 80, a fine feat. After posting guards, we explored the captured trench, which was filled with weapons and equipment. On the guard posts lay MGs, mortar launchers, hand grenades and rifle grenades, field bottles, fur vests, rubber coats, tarpaulins, tins of meat, jam, tea, coffee, cocoa, and tobacco. Short, everything one could imagine. I took a small break to give the men time to rest and examine the good things more closely. Even I could not resist the temptation to have my lad prepare me a small breakfast at an entrance to a mine shaft and light up a pipe of long-missing Navy cut while I sketched out my report to the battalion commander. As a cautious man, I sent a duplicate to our battalion commander. After half an hour, in high spirits, I will not deny that English cognac bottles may have contributed a little. From a blockhouse built into the trench, we received fire and climbed up to the next observation post to orient ourselves. As we exchanged gunfire with the occupants, a round had pierced the top of his steel helmet and torn a long gash in his skull. The brain heaved and sank in the wound with every beat of the blood, yet he was still able to walk back alone. I called for volunteers to break the resistance with an assault across the open field. People looked at each other warily. Only a clumsy Pole, whom I had always considered stupid, climbed out of the trench and lumbered towards the blockhouse. Now Lieutenant Newport sprang with his group into cover, as we simultaneously advanced in the trench. The English fired some shots and retreated, leaving the blockhouse to us. One of the lieutenant's men collapsed dead midway through the run, and lay a few steps before the goal with his face in the dirt. As we continued advancing, we encountered bitter resistance from invisible hand grenade throwers, and were pushed back towards the blockhouse after a long melee. There we barricaded ourselves. Both we and the English left a number of bodies in a contested trench section. Unfortunately, among them was Sub-Officer Mevius, whom I had come to appreciate as a fearless fighter during the night at Regniaville. He lay face down in a large pool of blood. As I turned him over, I saw a large hole in his forehead, indicating that no help was needed here. After both sides had withdrawn slightly, a fierce firing battle began, during which a Lewis gun positioned 50 meters away forced our heads low. One of our light machine guns took up the duel. For half a minute, the two murder weapons rattled against each other, splattered with bullets. Then our marksman, Corporal Matullo, collapsed from a gunshot wound to his head. Despite the brain matter streaming down to his chin, he was still conscious when we carried him into the next trench. Gradually, it became a bit quieter, as the English were also working on a barricade. At noon, Captain von Brietzen, Lieutenant Tebbe, and Lieutenant Vogt arrived and congratulated me on the company's successes. We sat down in the blockhouse, had breakfast from the English supplies, and discussed the situation. In between, I shouted negotiations with about 25 Englishmen whose heads popped out of the trench 100 meters ahead of us, seemingly ready to surrender. As soon as I raised myself for cover, I was shot from further back. Suddenly, movement erupted at the barricade. Hand grenades flew, rifles crackled, machine guns rattled. "They're coming! They're coming!" We jumped behind the sandbags and fired. One of my men, Corporal Kimpenhaus, leaped onto the barricade in the heat of battle and kept shooting into the trench until 2 heavy arm shots knocked him down. I noted this hero of the moment and had the pleasure of congratulating him 14 days later on his EKI. Just as we returned from this brief interruption for breakfast, another thunderous noise erupted. One of those strange incidents that war history in both large and small is rich with occurred. The shouting came from a deputy officer of the neighboring regiment on our left, who wanted to make contact with us and was driven by immense rage. It seemed that the consumption of alcohol had ignited his innate courage into madness. "Where's Tommy? Let's go after the dogs. Come on, who's with me?" In his fury, he tore down our beautiful barricade and charged ahead, clearing a path with crashing hand grenades. Before him, his orderly slipped through the trench and finished off those who had escaped the explosives with rifle shots. Courage and the bold use of one's own person always inspire enthusiasm. Even we were caught in the midst of the chaos and hurried to grab some hand grenades, joining the improvised assault. Soon, I found myself next to the second in command, and the other officers, followed by men from my company, didn't hesitate either. Even the battalion commander, Captain von Brixen, was at the forefront with a rifle in hand, knocking several enemy throwers over our heads. The English resisted bravely. Every shoulder shield was fought for. The black balls of the mill hand grenades crossed in the air with our handles. Behind every taken shoulder shield, we found corpses or still twitching bodies. Men were killing each other without seeing one another. We too suffered loss. Alongside the orderly, a piece of iron fell to the ground that the man could not avoid. He collapsed while his blood seeped into the mud from numerous wounds. We leaped over his body and continued on our way. Thunder roared, marking our path. Hundreds of eyes lurked in the dead landscape behind rifles and machine guns, waiting for a target. We were already beyond our own lines. Shells whistled past us from all sides, or crashed with a loud bang against the trench wall. A trench branching off to the right had been cleared by the 225th Regiment's men following us. Caught in a dilemma, the English tried to escape over open field but were gunned down like deer in a drive. Then came the climax. The breathless enemy we had been hotly pursuing attempted to escape through a connection trench branching off to the right. I jumped onto a post and saw that this trench ran parallel to ours for a considerable distance, about 20 meters away. So the enemy had to pass us again. We could see the English, stumbling and rushing forward from our elevated position directly into their steel helmets. I threw a hand grenade in front of them, causing them to pause in shock as those following were squeezed in between. An indescribable destruction ensued. Hand grenades flew through the air like snowballs, enveloping everything in white smoke. 2 men continuously handed me loaded projectiles. Among the huddled Englishmen, flashes of lightning crackled, sending shards and steel helmets flying. A mix of rage and fear-filled screams filled the air. With fire in our eyes, we leapt onto the trench's edge, screaming. In the midst of this chaos, I was knocked to the ground by a terrifying blow. With a sense of realization, I pulled off my steel helmet and discovered to my horror 2 large holes in it. The flag-bearer, Sergeant Moorman, who came to my aid, reassured me by saying that all I had was a bleeding crack at the back of my head. A shot from a distant marksman had penetrated my steel helmet and grazed my head. Half stunned, I staggered with my head bandaged away from this hot spot of combat. Just as I passed the next shoulder shield, a man fell behind me and exclaimed that Lieutenant Tebbe had just been hit by a gunshot at the same spot. This news broke me. I struggled to accept the fact that a friend with whom I had shared joy, sorrow, and danger for years, and who had just called out a joke word to me a few minutes earlier, had met his end from a senseless piece of lead. Unfortunately, it was all too true. At the same time, in this murderous section of trench, all the outstanding non-commissioned officers and the 3rd of my company bled to death. Lieutenant Hopf also fell, an older man by then, a teacher by profession, a German ideal schoolmaster in the truest sense. My 2 lieutenants and many others were wounded. Nevertheless, the 7th Company held the gloriously captured position under the leadership of Lieutenant Hoppenrath, the last remaining company officer, until relief arrived. One often hears the mistaken view that infantry combat has degenerated into a mindless slaughter. On the contrary, Today more than ever, it is the individual who decides. Anyone who has seen them in their realm, the princes of the trench with their hard, determined faces, fearless, so elastic, springing back and forth, with sharp, bloodthirsty eyes, heroes whose deeds are never recorded in reports. The trench warfare is the bloodiest, wildest, most brutal of all. Yet it too had its men who were equal to their hour, unknown, daring fighters. Among all the nerve-wracking moments of war, none is so strong as the encounter between two assault leaders in the narrow mud walls of a trench. Blood sounds from the piercing recognition cry that rings like an alpine pressure from the chest. On my return trip, I stood next to Captain Brixton, who, with several men, was engaging in a firing fight against a row of heads protruding from a nearby parallel trench. I positioned myself between him and another shooter, and watched the bullet strikes. Suddenly, another ricochet hit me on the forehead at the bottom of the trench, while my eyes were blinded by blood pouring down. The man next to me collapsed at the same time, and began to cry out in pain. A gunshot wound to the head through a steel helmet and temple. The captain feared he had lost his second squad leader of the day, but upon closer inspection, he only found 2 shallow holes near the hairline, likely caused by a shattered shell or fragments from the wounded soldier's steel helmet. Weakened by further blood loss, I joined the captain as he returned to his command post. Running through the heavily shelled village edge of movers, we reached cover in the canal bed, where I received bandages and a tetanus shot. In the afternoon, I got into a cargo truck and drove to Lake Luz, where I reported to Colonel von Oppen during dinner. After half asleep but in excellent spirits, I finished a bottle of wine, said my goodbyes, and collapsed into bed, feeling exhausted after that tremendous day, welcomed by my loyal, cheerful Vinky. On December 4th, the division commander, General Major von Busse, addressed the participating battalions, highlighting the merits of the 7th Company in particular. I could rightly be proud of my men. Barely 80 men had captured a long trench section. They had seized many machine guns, mortar launchers, and material, and made 200 prisoners. Unfortunately, we also incurred a loss of 50%, including particularly many officers. I had the pleasure to announce a long series of promotions and awards. Deservedly, Lieutenant Hoppenrath, leader of the storm troops, Cadet Newport, the bunker stormer, and last but not least, the courageous barricade defender Kimpenhaus received the EK. I received a 2-week Christmas leave as a bandage for my 5th wound, during which the Knight's Cross of the House Order of Hohenzollern with swords was sent to me. During the war, I developed a peculiar view on decorations, but I must admit that I proudly attached the gold-edged enamel cross to my chest. This cross, my pierced steel helmet, and a silver cup inscribed to the victor of movers, given to me by the 3 other battalion company leaders, are my mementos of the day at Cambrai, at the Kojul stream. After a few days of rest, we relieved the 10th Company in the front line on December 9, 1917. The position was, as I already reported, in front of the village of Vis-en-Artois. My company section was bounded on the right by the Arras, Cambrai Road, and on the left by the drained bed of the Kojul stream, over which we maintained contact with the adjacent company by night patrols. The enemy's position was rendered invisible by a rise in the ground between the forward trenches. Except for a few patrol attempts at our wire during the night, and the hum of a searchlight set up near the nearby Hubertus farm, we saw nothing of the enemy infantry. My dugout was tucked into the sheer wall of a yawning sandpit behind the position, which came under heavy fire almost daily. The sandpit was an eerie place to be. Between the funnels filled with used ammunition stood tilted crosses marking graves that had long fallen into decay. At night one could not see their hand before their eyes, and had to wait for the dimming of one flashlight to watch another rise, to avoid falling into the mud of the Kojul bottom from the secure path of the running tracks. I spent my days, when not tending to the construction of the post trench, in the bitterly cold tunnel, reading a book, and pounding my feet against the tunnel frames to warm up. The same purpose served the bottle hidden in a niche of the limestone, which was much appreciated by my officers and me. If we had, however, let steam from a small fire rise into the gloomy December sky from the gravel pit, the place would have become completely uninhabitable, as the enemy seemed to hold the sugar factory as the location for the command post up to that point, and accordingly provided for it. It was not until twilight that life returned to our stiffened limbs. The small stove was set on fire and spread not only dense smoke but also a cozy warmth. Soon, the cooking utensils of the returning miners clattered up the stairwell, eagerly awaited. When the endless sequence of turnips, groats, and dried vegetables was interrupted by beans or noodles, the mood could not have been better. I sometimes enjoyed sitting at my small table, delighting in the raw conversations of people huddled around the stove, cloaked in tobacco smoke, as a full pot of grog emitted strong aromas. War and peace, combat and homeland, sanctuary and vacation were discussed in dry Lower Saxon style, with eroticism also playing a leading role. On December 17th, I began my vacation, returning on January 2nd, on the 19th. In January, we were relieved at 4 a.m., and marched through dense snowstorms towards Gau, where we were to remain for an extended period to prepare for the tasks of the major offensive. The wonderfully clear training orders from Ludendorff, distributed down to company commanders, signaled the prospect of an attack in the near future. We practiced almost forgotten forms of sharpshooting and movement warfare, and enthusiastically fired rifles and machine guns. As all villages behind the front line were filled to the last attic, every slope was used as a firing position, so that bullets sometimes flew across the terrain like in a skirmish. A marksman from my company shot the commander of a foreign regiment right in the middle of a critique with his light machine gun. Fortunately, the injury was minor, and our responsibility was not clearly established. On several occasions, I conducted training attacks with live hand grenades against complex trench systems to assess the lessons learned from the Cambrai battle. Even during these exercises, there were casualties. On January 24th, our highly respected Colonel von Oppen left us to take command of a brigade in the distant southeast. The departure of this outstanding leader, who had grown closely with his troops over the many years of war, was a great loss to the entire regiment. Besides sincerely caring for the well-being of his subordinates, he possessed a rare quality among veteran officers in routine peacetime service. Such a man could achieve tremendous things in battle. Unfortunately, his farewell words, "Goodbye in Hanover," were not fulfilled. Our beloved colonel never returned home, or saw his proud regiment again. It rests in a strange land, far from home, carried away by a treacherous disease. On February 6th, we relocated to Lecluse again, and were housed for 4 days on February 22 in the funnel field to the left of the Dury-Hendecourt road, to fortify the front line at night. During the inspection of the position opposite the rubble heap of the former village of Bullecourt, I realized that a part of the mighty attack, about which ominous rumors spread across the entire Western Front, must have taken place at this point. Everywhere, construction was carried out with feverish haste. Trenches were dug and new paths laid. The funnel field teemed with markers, standing halfway through the ground, bearing unintelligible numbers that apparently designated battery positions and command posts. An interesting new development at the front was that every midday, precisely at 12 o'clock, a black ball was lowered from a captive balloon and disappeared around 12:10. This was done to supply the troops with accurate time. Towards the end of the month, we marched back to Gau into our old quarters. After several exercises in battalion and regimental formations, we practiced twice at a large traced position, breaking through with the entire division. Subsequently, the divisional commander delivered a speech to his officers, making it clear to everyone that the assault was to begin within the next few days. The iron spirit of attack, the spirit of the Prussian infantry, hung over the masses gathered here on the French field in springtime for a combat trial. If the goal set by leadership was not achieved, it was not the fault of the officers and men who, after 44 months of fierce fighting, faced the enemy with a passion not seen since August 1914. Indeed, the whole world had to rally to withstand such a tidal wave. If, in the course of the years, the waves of hatred have calmed, history will acknowledge that we fought like no other nation before us. I also fondly recall those evening hours when we sat around the round table and discussed with hot heads the imminent lively movement war. If, in the heat of the moment, the last tailor for wine went, what more did we need money beyond the enemy lines, or even in a better afterlife? Who knows if the world will not crumble into rubble tomorrow? If it only holds on today, today is today. Today is today. Only through the thought that this stage too wanted to live could Captain von Brixen prevent us on the previous evening from firing glasses, bottles, and porcelain against the walls. The people were also in good form. When you heard them speak of the impending Hindenburg flat race in their dry Lower Saxon way, you knew they would go at it, like always, stubborn, reliable, and without unnecessary noise. How could one be at the back when they went into battle, these silent sons of old oak-ringed courts? Many shining ideals that loomed over our targets were shattered by war, but one remained forever, this unwavering loyalty. On March 17th, as darkness fell, we marched from our already beloved quarters to Brunemont. All streets were crowded with restless marching columns, countless guns and endless trains. Nevertheless, strict order prevailed according to a mobilization plan drawn up by staff officers. Misfortune befell the unit that did not meticulously observe departure and marching times. It was ruthlessly pushed into the trenches and had to wait for hours before it could force its way into a gap. Once, we did get caught in the crowd, where Captain von Brixen's mount impaled itself on a caked wagon tongue and died. The great battle. The battalion was housed in the castle of Brunemont. We learned that we were to march forward on the night of March 19th-20th, 1918, to be positioned in trenches near Cagnicourt, and that the major assault was to begin in the morning of the 21st. The regiment had the task of breaking through between the well-known villages of Ecus, Saint-Mine, and Noruil from 191,516, and potentially reaching Mori on the first day. I sent Lieutenant Schmidt, whom we could not help but call Schmidtchen due to his pleasant nature, ahead to secure the accommodation of the company. At a designated hour, the battalion marched out from Brunemont. Despite pouring rain, morale was good. I overlooked a drunkard who was stumbling and shouting among my company's ranks. Now every sharp word would do harm. Training was over. The real thing was upon us. One had to let every cog in the machine run its course. From a crossroads where our command posts were expecting us, the companies marched forward independently. As we reached the height of the second line, where we were to be accommodated, it became apparent that our leaders had gotten lost. A period of aimless wandering began in the dimly lit, soggy, funnel-like terrain, with countless equally unoriented groups asking questions. To not completely exhaust my men, I ordered a halt and sent the leaders in different directions. The groups pooled their rifles and pressed themselves into a massive funnel, while I sat on the edge of a smaller one with Lieutenant Springer. For some time, individual flashes had appeared about 100 meters ahead of us. A new projectile hit at a shorter distance. Chips splattered against the clay walls of the funnel. A man cried out, claiming to have been struck at the foot. I called for the men to spread into the surrounding holes, while I examined the mud-caked boot of the stricken one with my hands for an impact point. Then there was another high whistle in the air. Everyone felt the tightening sensation. It's coming here. Then a numbing, monstrous crash. The grenade had struck right between us. Half unconscious, I sat up. From the large funnel, our machine gun ammunition, set ablaze, emitted an intense pink light. It illuminated the smoldering smoke of the impact, where black bodies rolled and shadows of the survivors scattered in all directions. Simultaneously, a multiple horrifying roar and cries for help rang out. I will not conceal that initially, like everyone else, I sprang up from a moment of stunned silence and ran aimlessly into the night. It was only at a small grenade hole, into which I had fallen head first, that the situation became clear to me. Nothing more to hear or see. Go! Get away! Hide! Yet, immediately, the other voice spoke. Man, you are the company leader. That's right. I'm not saying this to boast. Rather, I would say, whoever God gives a position, he also gives them the mind for it. I've often experienced at my own hands and others that the sense of responsibility of a leader overcomes personal fear. A man had to stop, something he had to think about. So I forced myself back to that dreadful place. On the way I encountered Fusilier Haller, who had captured the machine gun during my November patrol, and took him with me. The wounded were still emitting their terrible screams. Some crawled towards me, whimpering, recognizing my voice. Lieutenant! Lieutenant! One of my dearest recruits, whose leg was broken by a splinter, clung to my legs. Cursing my inability to help, I helplessly tapped his shoulder. Such moments are never forgotten. I had to leave the unfortunate ones in the care of the only surviving ambulance driver, and lead the loyal group that had gathered around me out of the dangerous area. Just half an hour ago, at the head of a powerful and excellent company, I was wandering through the network of trenches with a few completely dejected individuals. A young face, milk white and just days ago weeping during exercises because of heavy ammunition boxes, now diligently carried this burden it had rescued from that terrifying scene along our arduous path. This observation pushed me over the edge. I fell to the ground and burst into violent sobs as people stood around me gloomily. After several hours of fruitlessly rushing through trenches filled with knee-deep mud and water, often threatened by bursting grenades, we crawled into some ammunition niches built into the walls, utterly exhausted and near death. My soldier spread his blanket over me. Nevertheless, due to the terrible nerve excitement, I could not close an eye and waited for dawn, smoking cigars. Countless infantry squads were still seeking cover. Artillerists dragged ammunition, mortar crews pulled their vehicles, telephone operators and signalmen laid lines. It was pure chaos 1,000 meters before the enemy, who strangely seemed to take no notice. Fortunately, I met the commander of the 2nd Machine Gun Company, Lieutenant Fallenstein, an old frontline officer who showed me our accommodation. His first words were, "Good heavens, how do you look?" I led my men into a large tunnel, where we had passed by a dozen times during the night, and where I found Schmidtchen, unaware of our misfortune. Even the leaders I found here again. From that day forward, whenever we took up a new position, I always selected the leaders myself with the greatest care. After housing my companions, I set off towards the site of terror from the previous night. The place looked eerie. All around the charred impact area lay over 20 blackened corpses, almost all torn to pieces beyond recognition. Some of the fallen we had to report as missing later, as there was nothing left to find. I found some soldiers from other units engaged in pulling the bloody items of the dead out of the gruesome mess and searching for booty. Nauseated, I drove away the hyena-like lights and ordered my orderly to take the wallets and valuable belongings wherever possible to save them for the families left behind. We had to leave them behind the next day during the storm. To my delight, Lieutenant Sprenger emerged from a nearby trench with a group of men who had spent the night there. I had the group leader's report, and it turned out I still had 63 men available. I had set out the previous evening in high spirits, with over 150 men. I was able to gather over 20 dead and over 60 wounded, many of whom later succumbed to their injuries. The only slight consolation was that things could have been worse. For example, Fusilia Russ was so close to the impact that the carrying straps on his ammunition boxes started to burn. Sub-Officer Pegow, who unfortunately lost his life the next day, stood between two men who were completely torn apart without even a scratch. We spent the day in somber mood, mostly sleeping. I had to frequently visit the battalion commander, as there was always something to discuss regarding the attack. Otherwise, I held conversations with my two officers, lying on a cot, about trivial matters to escape the tormenting thoughts. The constant refrain was, "We can't be shot dead, thank God." A brief speech, which I tried to encourage the people huddled silently on the stairwell, seemed to have little effect. I was also not in a position to encourage them. At 10 p.m., an orderly brought the order to march to the front line. If a wild animal is dragged out of its den, or a sailor sees the saving plank sink under his feet, they may have similar feelings to ours when we had to leave the safe, warm tunnel. We rushed through the Felix Graben in sharp shrapnel fire and arrived at the front without losses. The battalion was assigned a very narrow section. All tunnels were immediately stuffed full of people. The remaining ones dug holes in the trench walls to have at least some protection during the artillery fire preceding the attack. After much back and forth, everyone had found their spot. Captain Brixen once again gathered the company leaders for a discussion. After comparing the watches for the last time, we parted ways with a handshake. I sat down next to my two officers on a tunnel stairwell, waiting for 5 a.m., the time when the fire preparation was to begin. The mood had lightened somewhat as the rain stopped and the starlit night promised a dry morning. We spent the time talking and eating. There was much smoking, and the filled field bottle made its rounds continuously. In the early morning hours, the enemy's artillery was so active that we feared the English had caught wind of it. Just before commencement, the following radio message was broadcast. His Majesty the Emperor and Hindenburg have arrived at the scene of the operations. It was met with approval. The hand on the clock kept moving. We counted down the last minutes. Finally, it reached 5:05 a.m. The storm broke loose. A roaring thunder, which devoured even the heaviest shots in its mighty roar, shook the earth. The gigantic din of destruction from the countless guns behind us was so terrifying that even the greatest battles we had survived seemed like child's play. What we had dared to hope for happened. The enemy's artillery fell silent. It had been knocked out with a single massive blow. We could no longer endure it in the trench. Standing on deck, we admired the flaming wall of fire over the English trenches, obscured behind swirling blood-red clouds. Behind us, the immense noise continued to grow. Before us, an impenetrable wall of smoke, dust, and gas had formed. People ran through the trench and shouted enthusiastic cheers at each other. I was very concerned, but I firmly believed that our leadership could not have made a calculation that would lead to our destruction. Nevertheless, I forced myself with all my energy to hold back the first cough to avoid exacerbating the irritation. After an hour, we were able to take off our masks. It had become day. Infantrymen and artillerists, engineers and signalers, Prussians and Bavarians, officers and men, all were overwhelmed, inspired by this elemental expression of German strength, and burning to launch a storm attack at 9:40. At 8:25, our heavy mine throwers, standing in close intervals behind the forward trench, came into play. Our joy was disturbed by tears and burning of the mucous membranes caused by the fumes from our gas grenades driven back by the wind. The unpleasant effects of the Blue Cross gas forced many people to remove their masks due to choking and coughing fits. We saw the huge 2-ton mines arc high through the air and fall with volcanic explosions on the other side. Even the laws of nature seemed to have lost their validity. The air shimmered as on hot summer days. The fluctuating refraction index made solid objects dance back and forth. Black shadow streaks darted through the cloud. The last hour of preparation was more dangerous than the previous 4, during which we had moved silently into position for cover. The enemy brought a heavy battery into position, firing shot after shot into our crowded trench. To avoid them, I moved to the left and collided with the adjutant, Lieutenant Hines, who asked me about Lieutenant Freiherrn V. Solemacher. He must take over the battalion immediately. Captain V. Brixen has just been killed. Shaken by this horrifying news, I retreated and sank into a deep trench. By the time I reached safety, I had already forgotten the incident. My mind clung to the reality of 49 as the only thing that mattered. However, I seemed to be acting very courageously, as everyone around me nodded in approval. Outside my trench, Corporal Duzhievkin, my companion from Regniaville, begged me to join them, warning that a single impact could cause the earth above me to collapse. I leapt over him and hastened to the right, where I crawled into a foxhole already occupied by 2 pioneers. Around us, the heavy artillery continued its barrage in a tight circle. Suddenly, black lumps of earth whirled from a white cloud. The detonation was lost in the general roar. One could no longer hear anything at all. In the trench section to our left, 3 men from my company were torn apart. One of the last hits, a dud, killed the poor Schmidt, who was still sitting on the tunnel staircase. I stood with Sprenger, holding the clock, in front of my foxhole, and awaited the crucial moment. Around us, the remnants of the company had gathered. We succeeded in cheering them up and distracting them with crude jokes, which, unfortunately, cannot be reproduced here. Lieutenant Meyer, who had glanced over his shoulder guard for a moment, later told me that he would have taken us for insane. At 9 o'clock. At 10 o'clock, the officer patrols that were supposed to secure our position left the trench. Since the front lines were more than 800 meters apart, we had to get ready during preparation and take positions in no man's land so that we could jump into the first enemy line at 9:40. Sprenger and I, followed by our men, climbed for cover after a few minutes. Now let's show what the 7th Company can do. We drew our pistols and crossed our wire, through which the first wounded were already dragging themselves back. I looked to the right and left. The valley between the nations presented a strange sight. In the trenches before the enemy's trench, constantly overturned in the highest state of firing, stood the assault battalions, compacted company-wise in an inexplicable broad front. Upon gazing at these amassed formidable masses, I felt certain of the breakthrough. But could we also possess the strength to shatter and mercilessly tear apart the enemy reserves. I awaited it with certainty. The final battle, the last charge, seemed upon us. The mood was strange, charged with highest tension. Officers stood upright and exchanged nervous jests. Often a heavy frown would flash briefly, sending up a church tower-high fountain of earth that inundated us, without so much as anyone bending their head. The thunder of battle had become so terrifying that no one remained of sound mind. Nerves could feel no more fear. 3 minutes before the assault, my comrade, the loyal Vinke, waved to me with a filled field bottle. His simple horizon recognized the call of the hour. I took a deep drag. It was as if I were drinking water. Now all that remained was the offensive cigar. 3 times the air pressure extinguished my match. The great moment had come. The firewall rolled over the first trenches. We advanced. In a mix of feelings, spurred by bloodlust, anger, and alcohol, we stepped forward at a pace towards the enemy lines. I was far ahead of the company, followed by my boy and a rookie. My right hand clutched the pistol grip, my left a bamboo cane. I seethed with an incomprehensible fury. The overwhelming desire to kill fueled my steps. Anger brought me bitter tears. The immense will for destruction that hung over the battlefield concentrated in our minds. Thus may Renaissance men have been seized by their passions. Thus may a Cellini have raged, like wolves howling through the night to drink blood. Without difficulty, we traversed a tangled wire maze and leaped over the first trench. The storm wave danced like a procession of ghosts through white, billowing fumes. To our surprise, machine gun fire crackled from the second line. I dove with my companions into a funnel. A second later, there was a deafening crash, and I collapsed forward. Vinke grabbed me by the collar and rolled me over. Is Lieutenant hurt? There was nothing visible. The 1-year veteran had a hole in his upper arm and moaned that a bullet had hit him in the back. We ripped off his uniform and bandaged him. The churned earth showed that a shell fragment had struck near our faces at the lip of the funnel. It was a miracle we were still alive. Meanwhile, the others had moved on ahead. We pursued them, leaving the wounded to their fate. Half a link before we emerged from the mist was the powerful railway dam, Kustkrossil, which we had to cross. Machine gun and rifle fire poured down from loopholes and slits in the walls. Vinke had also disappeared. I followed a hollow way, whose slopes were filled with collapsed shelters. Furiously, I advanced across the black torn ground, where the stale gases of our grenades still hung. A figure crouched about 3 meters ahead, apparently wounded, in the middle of the churned-up depression. As I appeared, he contracted and stared at me with wide eyes. As I slowly approached, gun raised, pointing it at him. Grinding his teeth, I put the muzzle to the temple of the frozen figure. With a cry, he reached into his pocket and held up a map before my eyes. It was an image of him, surrounded by a large family. After seconds of inner conflict, I had myself under control. I moved forward. People from my company jumped into the gully from above. I was burning hot. I tore off my coat and threw it away. I still remember that I repeatedly shouted very loudly, "Now, Lieutenant Junger is taking off his coat," and the Fusiliers laughed, as if I had told the funniest joke. Up above, everything happened in cover, without paying attention to the machine guns located roughly 400 meters away. The drive for destruction also forced me into the fire barrels. I ran head-on into the fire-spitting embankment. Somewhere in a funnel, I jumped onto a figure shooting with a pistol dressed in brown Manchester. It was Caius, who was in a similar mood, and greeted me with a handful of ammunition. We must have run back and forth through the funnels for a long time, and shot at various targets. At any rate, I found myself suddenly at the foot of the embankment, and realized that shots were being fired from a shaft window covered with sackcloth right next to me. I broke through the cloth. A man next to me tore it away and threw a hand grenade into the opening. A shock and a burst of white cloud revealed its effect. The material was rough but effective. We too ran along the slope and treated the next hatches in a similar manner. I raised my hand to signal our men, whose bullets whistled past us from close range. They waved happily back. Afterwards, we climbed the dam with 100 others simultaneously. For the first time in war, I saw masses clash. The English held 2 terraced, carved trenches on the rear slope. Shots were exchanged within a few meters. Hand grenades flew down in arcs. I jumped into the first trench. Falling over the next shoulder rampart, I collided with an English officer in an open jacket and hanging necktie. Forgoing the use of my pistol, I grabbed him by the throat and hurled him against a sandbag pack, causing him to collapse. Behind me, the head of an old major emerged, shouting at me, "Beat the dog to death!" I left this task to those following behind and turned to the lower trench, which was teeming with English soldiers. I fired my pistol bullets with such fervor that after the last shot, I probably pulled the trigger 10 more times. A man next to me threw hand grenades under the fleeing soldiers. A round steel helmet soared high into the air in a circular motion. Within a minute, the battle was decided. The English leaped out of their trenches and fled in batches across the open field. From the dam crest, a fierce pursuit fire erupted. The fleeing soldiers stumbled and fell as they ran, and within seconds the ground was covered in bodies. Only a few escaped. I snatched a sergeant's rifle from his open-mouthed grasp as he watched this spectacle. My first victim was an Englishman, whom I shot at 150 meters between two Germans. He collapsed like a folded knife and lay still. After finishing the job, we continued. The success had ignited a frenzy of attack and boldness in every individual. Discussion of unified command structures was no longer on the table. Nevertheless, every man knew only one order: forward. They ran straight ahead. I chose a small hill as my target, where the ruins of a cottage, a grave cross, and a destroyed plane could be seen. My stubborn advance led me right into the wall of flames from our own fire barrage. I had to throw myself into a funnel for cover and wait for the fire to advance any further. Next to me, I noticed a young officer from another regiment who was just as excited as I was about the successful first assault. Our shared enthusiasm drew us close in those few moments, as if we had known each other for years. The next jump separated us forever. Beside the house ruin lay a small section of trench, raked by machine guns from the other side. I sprang into it with one bound and found it unoccupied. An order from Wedelstadt, who arrived last, collapsed in mid-jump and lay dead, hit in the eye. As Wedelstadt saw the last man of his company fall, he leaned his head against the trench wall and wept. He, too, was not to survive the day. In essence, there was a strongly fortified hollow way position, in front of which, on both sides of a valley, were two machine gun nests. The fire roller had already passed over this position. The enemy seemed to have recovered and was shooting what came out of the barrels. We were separated from him by a 500-meter-wide strip of terrain over which the shell barrages buzzed like swarms of bees. After a short breathing pause, we sprang with a few men from our trench section towards the enemy. It was a matter of life and death. After a few jumps, I found myself alone with a companion facing the left machine gun nest. Clearly, I saw behind a small earthen pile a flat helmeted head next to an ascending fine water steam column. I approached by making very short jumps to give no time for targeting. Whenever I lay down, the man threw a box of cartridges at me, with which I fired a series of well-aimed shots. I turned around and saw him convulsing on the side lying there. When I think back to that blind charge across open field against a fortified position, I must admit we were possessed by an entirely unlikely audacity. And yet, where would success in war be without the mania for action that seized individuals and propelled them forward with irresistible momentum? Sometimes it seemed as if even death was afraid to stand in their way. From the left, where resistance was not so strong, some men appeared who almost reached the defenders with hand grenades. I made a final leap and stumbled over a barbed wire fence into the trench section. The Englishmen, shot at from all sides, ran to the right machine gun nest, leaving their weapons behind. The machine gun was half buried under a massive pile of casings. It was still glowing hot and steaming. There was an athletic body before me, with a shot to the head that cost me an eye. The giant with the large white eyeball in front of his skull looked eerie. As I was almost dying of thirst, I didn't linger but sought out water. A tunnel entrance drew my attention. Peering inside, I saw a man sitting below, organizing ammunition belts over his knees. Instead of eliminating him immediately as caution dictated, I called out to him first, "Come here! Hands up!" He leaped up, stared at me in disbelief, and disappeared into the darkness of the tunnel. Likely he became a victim of the hand grenade I threw after him. Finally, I found a metal box filled with cooling water. I drank the oily liquid in long sips, refilled an English field bottle, and gave it to others who suddenly joined us at this trench section. Meanwhile, the right machine gun nest and the ravine 60 meters ahead of us were still putting up fierce resistance. We tried to aim the English machine gun at them, but without success. In fact, a bullet whizzed past my head, grazed a lieutenant standing behind me, and seriously wounded a man on his thigh. With more luck, the crew of a light machine gun managed to position their weapon on the edge of our small trench crescent, firing a series of shots into the flanks of the English. Seizing this moment of surprise, the attackers on the right charged directly at the ravine, led by the intact 9th Company under Lieutenant Gipkins. From all the nooses, menacing figures with raised weapons ran towards the enemy position, their eyes rolling and mouths foaming under a terrifying roar of fury. No mercy was given. The English retreated with their arms raised through the first storm wave, where the battle fever had not yet reached such boiling point. An order from Gipkins with his 32-shot repeating pistol brought down a dozen of them. I cannot blame our men for this bloodthirsty behavior. To kill an unarmed man is despicable. During war, nothing was more repugnant to me than the Baroom heroes who laughed fatly while recounting the well-known tale of the Bavarians and the prisoner transport. Have you heard about the stroke incident? Hilarious? On the other hand, a defender who chases the attacker within 5 steps with his bullets through his body must bear the consequences. The fighter, whose eyes were obscured by a bloody veil during the charge, cannot change his feelings. He does not want to be captured. Only when blood has been shed do the mists clear from his mind. He looks around like one awakening from a heavy dream. Only then is he again a modern soldier, capable of solving a new tactical task. This was the state we were in after securing the hollow way. Many people had gathered and stood, shouting incoherent words on a pile. Officers showed them the extension of the ditch, and the massive combat group moved with surprising indifference, heavy and sluggish. The ditch ran up to a height where enemy columns appeared. We advanced, occasionally stopping and firing, until we were halted by intense gunfire. It was an extremely embarrassing feeling to hear the bullets whizzing past overhead. Caius, who had rejoined us, picked up a flattened shell that lay half a meter in front of his nose. We took advantage of a brief pause to reach one of the rare remaining trenches. There we found many officers from our battalion, now led by Lieutenant Lindenberg, as unfortunately Lord von Salamaker had suffered a fatal wound. On the right side of the gorge, to everyone's amusement, Lieutenant Breyer from the 10th Hunters strolled along with his walking stick in hand and a long green hunting pipe in his mouth, carrying his rifle slung over his shoulder, as if he were going kartven on his shoulder, for a rabbit hunt amidst the machine gun fire. We recounted our previous adventures in brief words, and offered each other a field bottle and chocolate. Then we moved out at general request. The machine guns, apparently threatened on the flank, were gone. We had gained, up to this point, 3 to 4 kilometers. The valley was teeming with assault troops. As far as the eye could see back, troops were approaching in firing lines, rows and group columns. Unfortunately, we were much too close. We didn't realize how many we left behind, as luck would have it, during the storm. Without encountering any resistance, we reached the height. To our right, several khaki figures leaped out of a section of trench, behind which we fired freely standing up. Most of them were knocked out. The height was fortified by a series of shelters. In some places, rising steam clouds indicated that hand grenades were being used to end things quickly. In others, the occupants emerged with their arms raised and shaking knees. They were stripped of their field bottles and cigarettes, and shown the way back as they fled at great speed. A young Englishman had already surrendered to me when he suddenly turned around and vanished back into his shelter. As he refused to come out despite my orders, we ended his hesitation with a few hand grenades and continued on. A narrow footpath disappeared over the crest. A signpost indicated it led to Vrocourt. While the others remained by the shelters, Lieutenant Hines and I crossed the crest. Below lay the ruins of the village of Vrocourt. Before us, the flashes of a firing battery appeared, its gunners having fled into the village with the first wave of the assault. Even the garrison of several bunkers carved into a hollow way escaped and fled. I shot one of them down, in the moment he jumped out of the entrance of the first one. With 2 men from my company who had joined me by then, I moved forward along the hollow way. To the right, there was a manned position from which we received intense fire. We retreated to the first shelter, above which bullets from both sides soon crossed. In front of us lay my Englishman, a blood-young lad, whom my shot had hit across the skull. A strange feeling, looking into the eyes of a man one has killed oneself. We were unperturbed by the increasing fire, and set up in the shelter, clearing out among the leftover food supplies as our stomachs reminded us we hadn't enjoyed anything during the entire attack. We found ham, white bread, jam, and a stone jug full of ginger liqueur. After I had eaten and rested, I sat down on an empty biscuit tin and read some English magazines filled with quite offensive remarks about the Huns. The situation became increasingly monotonous, so we returned to the beginning of the hollow way, where a crowd had gathered. From there we could already see a battalion of 164s on the left, next to Vercors. We decided to storm the village and hurried back through the hollow way. Just before the edge of the village, our own artillery, which had been firing randomly all morning at the same spot, finally hit a target. A heavy shell landed right in the middle of the road and killed 4 men. The others ran back. Later, I learned that the artillery had been ordered to keep shooting at maximum range. This incomprehensible order robbed us of the sweet fruits of victory. Grinding my teeth, we were forced to stop in front of the wall of fire. To seek a gap in the fire, we turned further to the right, where just a company leader of the infantry regiment 76 was launching an assault. We joined with a cheer, but as soon as we had penetrated, our own artillery drove us back again. 3 times we stormed, and 3 times we had to retreat. Cursing, we occupied some trenches, where a field fire caused by the grenades became extremely annoying, resulting in many casualties. English rifle shots also killed several people. In places, the rifle fire flared up one last time before gradually dying down. The exhausted fighters sought out a place to spend the night. Officers constantly shouted their names to gather the scattered companies. 12 men from the 7th Company had gathered around me during the past hour. As it began to grow cold, I led them to a small shelter in front of where my Englishman lay and sent them out to look for blankets and coats from the fallen. After housing everyone, I gave way to my curiosity, which drove me towards the artillery pit before us. I took Fusilier Haller with me, whom I trusted most with his athletic spirit. We advanced towards the pit with our guns ready, where our artillery fire was still reverberating, and first examined a shelter that appeared to have been recently abandoned by English artillery officers. On a table stood a massive gramophone, which Haller immediately set in motion. The funny little song that played from the cylinder left a ghostly impression. I threw the box onto the floor, where it emitted a few rasping sounds like a defeated warrior before silence fell. The shelter was exceedingly comfortable furnished. Even a small fireplace, with pipes and tobacco on the mantelpiece, lacked not, nor were there lacking seats arranged in a circle around it. Merry old England! We, of course, put no constraint upon ourselves, but took what we liked. I chose a bread bag, laundry, a little metal bottle full of whiskey, a wallet, and some wonderful toilet articles by Roger Gala, probably tender recollections of a Paris front leave. A room next door contained a kitchen whose supplies we admired with awe. There was a whole box full of raw eggs, from which we immediately devoured a considerable number, as we barely knew their names. On the wall shelves stood tins of meat, cans of delicious conserves, bottles of coffee essence, tomatoes, and onions. This sight often returned to my mind later, as we lay in the trench for weeks on end, with small portions of bread, watery soups, and thin jam. The German soldier rushed about in his tattered uniform, worse off than a Chinese coolie, for 4 years moving from battlefield to battlefield, to let his iron fist be felt once again by opponents far superior in number, well-equipped, and well-fed. There is no greater testament to the power of the idea that drove us. To face death, to die in moments of enthusiasm, is much. To hunger and suffer for one's cause is more. After this brief glimpse into the enemy's economic situation, we left the shelter and stepped into the valley, where we found 2 gleaming new, abandoned guns. I took a piece of chalk and marked them with the number of my company. Then we returned to the others as our own artillery continued to fire iron at us. Our front line, now formed by reinforcements, was 200 meters behind us. I set up a double post in front of the shelter and ordered the others to keep their rifles at the ready. After organizing the relief, eating some more, and jotting down notes on the day's events in brief strokes, I fell asleep. At 1 a.m., we were awakened by shouts of hurrah and lively firing to our right. We grabbed our rifles, burst out of the room, and took position in a large grenade pit. Some scattered Germans from the front returned, and they were shot at from our line. 2 of them lay motionless on the path. Having been warned by this incident, we waited until the initial excitement behind us had died down, communicated through calls, and returned to our own line. There sat the leader of the 2nd Company, Lieutenant Kosick, who could not speak a word due to a cold and was wounded on his arm with approximately 60-73ers. As he had to return to the medical station, I took command of his squad, which included 3 officers. In addition, the 2 equally haphazard companies of Gipken and Vorbeck were still from the regiment. The battalion leader was Captain Freiherr von Ledeber, and the regimental commander was Major Dietlein, as Major V. Barteleben had already been eliminated by injury in the morning. I spent the rest of the night with some non-commissioned officers from the 2nd Company in a small trench where we froze from the cold. In the early morning, I ate from the captured supplies and sent people to Quillon to get coffee and food from the kitchen. Our own artillery began its accursed firing again and greeted us with a direct hit from a shell that landed in a trench housing 4 men from the MG Company. Just as dawn broke, another platoon leader from my company, Sergeant Kumpart, joined me with some of his men. As I had barely warmed myself after the night's chill, I received orders to advance further right with the remaining regiment and storm the Vrocourt position, which we had partially taken. We moved off into the dense morning mist towards the assembly area, a hill south of Acoust where many of the previous day's dead lay. As is often the case before unclear attack orders, there was much posturing and argument among the assault leaders, until it was ended abruptly by a burst of enemy machine gun fire. Everyone sprang into the nearest trenches except for Sergeant Kumpart, who lay moaning. I hurried to his aid with a medic and dressed his wounds. He had received a severe knee wound. We removed several bone fragments from the wound using pliers. He died a few days later. The case affected me deeply, because Kumpart had been my exercise master in Recoverance 3 years ago. During a meeting with Captain Ledebour, I explained the futility of a frontal assault since the Vrocourt position, partly already in our possession, could be overrun from the left with much fewer losses. We decided not to carry out the attack, and the consequences showed that we had made the right decision. On such occasions, the setup of the far-flung command posts of higher leadership avenged itself, whose necessity is of course clear to me. However, such orders clearly betrayed a lack of frontline experience. The times of unprepared frontal assaults are over forever. The simple man, to whom the enemy's guns dictated the law of action, could not fall into such errors. He only appeared where the opponent was weak. The strong defensive positions then fell naturally. For the time being, we set up in the trenches on the height. Slowly, the sun broke through, and English planes appeared, scattering our holes with machine guns, but they were soon driven off by ours. At the bottom of Ekost, a battery moved forward, an unusual sight for old trench warriors. It was also quickly silenced. A single horse broke free and galloped across the terrain. A ghostly sight, this frenzied animal on the open, lonely ground, hung with the passing clouds of bullets. First, some shrapnel exploded, then numerous light and heavy shells. We lay as if on a platter. Several fearful minds fanned the fire by running about headless, instead of crouching down to receive the blessing above them. In such situations, one must be a fatalist. I adhered to this principle by consuming the nearly magnificent contents of a captured can of blackberry jam. Thus, it slowly became noon. For some time, movement had been observed on the left in the Vrocourt position. Now we saw directly before us the curved trajectory and the white impact of German hand grenades. This was the given moment. I gave the order to advance. A sharp assault of shrapnel and light grenades caught us at the front, mainly hitting the reserves that were streaming across open field towards the trench behind us. We tried to finish off the enemy as quickly as possible to outmaneuver their fire. Without encountering stronger fire, we reached the enemy trench and jumped in, greeted happily by a storm troop from Regiment 76. In the rolling hand grenade attack, progress was made slowly, much like at Cambrai. Unfortunately, the enemy artillery did not remain unaware that we were slowly eating our way through their lines. The Vrocourt position seemed still under construction, as some trench sections were only indicated by lifting the grass layer. Whenever we jumped over such a section, all the surrounding fire concentrated on us. Similarly, we took pot shots at the enemy running ahead of us, quickly filling these short-lived trails with bodies. It was a nerve-wracking chase. We rushed past still warm, stocky figures, their strong knees glistening through short skirts, or crawled over them. They were Highlanders, and the nature of their resistance showed we weren't facing cowards. After gaining a few hundred meters, we were always met with increasingly dense hand grenades and rifle grenades stopping us. People began to retreat. "Tommy is counterattacking. Stay put. I just want to establish contact. Forward with the hand grenades. Hand grenades. Hand grenades. Attention, Lieutenant." Just in trench warfare, where fighting is most brutal, such setbacks are most frequent. The bravest charge at the front, shooting and throwing. The mass follows like a mindless herd behind them. When they collide, the fighters jump back and forth to avoid the devastating throws and clash with those pressing forward. Only the forwards see the situation. Further back, wild panic breaks out among the closely packed crowd in the narrow trench. If the enemy recognizes the moment, all is lost. Now the leader must show if he deserves his reputation, though he feels the familiar uncomfortable feeling. I managed to gather a handful of people, and we formed a resistance nest behind a broad shoulder shield. At close range, we exchanged fire with an invisible enemy. It took courage to keep our heads up amidst the loud impacts as sand from the shield flew around us. A 76mm gun next to me fired wildly, his face contorted, not thinking of cover, firing one shell after another until he collapsed, bloodied. A single round had drilled through his forehead with the force of an exploding board. He crumpled in his trench corner and stood there hunched, leaning his head against the wall. His blood poured out like a bucket onto the trench floor. His labored breathing, like snoring, grew longer between each interval until it finally ceased entirely. I took his rifle and continued firing. Finally, a brief pause ensued. Two men who had been in front of us attempted to jump back for cover. One fell with a gunshot wound to the head into the trench, while the other, only reaching him crawling due to a stomach wound, lay between us. We sat warily on the bottom of the trench and smoked English cigarettes. Periodically, well-aimed rifle grenades whizzed overhead. The wounded man with the stomach wound, a young man covered in blood, lay between us, stretching almost contentedly like a cat basking in the warm rays of the setting sun. He died with a childlike smile. It was a sight that stirred nothing but a clear feeling of affection for the dying man within me. Even his companion's moans eventually faded away. We tried several times, crouching low at the marked points, crawling past the bodies of the Highlanders, to advance further, but were always driven back by machine gun fire and rifle grenades. Every hit I saw was fatal. So, gradually, the front part of the trench filled up with bodies. Meanwhile, we received continuous reinforcements from behind. Soon, behind every sandbag, a light or heavy machine gun stood ready. I took cover behind one of these bullet spitters and kept shooting until my index finger was blackened by smoke. When the cooling water had evaporated, the cans were passed around and refilled using a very simple process. The sun stood low on the horizon. It seemed that the second day of combat was over. For the first time, I took a close look at the surroundings and sent a report and sketch back to headquarters. Our trench cut the road from Vrocourt to Mori at a distance of 500 meters, obscured by fabric blinds tied to the trees. On a slope behind it, enemy troops dashed across the bullet-strewn terrain, a squadron marked with black, white, and red flags sliced through the clear blue evening sky. The departing sun's rays bathed everything in a delicate pink, like a chain of flamingos. We unfolded our position maps and exposed the white back to show how far we had penetrated into enemy territory. A cool evening breeze signaled a sharp night ahead. Leaning against the trench wall, wrapped in an English coat, I chatted with little Schultz, my companion from the Indian patrol, who had arrived there, as per old camaraderie, where the situation was most critical, armed with 4 heavy machine guns. Men from all companies sat on the posts, young faces sharp under their steel helmets. Their leaders had fallen. They stood of their own accord at the right place. Then there was another blast of hand grenades from the right, and German searchlights rose on the left. Somewhere, a thin, multi-voiced hurrah fluttered over with the wind. It ignited. They have been flanked. They have been flanked. In one of those moments of enthusiasm that precede great deeds, everyone grabbed their rifles and stormed the trench in front. After a short hand grenade duel, a troop of Highlanders rushed down the road. There was no stopping now, despite warning calls. Be careful, the machine gun on the left is still firing. We leaped out of the trench and reached the road in an instant, swarming with distraught Highlanders. A long, dense wire fence prevented their escape to the rear, so they had to run past us like stuffed deer, 50 meters away, amidst roaring cheers and rapid machine gun fire. Cursing with a jam that prevented me from shooting, I turned around due to a blow to my shoulder and looked into the furious, contorted face of the small Schultz. They're still shooting, those damned pigs. I followed his gesture and saw in a small maze of trenches, separated from us by the street, a row of figures, some loading, others with their rifles on their hips. Already the first hand grenades flew from the right, launching the upper body of one of them high into the air. Reason dictated that I stay at my position and finish off the enemies with a few shots in peace. However, I threw down my rifle and charged onto the street between both parties with clenched fists. Unfortunately, I was still wearing the English coat and my red-trimmed field hat. Right in the midst of my triumphal victory, I felt a sharp blow on the left side of my chest. It became night around me. Over! I definitely thought I had been hit in the heart, yet I neither felt pain nor fear in anticipation of my immediate death. However, as I did not collapse to my astonishment and no hole was found in my blouse, I turned back towards the enemy. A man from my company rushed over. "Lieutenant, take off your coat," and tore the dangerous garment from my shoulder. Another cheer split the air. From the right, where they had been working with hand grenades all afternoon, a number of Germans jumped across the road to aid us, led by a young officer in brown Manchester cloth. It was Kius. The Scots were destroyed in mere moments of rage by rifles and hand grenades. The street was covered in bodies, while the few survivors were chased by fire. As I stood in the captured trench, talking with Kius, I felt a wet sensation on my chest, pulling down my blouse. The projectile had just passed through below EKI, leaving 2 holes in the blouse and 2 in my body. Without a doubt, one of ours, I suspected the one who tore off my coat, had taken me for an Englishman and shot from a distance of only a few steps. Kius bandaged me up, and with difficulty managed to move me away from the battlefield at that interesting moment. We parted with a goodbye in Hanover. I chose a companion, searched for my map case on the sharply bombarded road where my diary was, and returned through the trench where we had fought before. Our attack cry had been so powerful that the enemy artillery was suddenly deployed. On the terrain behind the road, and especially on the trench itself, lay a dense barrier of fire. A clear passage seemed unlikely. We moved in jumps from shoulder defense to shoulder more back. Suddenly, there was a thunderous crash next to me at the edge of the trench. I took a blow to the back of my head and fell forward, stunned. When I woke up, I was hanging upside down over the sled of a heavy machine gun, with my head pointing down into a rapidly expanding red puddle at the bottom of the trench. The blood gushed out uncontrollably, making me think escape was impossible. However, since my companion claimed he couldn't see any brain matter, I pulled myself up and continued running. This was the consequence of my carelessness in entering the battle without a steel helmet. Despite the double blood loss, I was intensely excited, and urged everyone I encountered in the trench, possessed by a fixed idea, to rush forward and participate in the battle. As I passed the brigade command post in Norroil, I reported to Major General Hubel, to whom I gave an account of our success, and requested assistance with reserves for the storming troops. The general told me that they had already written me off as dead at the command posts since yesterday. This was not the first time in war. In Norroil, a tall stack of hand grenade cases was on fire near the road. We hurried past it with very mixed feelings. I got into a sharp dispute with the leading training officer, who wanted to throw 2 wounded Englishmen, who had supported me during the last part of my journey, off the cart. On the road Norroil-Kant, there was an incredible amount of traffic. Those who have not seen it cannot imagine the endless columns that are part of a major offensive. Behind Quillant, the chaos escalated to the fantastic. I turned to one of the traffic officers, recognizable by his white bandana, who directed me to a spot in a passenger car to the Sochi Field Hospital. We often had to wait half an hour while interlocked carts and automobiles blocked the way. The surgeons in the operating room at the field hospital were busily occupied. Nevertheless, the surgeon was surprised by the fortunate nature of my injuries. Even the head wound had both entry and exit without damaging the skull cap. After sleeping exceptionally well during the night, I was transported to the medical collection point Canton the next morning, where to my joy, I met Lieutenant Sprenger, whom I hadn't seen since the beginning of the storm. He had been wounded in the thigh by infantry fire. After a brief stay at Field Hospital, 14 Montigny in Bavaria, we were loaded onto a hospital train and traveled to Berlin. There, this sixth dual wound healed just as well, with 2 weeks of care as all previous. Unfortunately, I learned in Hanover that among many other acquaintances, little Schultz had fallen during the melee. Kias had suffered only a harmless abdominal wound. Anyone who witnessed our reunion party in a small Hanoverian bar would hardly have thought that we had parted just 14 days ago to different music than the peaceful crackle of wood shavings. English advances, on the 4th. In June 1918, I returned to the regiment, which was resting in a village near Vrocourt, now far behind the front line. The new commander, Major von Ludischau, assigned me the leadership of my old 7th Company. As I approached the quarters, people ran towards me, took my belongings, and welcomed me triumphantly. It felt as if I had returned to a family circle. We lived in a cluster of tin barracks amidst a wild meadow landscape, where countless yellow flowers shimmered from the green. The desolate terrain, which we had nicknamed Wallachia, was inhabited by herds of grazing horses. Stepping outside the huts, one experienced that terrifying sense of emptiness that sometimes grips the cowboy, Bedouin, and every other inhabitant of remote areas. In the evenings, we took long walks around the barracks, searching for partridge nests or hidden war materials in the grass. One afternoon, I rode along the hollow way at Vrocourt, which had been so fiercely contested 2 months earlier. Its margins were lined with grave crosses. I came across many familiar names. Soon, our regiment received orders to take up position on the front line behind Puisieux-Mont village. We made a night drive in military trucks as far as Achiet-le-Grand. Often we had to stop when the searchlights of night bombers illuminated the white road surface from the darkness. Near or far, the repeated whistling of heavy rockets was swallowed up by the rolling impacts of their detonations. Then, with unsteady beams, the searchlights scanned the dark sky for treacherous nightbirds, while shrapnel burst like delicate toys and tracer bullets chased one another in a long chain, like fiery wolves. A foul smell of corpses hung over the captured area, sometimes more intense, sometimes less, but always stimulating the nerves and enveloping everything in a mood of fantastical and foreboding unease. Offensive perfume, I heard an old, cynical warrior say beside me as we passed by a row of mass graves for several minutes. From Achiet-le-Grand, we walked along the railway embankment leading to Bapaume, and then cut across to the position. The firing was intense. As we stopped for a moment, 2 medium grenades exploded nearby. The memory of the unforgettable night of terror on March 19th drove us forward. Just behind the front line stood a detached, noisy company, which fate just passed by as their mouths were filled with several dozen shrapnel rounds. With a shower of curses, my men plunged headfirst into the next trench. 3 had to return to the medical station bleeding. At 3 o'clock, I arrived at my shelter completely exhausted, its cramped space foretelling a series of unpleasurable days. The reddish glow of a candle burned amidst an indescribable fog. I stumbled over a tangle of legs and brought life back into the place with the magical phrase, "Relieve." A smoldering hole resembling an oven released a chain of curses. Then gradually appeared a beard, a pair of battered armpit pads, a weathered uniform, and 2 clay blocks where the boots were likely hidden. We sat together at what was called the table, and carried out the handover business, during which each tried to cheat the other out of a dozen iron portions and some glowguns. Then my predecessor squeezed through the narrow tunnel neck into the open air, predicting that the filthy pit would not last more than 3 days. I remained behind as the new captain of Section A. The position I inspected the next morning offered little to be pleased about. Right in front of the shelter, 2 coffee brewers, bleeding, approached me, having been hit by a shell burst during their advance. A few steps further, Fusilier A, reported a contusion. We had Bucquoy village ahead of us, and Puisieux-Mont behind our backs. The company lay unformed in the flat, narrow front line, separated on the right from Infantry Regiment 76 by a large, empty gap. The left wing of the regiment's section enclosed a fragmented copse, known as Woodlet 125. As per orders, no trenches had been dug. 2 men each dwelt in small earth holes supported by so-called Siegfried plates. Since my shelter was located behind an entirely different section, I initially sought a new abode. A hut-like structure in a fallen section of trench seemed to me quite suitable, after I had transferred it into a defensible state by means of assembled murder instruments. There, together with my lad, we led a life like that of a hermit in the green, which was only occasionally disturbed by messengers and orderlies who carried on the cumbersome paper war even to this remote cave. Shrugging one's shoulders, one could then read between the intervals of 2 grenades, along with other important things, the news that the local commander of X had a black-spotted terrier named Zippy, which had escaped. If one was not deeply engrossed in grim humor over the alimentation complaint of the servant girl Makebaben against the Ensign Meyer, drawings and frequent term reports also provided the necessary variation. One was always so occupied with the internal organization that one could barely pay attention to tactical details. One was rarely asked about them. Often, the discarded cartridge case seemed far more important. Every time a revisor was announced, I would run through the trench, gather papers and cases, and instruct the posts on how to report and fold their bayonets, even ensuring they didn't commit the crime of turning away from the enemy's trench, from which not even a nostril had been seen in 3 months, or dropping their rifles. For that, a mandatory 3 days in prison was the penalty. These typically military issues greatly harmed us. Form stifled spirit. The war became bureaucratic. Despite having a lot of discipline in his bones, the front lieutenant refrained from speaking about what was being complained about in every platoon command post, before and after the visitation shot, in all tones. Nevertheless, he was the chosen one to merge the old Prussian spirit with the forms of the new war. But back to my command post, which I had given the beautiful name House Wanfried. The only concern was the cover, which could only be described as relatively bomb-safe, that is, as long as no shots were fired on it. However, I comforted myself with the thought that I was not in a better position than my men. Every afternoon, my boy would place a blanket in a massive trench that we had dug to serve as a sunbathing spot. But my siesta was often interrupted by nearby exploding grenades or the whizzing fragments from aerial bombardments. The front line suffered relatively little under enemy fire. Otherwise, it would have become untenable soon. Primarily, Puisieux and the adjacent valleys were under continuous bombardment, which intensified during the evening hours into attacks of exceptional density. Retrieving supplies and relief became very dangerous. On June 14th, at 2 a.m., I was relieved by Kies, who had also returned and led the 2nd Company. We spent our rest time on the railbed near Achiet-le-Grand, under whose protection our barracks and shelters were located. The Englishmen frequently bombarded us with heavy flat trajectory fire, which claimed, among others, the official battalion sergeant major of the 3rd Company, Rackebrand. Some days earlier, a terrible accident had already occurred. A flyer threw his bomb right into the chapel of Infantry Regiment 76, surrounded by an audience of onlookers. Among the casualties were many members of the 73rd. In the immediate vicinity of the railway track, a row of destroyed tanks lay, which I inspected with interest during my walks. Some bore mocking, threatening, or auspicious names in war paint, but they were all severely damaged. The narrow, shattered tank space, filled with pipes, rods, and wires, must have been an extremely uncomfortable place to be during the assault, as the Colossus bug in sweeping curves. I vividly thought of the men in the fiery oven. On the morning of June 18th, due to the precarious situation, the 7th Company had to retreat back to Puisieux, once again, to provide material support and tactical assistance to the KTK. We took up positions in caves and tunnels located at the exit towards WWI. Just as we arrived, a group of heavy grenades exploded in the surrounding gardens. Nevertheless, I did not let myself be stopped from having breakfast in a small shed in front of the entrance to my tunnel. After a while, it started again. I lay down. Next to me, it ignited. A medic from my company who was passing by with several pots full of water collapsed when struck in the lower abdomen. We bandaged him as large sweat drops formed on his forehead. When I tried to comfort him, he groaned. "The shot is fatal. I feel it very clearly." Despite this prophecy, I shook his hand upon his return to Hanover 6 months later. In the afternoon, I took a solitary walk through completely destroyed Puisieux. The village had already been reduced to rubble during the summer battles. Trenchers and wall remnants were covered in dense greenery, from which the white plates of the ruin-friendly holly shone everywhere. Numerous fresh shell fragments had torn the protective fabric, and once again exposed the earth of the gardens, which had been turned over so many times before. The village street was lined with the debris from the halted advance, including shattered wagons, discarded ammunition, close combat weapons, and the outlines of half-decomposed horses. This scene proclaimed the insignificance of all things in the struggle for life. The church, which stood on the highest point, had been reduced to a pile of wild stones. As I picked a bouquet of beautiful wild roses, exploding grenades warned me to be careful on this dance floor of death. After several days, we disbanded the 9th Company in the main resistance line, located approximately 500 meters behind the front lines. In the process, 3 people from my company were wounded. The following morning, near my shelter, Captain von Ledebur was hit in the foot by a shrapnel bullet. Although severely lung-sick, he yet felt his mission in battle. Thus, he had to yield to the minor wound. He died shortly afterwards in the hospital. On the 28th, my stretcher-bearer's leader was hit by a grenade splinter. This was the 9th loss in the company within a short time. After spending a week at the front line, we had to take up the main resistance line again, as our replacement battalion was almost dissolved due to the Spanish flu. Also, several of our men reported sick daily. In the neighboring division, the influenza raged so fiercely that an enemy flyer dropped papers stating that the English would take over the relief if the troops did not withdraw soon. However, we learned that the disease was also spreading more and more on the other side. Our conditions were further exacerbated by poor provisions. While we were standing there, constantly in the highest state of combat readiness, as the little woodlot was continuously threatened by constant maximum firing. Due to the explosion gases, a part of the 6th Company suffered from carbon monoxide poisoning. We had to bring many people out with oxygen apparatuses. One afternoon, while walking through my section, I found several buried boxes full of English ammunition, and in my carelessness, severed the tip of my right index finger when disassembling a rifle grenade. The same evening, as I stood on the cover of my shelter with Lieutenant Sprenger, a heavy grenade exploded nearby. We argued about the distance, Sprenger estimating 10 meters, I 30 meters. To see how far I could trust my statements in this regard, I measured and found the funnel 22 meters from our position. One is easily inclined to underestimate the distance. On the 20th, in July, I was once again with my company in Puisieux. All afternoon, I stood on a wall and observed the battlefield, which made a very suspicious impression. The little forest 125 was often shrouded in thick smoke by powerful fire bursts, while green and red lights flashed up and down. Sometimes the artillery fire fell silent. Then one could hear the click of some machine guns and the dull bang of distant hand grenades. From my position, it all looked like a delicate game. There was no trace of the magnitude of large-scale combat, yet one felt the bitter struggle between 2 iron forces. From the empty, vast terrain, 1,000 unseen eyes stare at the little forest piece where brown earth fountains dance around the peaks of falling oak trees in changing order. In the depths of the defensive perimeter, troops are stacked in trenches, cones, caves, and ruins, awaiting the assault on a piece of earth covered by shredded barbed wire. Far away, at 2 opposite ends, 2 generals sit at tables with their maps hidden. A report, a brief lecture, a few sentences to an orderly officer, a telephone call. An hour later, lightning from a new artillery barrage ignites the old cones, and a fresh human wave of destruction is choked in sticky smoke. In the evening, I was summoned as the on-call commander, where I learned that the enemy had penetrated our trench system on the left wing. To regain some front-line space, it was ordered that Lieutenant Peterson lead the storm company to clear the hedge trench, while I and my men were to tidy up a parallel approach path to it in a depression. We set off at dawn. but were already under heavy infantry fire from our storm position, so we temporarily abandoned the attack. I had Elbinger Way occupied and made up for lost sleep in a massive cave tunnel. At 11 a.m. the sound of hand grenade explosions from the left wing, where we held a barricade, woke me up. Rushing to the scene, I found the typical picture of barricade fighting. White clouds of hand grenades swirled, and machine guns rattled on both sides, firing over shoulders. The English's small raid had been thwarted, but it cost us a man who was lying behind the barricade, torn to pieces by shrapnel from a hand grenade. As evening approached, I received orders to lead the company back to Puisieux, where upon my arrival, I found instructions to participate with 2 groups in rolling back the trench in the valley the following morning. At 3:40, Lieutenant Voigt from the Storm Company set off with a detachment, and I with my 2 groups to the starting position. We were ordered to divide the trench after a 5-minute artillery and mine preparation from Red Point K to Red Point Zone. I cannot omit that we both considered the fire preparation and, in general, taking and occupying the deep trench situated in the valley, visible from all sides, as unnecessary and incorrect. The decisive point was the hedge trench. If one wanted to attack, it had to be taken, and then one would also be in possession of the valley. I harbor a distinct suspicion that the attack was ordered from behind according to the map, for whoever had the lay of the land could not have made such orders. After the preparation during which one of our men was wounded, we moved in and filled in the trench. Just short of zone, we encountered resistance broken by hand grenades. Since we had reached our goal and were not eager for further combat, we built a barricade and left a group with a machine gun behind it. The only pleasure I derived from the affair was observing the conduct of the stormtroopers, who reminded me vividly of Grimmelshausen's Simplicius. Those young warriors with their massive hairdos and wrapped leg bands got into a fierce argument 20 meters before the enemy, because one had called the other a slacker and fled in a manner akin to Landsknechts. "For heaven's sake, not everyone is as scared as you are," he cried, and rolled alone another 50 meters of trench. By the afternoon, the barricade group returned. They had suffered losses and could not hold any longer. I had already given up on the people and was amazed that anyone had managed to live through the long tunnel of the valley trench under the light. These are the consequences of the paper war. Despite our counterattacks, the enemy was firmly entrenched in the left wing of our forward line and in the barricaded connecting routes, threatening the main resistance line. On July 24th, I went to orient myself in the new Section C of the main resistance line, which I was to take over the next day. I had the company leader, Lieutenant Gipkins, show me the barricade at the hedge trench and sat down next to him on a post. Suddenly, Gipkins grabbed me and pulled me to the side. In the next instant, a shell burst on the sand of my seat. Through a fortunate coincidence, he observed a rifle slowly being pushed out of a shooting hole in the 40-meter distant enemy barricade, and by his sharp artistic eyes he saved my life. As I was later told, 3 men from the 9th Company had already fallen at this seemingly harmless location due to gunshot wounds to the head. In the afternoon, a not particularly intense firing lured me out of my bunker where I was comfortably reading at the coffee table. Signs of continuous barrage fire were rising in front. Injured soldiers crawling back told that the English had penetrated into the main resistance line in sections B and C, and into the forward area in section AA. Shortly after came the unfortunate news that Lieutenant Vorbeck and Grieshaber had fallen while defending their sections, and Lieutenant Kastner was seriously wounded. At 8 o'clock, Lieutenant Sprenger, who had temporarily led the 5th Company, also arrived with a splinter in his back into my shelter, strengthened himself with a look down the barrel, and went to the assembly point with the quote, backwards, Don Rodrigo. Following him was his friend, Lieutenant Domeyer, with a bleeding hand. The next morning we relieved the troops of Section C, which had been reoccupied by the enemy in the meantime. There I found Engineers Boget and Kies with part of the 2nd Company, Gipkins with the remnants of the 9th Company. In the trench lay 8 dead Germans and 2 Englishmen Shield, South Africa, Otago rifles. I grasped his train of thought and was horrified for the first time by the numbing effect of war. One began to view people merely as objects. I ordered the barricade to be manned and the trench cleared. At 11:45, Without prior notice, our own artillery opened a wild fire on the position in front of us, but we took more hits than the English. All of them were severely injured from hand grenade hits. Their faces, twisted in fear, showed terrible injuries. 2 of them had both eyes shot out. As I greeted Boye and Kias in our usual pessimistic, ironic tone, I felt the astonished eyes of one of my recruits, a seminarian, on me. Misfortune did not take long to manifest. The cry medics flew from the left through the trench. Running over, I found before the barricade in the hedge trench an irregular mass of corpses, the remnants of my best platoon leader. He had taken a direct hit from a grenade in the center of his cross. Rags of uniform and clothing torn from him by the force of the explosion hung above him in the broken branches of a hawthorn hedge. I had a canvas sheet thrown over him to spare the people the sight. Immediately afterward, 3 more men were wounded at the same spot. One of them had both his hands crushed at the joints. He staggered back, with a deathly pale face, his arms on the shoulders of a stretcher-bearer, drenched in blood. Private Ehlers rolled on the ground, stunned by the air pressure. I sent protest after protest to headquarters demanding the cessation of firing or the presence of artillery officers in the trench. In response, a heavy mortar shell came crashing down, turning the trench into a butcher's block. Blood, brains, and flesh lay scattered everywhere, attracting swarms of flies. At 7:15, I received an order to cease fire at once. At 30 minutes past 8 o'clock, intense artillery fire should be opened, and by 8 o'clock 2 groups from the Storm Company under Lieutenant Voigt were to breach the barricade of the trench and advance towards Point A, rolling up to it and making it contact with a parallel assault squad on the right. 2 groups from my company were to follow to secure the captured section of trench. I made the necessary arrangements in haste, while the artillery fire was already ongoing, assigned 2 groups, and had a brief conversation with Lieutenant Voigt, who proceeded according to orders a few minutes later. I regarded it more as an evening stroll, and followed behind my 2 groups, wearing a cap and carrying a hand grenade on my arm. At the moment of attack, rifles from all around pointed towards the hedge trench. We jumped from one shoulder shield to another, advancing steadily. The English retreated, leaving one dead behind in a rear line. I had just passed the junction of a left-branching trench as the man in front of me, a sergeant, let out a cry of highest excitement and shot past me to the left. Unable to explain his behavior, I took a few steps back and suddenly found myself face to face with an athletically built Englishman at the moment he threw a hand grenade at the fleeing sergeant. At the same time, shouts of attack from all sides echoed as others charged forward to cut us off. I drew my hand grenade, my only weapon, and threw it in a short arc in front of Tommy. Then, knocked back by grenades, I gave chase in the direction of our trench. Only one man, a small fellow named Wilczek from my company, had the presence of mind to run after me. A thrown ice pick tore his reins and pants leg without causing him further harm. Voigt and the other people who had moved to the side seemed surrounded and lost. Battle cries and numerous explosions signified that they were fighting for their lives. To come to their aid, I led Mormon's platoon of flag junkers through the hedge trench in front of us. We had to stop short of a barrier of hail-like shrapnel mines. A splinter flew into my chest but was deflected by my belt buckle. Suddenly, a fierce artillery fire broke out. Sprays of earth rays shot out from colored vapors. Metallic sounds pierced the dull rumble of heavy blows. Iron blocks roared at us in unnervingly short succession, with clouds of shards. Expecting an attack, I put on a nearby steel helmet and hurried back into the combat trench with some companions. Figures appeared over there. We lay on the ruined trench wall and fired. Next to me, a very young warrior, with feverish hands, fiddled with the charging handle of his machine gun, unable to get a round out of the barrel. Some Englishmen fell. Others disappeared into the trench as the firing intensified. Our own artillery seemed to be unaware of any parties. As I walked to my bunker, followed by a combat order, something struck between us in the wall, tearing off my steel helmet with immense force and sending it flying away. I thought I had received a whole shelling, and lay half-stunned in my foxhole, where seconds later a grenade hit the edge, filling the small space with thick agony. A long splinter smashed a can of pickles that lay next to my feet. To avoid being exposed, I crawled back into the trench and urged the 2 battle orderlies and my boys to stay alert. It was a truly unpleasant half-hour during which the company suffered many losses. After the wave of fire subsided, I went through the trench, assessed the damage, and realized how many men were still at my disposal. As the head count of 15 men was insufficient for a linear defense, I assigned Funenjunker Mormon and 3 others to defend the barricade, gathered the debris into a shooting position in a vast pit behind our own line, and stockpiled all the hand grenades there. My plan was to let the attacking enemy cautiously enter the trench and then collapse on them with a whistle from above. However, the combat activity was limited to continuous skirmishing with light mines, rifles, and hand grenades. In July, we were relieved by a company from the 164th Infantry Regiment. We were also completely exhausted. The leader of this company was seriously wounded during the advance. A few days later, my bunker was hit and buried it successfully. We all breathed a sigh of relief as we had Puigdeu behind us, rolled over by the approaching storm of the Great Offensive. Infantry Division 111, Div. Gef. Stand, August 12, 18. Division order for the day. The 73rd Fusilia Regiment once again demonstrated its excellent reputation as a brave and battle-hardened unit in the fierce fights on July 25 against an enemy far superior in numbers. I acknowledge this all the more gladly, as I am well aware of the high demands placed on the troops of the division regarding endurance and duty during their prolonged service on a difficult front for our beloved homeland. In particular, Lieutenant Junger, wounded 6 times before, and a shining example for officers and men as always, deserves renewed recognition. Bibus. On July 30, 1918, we took rest quarters in Sauchy-l'Estrée, a water-surrounded gem of Artois. After a few days, we marched further back to Escauduvers, a small plain workers' suburb of Cambrai. I inhabited in the Rue de Boucher the typical stateroom of a North French worker's cottage. The usual oversized bed as ominous main furniture, a fireplace with hideous red and blue glass vases on the sill, a round table, chairs, communion, postcards, and other trinkets. Altogether the pinnacle of nonsense, false sentimentality, and discomfort. I felt more uncomfortable in the midst of this self-satisfied tastelessness than I ever had in the dampest loft, and tried to assert my presence at least by stacking a pile of cards on the table and flinging the riding boots onto the family bed. The bright moonlit nights favored frequent visits from hostile planes, giving us a glimpse into the overwhelming material superiority on the other side. Night after night, several squadrons would approach and drop bombs of unnerving intensity on Cambrai and its suburbs. I was less disturbed by the fine, mosquito-like buzzing of the engines and the lingering echo of detonations than by the frightened dashes down to the cellar made by my host. However, a day before my arrival, a bomb exploded outside the window, knocking the sleeping landlord into his room and shattering the walls with splinters. Just this coincidence gave me reassurance that a repetition was quite unlikely. After a day of rest, the dreaded but necessary training regimen resumed. Exercising, lessons, drills, meetings, and inspections filled a large part of the day. We even spent an entire morning rendering a verdict in a court of honor. The food was once again miserable. For a time, the only evening ration was pickles, which people humorously named gardener's sausage. It wasn't easy to regroup my depleted company into a unit. Despite understanding the necessity, I often felt embarrassed having to constantly address people about the minor details of exercising. Drilling will never be absent from any army as a means to an end. It cannot be entirely replaced by individual or athletic training. A man whose inner value is not above all doubt must learn to obey mindlessly, so that his drives can be curbed even in the most terrifying moments by the intellectual constraint of the leader. Above all, I focused on training a storm troop, as it became increasingly clear to me during the war that all success springs from the act of the individual. Rather, lead a determined group than a faltering company. In my free time, I engaged in reading, bathing, shooting, and riding. On these leisurely rides, I found numerous discarded pamphlets intended to accelerate the process of moral decay within our army. I thought it quite clever of the Englishmen to bomb the German soul with poems, and it was also quite flattering for us. A war in which one combats through verse would be a truly beneficial invention. The bounty of £30 per copy betrayed that the military leadership did not underestimate the danger of these poisoned weapons. However, the costs were borne by the population of the occupied areas. It seemed we no longer possessed a purely poetic understanding. One afternoon I got on my bike and rode to Cambrai. The once lovely old town had become desolate and empty. Shops and cafes were closed. The streets seemed dead, despite the field gray wave that flowed through them. I found Mr. and Mrs. Planco, who had offered me such a beautiful lodging the year before, heartily delighted by my visit. They told me that conditions in Cambrai had deteriorated in every respect. They particularly complained about the frequent air raids that forced them to run up and down the stairs several times at night, debating whether it was better to die from the bomb itself in the first basement or from a collapse in the second. The elderly ladies with worried expressions touched my heart. A few weeks later, they had to leave their home abruptly due to the bombing, where they had spent their lives. On August 23rd at around 11 o'clock, I was startled awake by heavy knocking on my door as I had just dozed off gently. An orderly brought a marching order. Even the day before, the front had broadcast an monotonous rolling and stamping of unusually intense artillery fire, reminding us during duty, meals, and card games not to allow ourselves any illusions about the duration of our rest period. For this rumbling, we had coined the expressive term "it thunders" to describe the cannon fire. Quickly, we packed up and set off during a thunderstorm on the road to Cambrai. Our marching destination was Marquion, where we arrived around 5 a.m. The company was assigned a large courtyard surrounded by a series of demolished barn buildings, where everyone was accommodated as best they could. I shared a small brick hut, which had reportedly served as a goat shed in quieter times, with my only company officer, Lieutenant Schrader, and now housed only a few large rats. In the afternoon there was an officers' meeting where we learned that we were to be deployed that night to the right of the main road from Cambrai to Bapaume, not far from Bugny. We were warned of a possible attack by the new, fast, and agile tanks. I divided my company into a small orchard for the battle. Standing under an apple tree, I spoke a few words to those who encircled me in a horseshoe formation. Their faces looked serious and manly. There was little to say. Everyone knew we could not win anymore, but our opponent should see that he was fighting men of honor. On such occasions, I avoided being carried away by impulsive behavior. It would have been impolite to show those who were drawn into destruction out of fear for their wives and children that we faced the battle with some pleasure. Also, it was my principle not to stimulate courage through grand words or threaten the coward. I suggested, "I know exactly that no one will abandon me. We all have fears, but we must fight against them. It is human when someone is overcome by his weakness." The successes justified this psychological preparation in a brilliant way. At our table, improvised from a cart and a door, I had dinner in the courtyard with Schrader and drank a bottle of wine. Then we rolled into our goat stall until 2 a.m., when the guard reported that the cargo trucks were ready to load on the marketplace. In spectral lighting, we rattled through the terrain scarred by last year's Cambrisian battle and turned off onto adventurous streets filled with debris-walled, shattered nests. The battalion occupied a hollow way on the road between Bugny and Vaux. In the morning hours, an order brought the command that the company should advance to the road between Fremicourt and Vaux. This typical advance gave me the certainty that something bloody was awaiting us until evening. I snaked my 3 lines in formation across the terrain, which was strewn with circling planes dropping bombs and shots. At the objective, we dispersed into funnels and earth holes as scattered grenades extended beyond the road. On that day, I felt so ill that I immediately lay down in a small section of trench and fell asleep. Upon waking, I read Lawrence Stern's Tristram Shandy and spent the afternoon with the indifference of a sick person lying in warm sun. From time to time I took a sip of vermouth. At 6:15 p.m., a runner called the company leaders to Captain Wahey. "I have the serious announcement to make that we are attacking. The battalion will advance from the western edge of Faverolles at 7 o'clock. After half an hour's fire preparation, march direction point is the church tower of Sapinese." After a brief discussion and a firm handshake, we rushed to our companies as the fire was scheduled to start in 10 minutes. I communicated with my company leaders and gave the order to assemble. Form the groups in a line with a 20-meter gap between them. march half left towards the tree crowns of Favoril. A good sign of the spirit among the men was that I had to choose someone to stay behind to notify the field kitchen. I walked ahead of my company with my company standard and Sergeant Reinecke, who knew the area well. As we neared, the sounds of our artillery firing echoed through the hedges and ruins. The fire sounded more like a furious growl than a devastating storm wave. Behind me, I watched my groups march forward in admirable formation. Beside them, the clouds of gunfire particles dissipated. Shell loads, rifle barrels, and shrapnel plates roared through the gaps between the narrow human strips with hellish screams. To the right lay the heavily bombarded trench, from which heavy iron pieces rattled slowly and dug into the clayey soil with a short blow. The advance behind the Bonatra-Bapoma road became even more uncomfortable. Suddenly, a row of bursting incendiary grenades exploded in front, behind, and between us. We scattered and dived into the craters. I stumbled with my knee into the terror product of a predecessor, and had my boy clean it roughly with a knife in a hurry. Around the village edge of Favoril, clouds of numerous impacts formed, and between them, brown earth columns rose and fell in a frenzied change. To orient myself, I went alone to the first ruins and then signaled with my walking stick for others to follow. The village was surrounded by shattered shacks where parts of the 1st and 2nd battalions were gradually gathering. During the last stretch, a machine gun claimed several victims. Among others, Sergeant Bogg from my company was shot in the leg. A figure in brown Manchester cloth strolled indifferently over the shelled area and shook my hand. Kius and Boye, Captain Junker and Shaper, Schrader, Schlager, Heinz, Feindeisen, Oleman, and Hoppenrath stood behind a hedge swept by bullets and iron, preparing for a major assault. We had fought on a field of fury on some days, and this time, too, the sun, already setting in the west, would bathe almost everyone in its blood-red light. Parts of the 1st Battalion advanced into the Castle Park. Only my company and the 5th Company from the 2nd Battalion had managed to cross the fiery curtain more or less intact. We worked our way through funnels and debris to a gully on the west edge of the village. Along the way I put on a steel helmet I found, an action I usually only took in critical moments. To my astonishment, Favoril lay completely dead, the troops having apparently abandoned their defensive sector. Captain von Weyer, already alone and seriously wounded in a funnel in the village, had ordered that the 5th and 8th Companies should storm forward, the 6th in 2nd line, and the 7th in 3rd. As nothing was to be seen of the 6th and 8th Companies, I decided to go ahead without paying much attention to formations. It was 7 o'clock. Through the backdrop of house remains and tree stumps, I saw a rifle line emerging onto the open field under weak gunfire. It must have been the 5th Company. I formed my men in the gully and ordered them to advance in 2 waves. Distance 100 meters. I myself am between the 1st and 2nd waves. It was on to the final storm. How many times in past years have we marched into the western sun in a similar mood? Les Eparges, Guillemot, Saint-Pierre-Vaast, Langemarck, Passchendaele, Mouvres, Bracourt, Maury. Again, a bloody celebration beckoned. We left the trench systematically, but I myself, as the beautiful command formula goes, found myself suddenly next to Lieutenant Schrader well ahead of the first wave. Scattered rifle shots crackled around us. With my walking stick in my right hand and my pistol in my left, I stomped forward, barely noticing that part of the 5th Company's sniper line was behind me and some to my right. As I advanced, I realized that my iron cross had come loose from my chest and fallen to the ground. Schrader, my comrade, and I began frantically searching, yet hidden snipers seemed to be targeting us. Finally, Schrader pulled it out of a patch of grass, and I reinserted it. The terrain dipped. Faint figures moved against a brown clay background. A machine gun sprayed its rounds at us. A sense of utter hopelessness gripped me. Nevertheless, we started to run. Mid-jump over a trench section, a powerful thrust jolted me forward, slamming my chest into the air. I let out a loud cry, spinning around the longitudinal axis and crashing to the ground, stunned. I woke up feeling immense tragedy, trapped between narrow clay walls, as a chorus of voices shouted, "Medics! The company leader is wounded!" An older man from another company bent over me, his face kind, unbuckled my harness. 2 bloody circular stains glowed from the center of my right chest and back. A feeling of paralysis held me to the earth, and the scorching air of the narrow trench bathed me in agonizing sweat. The sympathetic helper revived me by fanning my map case. Gasping for breath, I hoped for darkness to come soon, so that I could be dragged back. Suddenly, a firestorm swept from Sapinese, clearly threatening more than just repelling our poorly coordinated attack. Above me, I looked into the steely-faced Lieutenant Schrader's face, who fired and reloaded like a machine. A conversation ensued, reminiscent of the tower scene from The Maid of Orleans. However, humor was not on my side as I realized I was lost. Shrieks of "They've broken through to the left" were encircled, spread from mouth to mouth, restoring my old strength. I clambered into a hole that a mole had dug in the trench wall, and pulled myself up as blood dripped from my wounds. With my head bare and my shirt open, holding my pistol in my fist, I stared into the fray. Through white plumes of smoke, a chain of pack animals fell straight down. Some lay still, others thrashed about like hit rabbits. 100 meters ahead of us, the last ones were sucked into the funnel-like terrain. Like a string pulled, 4 tanks crawled over the crest of a groundswell. In just minutes, artillery pounded them into the earth. 1 tank split in half like a toy made of tin. To the right, the brave flag-bearer Mormon collapsed with a death rattle. The situation didn't seem lost yet. I whispered to Ensign Wilski to crawl to the left and mow down the gap with his machine gun. He returned shortly afterward, reporting that everything had already surrendered 20 meters further on. There lay parts of Regiment 99 Zabern. Turning around, I had a strange sight. People with raised hands were coming forward from the back. The enemy must have already taken the village we had stormed. The scene grew ever more lively. A circle of Englishmen and Germans surrounded us and demanded that we throw down our arms. I encouraged those next to me with a weak voice to fight to the death. They fired at both friends and foes. A ring of silent and screaming figures enclosed our little group. To the left, 2 gigantic Englishmen plunged their bayonets into a section of trench, from which pleading hands emerged. Even among us, piercing voices rang out. "It's no use anymore. Put down the rifles. Don't shoot, comrades." I looked at the 2 officers who stood in the trench with me. There was a choice between captivity or a bullet. Now was the moment to show if what I had told my men on certain rest days about the battle was more than an empty phrase. I crawled out of the trench and stumbled towards Février. 2 Englishmen, leading a group of captured 99ers towards their lines, confronted me. I held the pistol to the next man's chest and pulled the trigger. He collapsed like a shooting gallery figure. The other fired his rifle at me without hitting me. The quick movements sent blood rushing from my lungs in bright pulses. I could breathe more freely and began to run along the section of trench. Behind a shoulder wall, Lieutenant Schläger crouched in the middle of a group of men firing. They joined them. Some Englishmen who had been walking over the terrain stopped, placed a Lewis gun on the ground, and started shooting at us, except for myself. The hitter, who had lost his knife, later told me that he had seen nothing but my swinging and flapping map case. The continuous loss of blood gave me a sense of freedom and lightness, the only concern being the thought of collapsing too soon. Eventually, we reached a half-moon-shaped earthwork to the right of Février, from which 6 heavy machine guns were firing on friend and foe. Enemy bullets shattered in the sand of the trench. Officers screamed, excited people danced back and forth. A medical officer from the 6th Company tore off my jacket and ordered me to lie down immediately, as I could bleed out within minutes. I was rolled up in a tent sheet and dragged along the edge of Février. Several men from both my and the 6th Company accompanied me. After several hundred steps, we received small arms fire from the village at close range. Explosive bullets slammed into human bodies. The medic from the 6th Company, who was carrying my tent canopy, was struck in the head and fell to the ground. I tumbled with him. The small group had rolled onto the earth and crawled, buffeted by blasts, towards the next dip. I remained alone, tied to my tent canopy on the field, awaiting the final blow. But as long as a man from my company lived, I was not completely forsaken. Next to me, Corporal Hengstmann's voice rang out. "I'm taking a lieutenant on my back. Either we make it through, or we stay down." Unfortunately, we didn't make it through. Too many rifles were pointed at us from close range. As I sat on his back, with my arms around the faithful man's neck, A fine metallic whine sounded in the middle of our escape. Hengstman gently sank beneath me. I freed myself from his arms, which still clutched my thighs tightly. A shell had pierced his steel helmet and temples. The brave man who sealed his loyalty to his leader with his life was a teacher's son from Letter near Hanover. Later, I sought out his family and hold his memory sacred. The grim example did not deter another helper from attempting a new rescue effort for me. It was Sergeant Strichowski, the medical assistant. He carried me on his shoulders and brought me safely to the dead corner of the next terrain wave. It grew dark. People searched for a tent covering a corpse and carried me across a desolate area where jagged rays of stars blazed in the distance and near. I had to struggle for breath, one of the most agonizing feelings a person can experience. The smell of a cigarette that a man smoked 10 steps ahead of me threatened to choke me. Finally, we reached a field hospital where Dr. Key, with whom I had become friends, was on duty. He mixed me a delicious lemon soda and put me to sleep with a morphine injection. The next day, the usual stage-by-stage transfer began. The desert drive to the field hospital brought me to the brink of death. Then I came into the care of the nurses. Although I'm no woman-hater, every time fate threw me into a battlefield bed, the feminine presence irritated me. From the male, focused and purposeful nature of war, one dipped into an atmosphere of undefinable emanations. A refreshing exception was the composed objectivity of the Catholic nuns. After 14 days, I lay in the springy bed of a field hospital train and had the luck to be unloaded in Hanover. There, at the Clementinen-Stift, I shared a room with a young fighter pilot from Richthofen's squadron who had already downed 12 opponents in aerial combat. The last one had previously shattered his upper arm bone with a gunshot. On our first convalescence walk, we met my brother and some comrades with whom we shared a meal. Since our imminent readiness for combat was doubted, both of us felt an overwhelming urge to climb different massive chairs. It made us feel very unwell. Nevertheless, we soon felt ourselves in good shape for a new winter campaign. This was temporarily postponed. We were to participate in other battles sooner than we imagined. On September 22, 1918, I received the following telegram. His Majesty the Emperor has conferred upon you the Pour le Mérite Order. I congratulate you on behalf of the entire division. General von Busse. Ernst Siegfried Mittler and Son, Book Printing GmbH, Berlin SW 68, Kochster. The most gigantic of wars is still too close for us to fully comprehend, let alone visibly crystallize its spirit. One thing, however, stands out ever clearer from the flood of appearances. The war culminated in a material battle. Machines, iron, and explosives were its factors. Even humans were valued as material. The units were repeatedly melted down at the focal points of the front, withdrawn and subjected to a schematic recovery process. The picture of war was bleak, gray, and red its colors. The battlefield a desert of madness, where life limped along underground. In Stahlgewittern, aus dem Tagebuch eines Stoßtruppführers by Ernst Junger, produced by Jens Sadowski, in Steel Storms from the Diary of a Squad Leader, by Ernst Junger war, volunteer, then lieutenant and company commander in the Fusilier Regiment Prince Albert, of Prussia Hanover No. 73, lieutenant in the Reichswehr Regiment No. 16 Hanover 3rd edition 6th 8000, with the author's image. Berlin, 1922. E. S. Mittler's Son Publishing, dedicated, in memory of my fallen comrades, to Herr Hermann Stiegemann, all rights reserved from the law of June 19, 1901, as well as Alice. Translation rights. Forward. The shadow of the horrifying still looms over us. Their horizon was the rim of a funnel, their support the feeling of duty, honor, and inner value. Not like before, when regiment bands accompanied companies charging into battle. That would have been mockery. No flags fluttered, as once they did in gunpowder smoke over shattered squares. The dawn glowed on no cheerful Riders' Day, nor chivalric swordplay in dying. Rare was the laurel crown on a worthy's brow. At night, weary columns rolled on crushed roads towards the scorching horizon. Turn off the light. Ruins and crosses lined the way. No song resounded, only whispered commands and curses interrupted the crunching of belts, the clattering of guns and gear. Faint shadows emerged from the edges of crushed villages into endless trenches. Yet this war too had its men and romance. Heroes, if the word hadn't become trite. Risk-takers, unknown, iron companions not privileged to revel in their own courage before all eyes. Alone they stood in the storm of battle, as death rode like a red knight with flaming hooves through swirling mist. Then their primal urges raged with the most complex means of destruction. Yet even when the grind of war slowed down, they were worthy of admiration. They were conquerors of fear. Seldom did they achieve the liberation of being able to look into an enemy's eyes after all the terrible things had reached their final peak and had wrapped the world in blood-red veils. Then they rose to brutal greatness, agile tigers of the trenches, masters of explosives. Either they crept as hunters over clicking wire into the desolate wasteland of no man's land. Often sudden flashes of lightning rent the darkness. Shots crackled, and a scream drifted into the unknown. Thus they toiled and fought, poorly fed and clad, as patient, iron-willed day-laborers of death. They spent their days in the bowels of the earth, enveloped by mold, tortured by the eternal clockwork of falling drops. When the sun sank behind jagged shadows of ruins, they emerged from the pestilent breath of black caves, resumed their digging, or stood, iron pillars, for long nights behind trench walls, and stared at the cold silver of hissing lightning bolts. Sometimes they returned, standing in a daze on the asphalt seas of the cities, staring incredulously at life swirling in its familiar patterns. Then they plunged into it, not letting a single minute of the short days pass unutilized, drinking and kissing. With their ruthless nature incarnate, they held their cups aloft in mad nights, until the world faded away. There, one left fallen friends alive, and cared little for tomorrow. And then it was back onto the familiar roads of the surf. That was the German infantryman in war. No matter what he fought for, his battle was superhuman. An image, the highest alpine peak, chiseled into a face under a heavy steel helmet, staring silently and seriously across the lands, down the German Rhine to the free sea. The sons had outgrown their people. With a bitter smile, they read the trivial newspaper chatter, the exhausted words of heroes and hero deaths. They did not want this gratitude. They wanted understanding. No thanks can be great enough. The purpose of this book is to describe objectively what a rifleman and leader in the infantry experienced during the Great War in the midst of a famous regiment one, and what he thought about it. It arose from the structured content of my war diaries. I have made every effort to put down my impressions as directly as possible, because I realized how quickly impressions fade, and how they already take on a different hue after just a few days. It required energy to fill this stack of notebooks in the short breaks of the action, after the day's work on the front, by the dim light of a candle, on the stairs of narrow, stifling passages, under tented funnels or damp cellars of ruins. But it has been worthwhile. I preserved the freshness of my experiences. Man tends to idealize his achievements, to conceal the ugly, the petty, and the mundane. Unbeknownst to him, he stamps himself as a hero. I am not a war correspondent. I do not present a collection of heroes. I do not want to describe how it could have been, but how it was. Sin within and without the walls of Ilium. The degree of objectivity in such a book is the measure of its inner value. War, like all human actions, consists of good and evil. However, here, where the power of nations reaches its peak, the contrasts stand out even more sharply than usual. Besides towering peaks, the darkest chasms gape. Where a man attains nearly the divine level of perfection, selfless devotion to an ideal to the point of sacrifice, another is found greedily searching through pockets barely cooled from the heat. Those intoxicated by grand words crumble miserably in moments of danger. So much more prominent stands out from this dark background the true man, the unassuming, genuine, spirit-driven warrior who fulfilled his duty on the last day as on the first. Men whose intentions seemed like a rock yield to reality at critical moments, without drawing the sword that otherwise resounds loudly. Others burn through the nights when distant red glows on the sky and a soft droning warns at the windows. That must be said. What was against the intoxication of 1914? A mass suggestion, and yet how many I have met who beneath the gray cloth hid a heart of gold and a will of steel, a select group of the most capable, who embraced death with equal joy. Whether you are pleasing in open fields, presenting to the enemy the poor face disfigured by blood and dirt, surprised in dark caves, or lost in the endless mud of plains, solitary uncrossed sleeper sat, is my gospel. You have not fallen in vain. Though perhaps the goal is different, greater than you imagined. War is the father of all things. We have lost much, perhaps everything, including honor. One thing remains, the honorable remembrance of you, the most glorious army ever to bear arms and engage in the greatest battle ever fought. Comrades, your worth is imperishable, your monument deeply carved in the hearts of your brothers, who stood with you, enclosed by the fiery circle. Did we not bind white bands over your wounds, and look into your breaking eyes as the curtain of eternity swept aside? May this book help give an inkling of what you accomplished, to uphold its memory amidst this era of soft complacency, moral decay, and betrayal, is the proudest duty of anyone who fought for Germany's greatness, not only with rifle and hand grenade, but also with a living heart. Footnote 1. The ancestral regiment of the 73rd Fusilier Regiment, formerly the Royal Hanoverian Guard, defended Gibraltar triumphantly against the Spanish and French from 1779 to 1783 for nearly 4 years under General Elliot. From letters and conversations, I realized that the purpose of the book was achieved, that the spirit of the people had been touched by the enemy. In remembrance of this glorious military feat, our regiment wears a blue band with the inscription Gibraltar on the sleeve of its uniform jacket. The same symbol is now carried by the 5th Company of the Reichswehr Regiment, No. 16 Hanover. Forward to the second edition. Faster than expected, a second edition became necessary. Who could touch it better than someone who had spent 4 years in all the holes and caves of the Western Front in their midst? This interest in the events of a time that battered us to the ground is significant. The whole nation does not have the will to deny what countless numbers fell for. War is a matter in which everyone is involved. If nerves are still shaken by the horrible external form of war at this moment, it may appear to future generations as some crucifixes by old masters, as a great thought that outshines night and blood. Table of Contents. Forward: Orenville, from Bazancourt to Hattonchâtel-les-Éparges, Douchy and Monchy, the daily trench warfare, the opening of the Somme offensive Guillemont, at Saint. Then, one will perhaps also remember us with emotion, us and the hopes and feelings that coursed through our chests as we wandered in the darkness through roaring deserts. Should the currents of our time then have become so raging that no one can understand how we could regard life as less than our idea? I cannot believe it. Berlin, July 1921. Pierre Vast, the retreat on the Somme in the village of Fresnoy, against the Indians Langmark-Rigneville. Once more, Flanders, the Cambrai battle, by the Cojul stream. The great battle English outpost. Breath of battle blew over and left us strangely shaken. Did we sense that nearly all of us would be swallowed up in the days when the dark murmuring behind burst forth into incessant rolling thunder? One sooner, another later? We had left lecture halls, school benches, and work tables and fused together during the short training weeks into a large, enthusiastic body, carriers of German idealism of the late 70s. Raised in the spirit of a materialistic age, a longing for the unusual, for great experiences, stirred within all of us. There, war had seized us like a delirium. In a rain of flowers we marched out in a state of sober mortality. War had to bring us something grand, strong, festive. It seemed to be a manly deed, a joyful shootout on floral blood-soaked meadows. No more beautiful death. Oh, just don't stay at home, just get to participate. Form up in column. The heated imagination calmed down as they marched through the heavy clay soil of Champagne. Rucksacks, ammunition, and rifles pressed like lead. Take a short step. Stay behind. To those wings of the spirit. No physical wing will soon be added. Finally, we reached the village of Orenville, the resting place of the 73rd Fusilier Regiment, one of the typical nests of that region, formed by 50 houses made of brick or limestones around a park-enclosed manor. The activities on the village street presented the cultured eyes with a strange sight. There were only a few shy and ragged civilians. Everywhere soldiers in worn-out, torn skirts with weathered faces, often framed by large beards, jestful calls. Somewhere stands a field kitchen, smelling of pea soup, surrounded by clattering cookware from wooden tables. The Wallenstein romance was heightened by the beginning decay of the village. After spending our first night in a mighty barn, we were assigned to the courtyard of the castle by the regimental adjutant, then Lieutenant von Brixen, and I was transferred to the 9th Company. Our first day of war would not pass without leaving us a decisive impression. We sat in the schoolhouse that had been assigned as our quarters, and ate breakfast. Suddenly, a series of deep vibrations shook nearby, while soldiers rushed from all houses towards the village entrance. We followed suit, not quite knowing why. Once again, a peculiar, never-heard-before flapping and rumbling echoed over us and drowned in thundering crashes. Soon after, black groups appeared on the desolate village street, carrying black bundles in tarpaulins or entwined hands. With a strange, unnerving feeling of unreality, I watched a bloodied figure with a leg hanging loosely from its body, continually screaming help, and being carried into a house where the Red Cross flag fluttered at the entrance. What was this? The war had shown its claws and shed its friendly mask. It was so enigmatic, so impersonal. Hardly thinking of the enemy, this mysterious, treacherous entity lurking somewhere behind. The utterly unprecedented event made such a strong impression that it was difficult to comprehend the connections. It was like a spectral apparition in broad daylight. A tied horse sensed the danger earlier than the people, broke free just seconds before, and galloped unharmed into the courtyard of the castle. A grenade had exploded at the top of the castle gate, hurling a cloud of stones and debris into the entrance as the inhabitants, startled by the initial shots, rushed out through the gateway. It claimed 13 victims, including Master of Music Gebhard, a well-known figure to me from the Hanover Promenade concerts. Our path led through the ruins of the village of Betracourt, which emerged from the half-darkness, to a solitary forest house hidden among pine forests, until that night. Its leader was Lieutenant D.R. Brahms. It also strongly affected me, as evidenced by numerous instances of hearing distortion, where the rumble of every passing vehicle transformed into the fateful sound of the grenade explosion. On the same evening, the long-awaited moment arrived when we set off towards our battle positions, heavily laden. We were welcomed, divided into groups, and soon found ourselves in the midst of bearded, dirt-caked companions who greeted us with a certain ironic goodwill. They asked about conditions in Hanover and whether the war would not end. The conversation then turned monotonously to topics like entrenchments, field kitchens, trenches, and other matters related to positional warfare. Occasionally, a lonely shot rang out, or a flare burst through the air, casting a brief ghostly light before plunging into deeper darkness. After some time, a shout rang out from the door of our hut-like accommodation. "Come out!" We joined our groups and received the order. Load and secure. With secret lust, he loaded a magazine with sharp ammunition. Then, silently, man after man, they marched across the night-shrouded landscape, dotted with dark forest patches. Finally, we disappeared into one of the trenches, winding like white snakes through the night towards our position. The monotonous clatter of rifles and entrenchment tools was interrupted by the warning cry, "Wire!" Time and again I walked through desolate landscapes, in a mood that was half melancholic, half excited, towards the front line after that first experience. There, I found myself alone and shivering between two shoulder-high defenses, gazing intently at a row of pines lying before the trench, where my imagination conjured up various shadow figures while a stray bullet crackled through the branches from time to time. As dawn broke, I was pale and covered in mud like the others, and it felt as if I had been leading this trench life for months. The regiment's position bent around the chalk arch of Champagne opposite the village of Legauda. The only variation in this seemingly endless time was that I was picked up by an older comrade and walked with him down a long, narrow corridor to a forward observation post, where we were again engaged in observing the front line. For 2 hours, I tried to find sleep in a bare chalk hole. It leaned right against a shattered woodland, the granite walled, then ran through vast sugar beet fields from which the red pants of fallen soldiers shone, and ended in a stream bed where contact with the 74th Regiment was maintained through night patrols. The stream roared over the weir of a destroyed, surrounded by dark trees mill. A chilling stay, especially at night when the moon cast changing shadows through torn clouds, and strange sounds seemed to mix with the murmur of water and the rustling of reeds. Life began with the onset of dusk, during which the entire crew had to stand in the trench. From 10 p.m. until 6 a.m., 2 men from each group could sleep, thus enjoying a 2-hour night's rest, although this was illusory due to early waking, gathering straw, and other tasks. Either one stood watch in the trench, or took shelter in one of the numerous post holes, connected by long dug communication paths. A type of protection that was soon abandoned due to the exposure of the posts during positional warfare. These endless, terribly exhausting night watches were bearable in clear weather, and even in the frost, but became tormenting when it rained, as it often did in January. Once the moisture had penetrated the hooded tent canvas, the coat, and the uniform, and trickled down the body for hours, one fell into a mood that could not be brightened by the rustling of the approaching relief. Dawn illuminated exhausted, chalk-covered figures who, with chattering teeth and pale faces, collapsed onto the damp straw of the dripping shelters. These shelters? They were open pits dug out in chalk, covered with a layer of boards and a few shovels of earth. If it had rained, they still dripped for days afterward. Hence a certain gallow humor had given them names like Stalactite Cave, Men's Bath, etc. If several wanted to maintain their rest, they were forced to lay their legs as reliable tripwires for any passerby into the ditch. Under these circumstances, of course, sleep during the day was also a rare occurrence. In addition, one still had to stand 2 hours as a day post, clean the ditch, fetch food, coffee, water, and other things. One will understand that this unfamiliar life seemed very hard to us, especially since we were subject to all kinds of harassment from most of the old people. This habit brought with it from the barracks into war contributed greatly to making our difficult days even more bitter, but disappeared after the first battle fought together. The common man also found it hard to understand that we had volunteered. He saw this as a certain arrogance, an impression I often encountered during the war. The time when the company was in reserve was not much better either. We then lived in earth huts, covered with branches near the pheasantry, or in Hiller's little wood, whose mist-covered ground at least radiated a pleasant fermentation warmth. Sometimes one would wake up in a customs deep water puddle. Despite having only known rheumatism by name so far, I felt pain in all my joints after just a few days due to the constant dampness. The nights here, too, served not for sleep but for deepening the numerous approach trenches. A ray of light in this desolate monotony was the daily arrival of the field kitchen at the corner of Hiller's little wood, where a delicious smell of peas with bacon or other wonderful things spread when the kettle opened. Although the building was still filled with straw, there were stoves inside. One night, I rolled against one of them and woke up only after some comrades' efforts to perform vigorous fire-extinguishing attempts on me. But even here there was a dark point. The dried vegetables, which disappointed gourmets disparaged as wire mesh or field damage. The most pleasant were the rest days in Orenville, spent sleeping in, cleaning items, and exercising. The company lived in a massive barn that had only 2 chicken ladder-like staircases as entrances and exits. To my horror, I noticed that my uniform was badly charred at the back, so I had to walk around for a while in a sort of frock-like outfit. After a brief stay with the regiment, we had almost lost all the illusions with which we set out. Instead of the expected dangers, we found dirt, work, and sleepless nights, to overcome which a bravery alien to us was required. This continuous overstretching was the fault of leadership that had not yet grasped the spirit of innovative positional warfare. In a short, daring war, an officer can and must ruthlessly exhaust his men. In a drawn-out struggle, this leads to physical and moral collapse. The enormous number of positions and the unbroken trench work were largely unnecessary and even harmful. Nevertheless, we were sometimes reminded of the bloody seriousness lurking behind this seemingly aimless activity. So on August 8th, in January, a grenade was thrown into the pheasantry, killing Lieutenant Schmidt, our battalion adjutant. It is not massive fortifications that are important, but the courage and freshness of the men behind them. Iron hearts on wooden ships win battles. We could hear bullets whizzing overhead in the trenches, and we occasionally received some grenades from the Reims forts, but these minor military events fell far short of our expectations. On January 27th, we sent 3 loud hurrahs in honor of our emperor, and sang Heil dir im Siegerkranz along the long front, accompanied by enemy gunfire. During these days I had a very unpleasant experience that nearly ended my military career prematurely and disgracefully. The company was on the left wing, and early one morning, after a sleepless night, I shared a double post in the stream bed with a comrade. Because of the cold, I had forbidden myself to wrap my blanket around my head and was leaning against a tree, with my rifle next to me in a bush. Suddenly, I heard a noise behind me, reached for it. The weapon was gone. The reviewing flag-bearer, an officer deputy, had approached me undetected and taken the gun. To punish me, he sent me, armed only with a hatchet, recklessly towards the French positions, about 100 meters away, an Indian trick that nearly cost me my life. During my bizarre sentence of guard duty, a patrol of 3 war volunteers crept through the reeds, noticed by the French and fired upon. One of them, named Lang, was hit and never seen again. Being so close, I also received my share of the then popular group's salutes, causing the branches of the willow tree I stood on to whistle around my ears. I gritted my teeth and stood defiantly. I had never forgotten that petty act by the deputy officer. We were all proud when we learned we were leaving this position permanently, and celebrated our departure from Orenville with a hearty beer session in the large barn. On the 4th, from Bazincourt to Hattonchâtel. In Bazincourt, a desolate Champagne town, the company was quartered in the school, which quickly transformed into a peacetime barracks due to our people's remarkable sense of order. In February 1915, we marched to Bazincourt, relieved by a Saxon regiment. This month, though the harshest of the entire war, was still a good school for me. I thoroughly learned the duties of watch and work in their most demanding form. That later protected me when I took command, from asking my men to do the impossible. There was a non-commissioned officer on duty who woke everyone up punctually in the morning, conducted daily stable duties, and evening roll calls by the corporals. Every morning, the companies would deploy for several hours of rigid exercises on the surrounding barren fields. After a few days of this routine, I was transferred to the officer candidate course in Recouvrance. Recouvrance was a remote village nestled among beautiful chalk hills, where a number of young men from the division had been sent to receive a thorough military education under officers and some non-commissioned officers provided by each regiment. We, the class of 73, owe much to Lieutenant Hopp, who was unfortunately killed shortly afterwards. Life in this secluded valley consisted of an odd mix of barracks discipline and academic freedom. Our course leader, a captain, had, by the way, the educational habit of handling duty on the following days with double energy. Our communication among each other was, as is to be expected between people of the same educational level under these circumstances, very camaraderie. During the day, the cadets were rigorously trained in military skills, while at night they gathered with their instructors around huge barrels for equally thorough carousing. When, in the morning, the various departments flowed out from their drinking halls, the small crayon houses presented an unfamiliar sight of a student Walpurgis night. We lived together in 3s or 4s and conducted common household management. Particularly memorable to me is our regular evening meal of scrambled eggs and fried potatoes. On Sundays, we indulged in the regional specialty, a rabbit or a rooster. Since I took care of grocery shopping for the dinner table, our landlady once laid before me a number of receipts she had received from demanding soldiers, mostly stating that Fusilier NN, I have shown kindness to the daughter of the house, required 12 eggs for it. Unfortunately, this delightful bloom of popular humor is too rich throughout. It left the X-Corps after a large parade and in farewell speech by General von Emmich. We were loaded on March 24th and traveled as far as the Brussels area, where we were assembled with regiments 76 and 164 into the 111th Infantry Division. In mid-February, we 73ers were surprised by the news of our regiment's great losses at Perthis, and we were very sad to spend those days away from our comrades. On March 21st, after a small examination, we returned to the regiment, which was once again stationed in Bazincourt. Our battalion was housed in the little town of Heron-Flemish. Herne, amidst a landscape of Flemish comfort. I celebrated my 20th birthday here quite happily. Although the Belgians had ample space in their homes, our company was, out of false consideration, crammed into a large, drafty barn where, during the cold March nights, the raw sea wind from that region whistled through. Otherwise, our stay in Herne was a good rest. Although there was much exercising, there was also good food and provisions for little money. The population, half Flemish and half Walloon, was very friendly to us. I often conversed with the owner of an estaminet, an enthusiastic socialist and free spirit, who invited me to a feast on Easter Sunday, and even refused to take money for his drinks. One can hardly imagine how restorative such an encounter is amidst the harsh school of camaraderie in the field. Towards the end of our stay, the weather cleared up and invited strolls through the lovely water-rich surroundings. The landscape was artistically adorned by the many naked soldiers, who, with their clothes on their laps, were vigorously engaged in the louse hunt along the papal-lined riverbanks. Having been relatively spared from this plague so far, I assisted my comrade Priepke, a Hamburg export merchant, in wrapping a heavy stone in his woolen vest, which was as crowded with lice as the habit of Simplicius Simplicissimus, for disinfestation purposes and throwing it into a river. Since our departure from Herne was very sudden, it is likely to still enjoy an undisturbed stay there today. On April 12, 1915, we were loaded in Halle and drove, to deceive spies, across the northern wing of the front line towards the battlefield of Mars-la-Tour. The company took up its usual quarters in a barn in the village of Tronville, one of the typical, dull Lorraine nests, made of flat rooftops, windowless stone boxes. Due to the threat of flying debris, we had to stay mostly in the overcrowded town near the famous sites of Mars-la-Tour and Gravelotte. Only a few hundred meters from the village, the road to Gravelotte was blocked by the border, where the French boundary post lay shattered on the ground. In the evenings, we often indulged in a melancholy walk to Germany. Our barn was so dilapidated that one had to balance carefully to avoid falling through the rotten boards onto the roof. We escaped unharmed, but our beautiful meat portion had become inedible due to the swirling debris. As soon as we had settled down on this ominous evening, a loud thunder clapped at the door, and the alarming voice of the sergeant drove us from our camp. One evening, as our group was busy under the leadership of their humble Corporal Kirchhoff, dividing portions on a manger, an enormous oak beam broke loose from the framework and crashed down with a thunderous noise. Fortunately, it became wedged just above our heads between two clay walls. In the early morning hours, we climbed the Mosel heights and stayed in Preny, a romantic mountain village dominated by a ruined castle. First, as always in such moments, a moment of silence, then chaos and clattering. My helmet! Where's my bread bag? I can't get my boots on. You've stolen my ammunition. At Mole, you August. In the end, everything was ready, and we marched to the station in Chamblay, from where we took the train for a few minutes until Pagny-sur-Moselle. This time, our barn was a stone building, filled with aromatic mountain hay, through whose openings we could look upon the wine-covered Mosel Mountains and the town of Pagny down in the valley, which was often bombarded with grenades and aerial bombs. On several occasions, a shell struck the Mosel, shooting a towering column of water into the air. The warm weather and picturesque landscape indeed revived us, prompting long walks during our free time. We were so exuberant that we laughed for some time in the evening before everything settled down. Among other things, it was a popular prank to pour water or coffee from a field bottle into the mouth of someone snoring. We received medical packs, additional meat tins, and signal flags for the artillery. On April 22nd, we marched out of Preny, covering over 30 kilometers to the village of Hattenchâtel without having a single marching sick person, and set up our tents on the right side of the famous Grande Tranchée in the middle of the forest. From all indications, it was clear that we would be going into battle the next day. In the evening,